is harder than I like to think, but it's easy when you're by my side. No point in calling, you just have to see the fundamentals of our life tonight. Cause I've been looking at a photograph of you, and I've been thinking about all the ways you move. This isolation got me feeling like I'm moving my love. Yeah, when I wake up, I feel empty, not beside you. My whole life been searching just to find you. This quality, it hasn't got the right to keep us apart. Killing time, we got nowhere to be. You're sending messages I can't ignore. No contemplating, come here close to me. I'm bored at home, can't leave the house no more. But I've been looking at a photograph of you, and I've been thinking about all the ways you move. This isolation got me feeling like I'm losing my love. Yeah, when I wake up, I feel empty, not beside you. My whole life been searching just to find you. This quality, it hasn't got the right to keep us apart. You, when I wake up, I feel empty, not beside you. My whole life been searching just to find you. Quality, it hasn't got the right to keep us apart.
How y'all doing tonight? Hope everybody's doing real good.
Showtime!
I woke up this morning thinking of Elton John, so I put on my mohair sweater. Hey, everybody. Good to see y'all. Cool Gamer, Tiny T, Southern Girl, Gamer Girl. Good to see you guys. Okay, I see you're at work. No worries, no worries. Rabbit brought you up in her live, and I was just gonna give you an opportunity to come up on panel and discuss what she was saying. Hey, April, good to see you. Okay, it must be something in my mouse then. Some hair, probably. I found hair in everything this morning. Hey, Libby Easter, good to see you. And April, if I didn't say hey to you, hey. Hey, good to see you. Hey, Sarah, good to see you. My stuff's running real slow. It's pouring down rain here, so you always drags. I hate that. Like I feel like I'm in a Japanese movie when it drags. When I don't have my camera on, there's no problem. When I turn my camera on, it's like the pixels are, and I don't use a green screen, so it's real annoying. Anyway, good to see y'all. Good to see y'all. I'll drop a link for anybody who feels like coming up and talking to me. She's got electric boots, a mohair suit. You know, I read it in a magazine. Oh, up in the jets. That song was in my head this morning. Oh, something about you had said that her channel had become stagnant and that you had choice words with her, and then you came in chat yesterday like nothing had happened, and she felt as though I guess there needed to be words said between you. I don't know, but I also had you know, said something yesterday during my live. I went back and watched and about the counseling. You know, and to Rabbit, if I misunderstood anything, my apologies, but I'm a huge advocate for counseling as my whole family has had a lot of trauma, and counseling has kept a lot of family members alive, and the lack of counseling didn't keep some alive. So that's my point. Hey, traders, good to see you. I'm so sorry I didn't realize you were live already. As soon as this premiere's done, I'll be over. Okay, no worries. My mouse isn't working anyway, so it's okay. Oh, good. Sarah's coming anyway. Yay! Yay.
I was just trying to catch what?
Are you here? It's
Butthole?
not letting me add her to stage.
Am I
Okay,
in the
there it goes.
butthole?
I've got a horrible lag, honey.
Am I in the
I've got a
bunghole?
really bad lag, so I apologize. No, I have a really bad lag this morning. It's storming really bad, and when it does, my internet just is garbage.
I see.
Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Huh? You see
Uh-oh.
what?
Say what?
What?
Oh no. Should I go out and come back in? I can literally
Can
see
you
when
hear
she
me?
talks going through. Alright, this ain't work. Let me go to chat for a second. Can you all hear me?
Should I shut down and start over? Do you think I should shut down and start over?
Should I leave and come back?
There's a disconnect between me and her. She doesn't hear me. There's a
I do hear
disconnect
you.
between us.
I hear you.
You do? Okay, well, good.
You don't hear me.
Okay,
I
good.
think.
I was just telling him there's a really bad lag.
What
I
about
hear you
chat?
fine, Sarah.
Oh, you do? You haven't been answering, though. Now you are. Are you sure? I've been
You hear
going
me
up
now?
here.
You hear me
I'm in the
now?
bunghole. I've been hearing
He's
you.
messing with some buttons. Give me a minute. He's
All right,
messing with some
fair.
buttons, so give him a minute. She says she hears me now.
I never didn't hear you.
Okay. let's continue here.
How does
Okay,
it
let's
sound
see.
now to you?
Southern Girl said, never, huh? I never said her channel was stagnant or anything. The only thing I said, I think she went about the Nicolina Mean Girl stuff wrong way. That's all I said. Well, you can go watch her live, and she mentions you several times. So,
Oh boy. Oh, for frig's sake.
no,
I don't know
I
what
said
this.
something about counseling. I did because I had gone in Queen Bees. And as we were all, listening to Constance break down on yet another panel, I thought it was best to, say maybe she should go off platform and not where she can be ridiculed and picked apart, where we have been by her. Maybe she should go talk to someone, a professional, off platform, and maybe work out some things. And she said that that was uncalled for me to say that. I can't believe she said that. I still can't believe she said that. But if I misunderstood, I don't know how I could understand that. But,
Are you talking about yesterday when you made that comment?
I'm talking about she's live and she brought it up, and so I'm touching on it. Are you
Okay,
up to
so
speed yet?
No, I've been up to speed. I know what's going on. I'm asking
Oh,
you
okay.
if this is about your show that you were talking about yesterday when we were all talking about it, and then I said 90% of us could use counseling. It's not bad. Is it in reference to that show?
Yeah, I was answering Southern Girl. She said she thought I said she said counseling, and I said no, me. I'm talking about me. So
Okay.
today, Rabbit brought up Southern Girl and also reiterated that some people have misunderstood her. So I'm saying if I misunderstood her, I apologize, but I don't think that I did there yet. Okay, I'm gonna move on here.
Well, we all talk about it, so
let's see here.
most people
Okay,
here
yeah, just rewatch her live and you'll be up to speed, Southern Girl. Rather than me try to explain it 5 times, just watch her live, I guess. I know that you really enjoyed her channel, Southern Girl. She can't come up, so I'm talking to her in chat if you're not reading chat, Sarah. So you might, I know that you enjoyed her channel, so you might want to, I don't know. I'm just letting you know. Okay, so let's see, we got that out of the way. Let's see. I'll have to, yeah. I guess she felt like there was someone that came in while I was there. I think her name was Frankie, or his name's Frankie, or something like that.
Oh.
And said, something about why are you in a bad mood, and that put her in a bad mood. So she brought all that stuff up. She said she wasn't going to bring all that stuff up, but then she did. So does that make sense, guys? Okay. Okay, so how are you this morning?
Great. Just drinking coffee, going through my pictures.
I wanted to read a definition. Okay.
Thinking about yesterday.
Well, you can talk while I look up this definition real quick. If you want to touch on anything, because I know you were brought up quite a lot yesterday.
Oh, for frig's sake, leave me the fuck alone, people. God.
Well, it was by Monty, all that.
Well, I know she went live again, and I don't know what the hell she talked about. So I didn't watch
it yet. I don't know either. I think it was she went live to address something Kemper and Jimbo talked about on the stand. While they were live.
It seems like they went live last night and said something because Southern Girl, which I know you can't chat right now, you posted a little clip about it this morning. It's just I know that he came into the chat yesterday and said my name and chaotic, and I was totally had nothing to do with that, and that was already handled behind the scenes. So to put me in it, not knowing when I had already had conversations with Jimbo about it, and he thanked me for sending him the receipt, which I didn't know who it was. I was just told in the chat, I was texted and told not to block the person, that Kemper and somebody else in the chat knows who it was. At the time, I did not, because I even texted Leslie, I believe, and asked, who is it? Do you know who it is? And I had proof of that. And then I sent that to Jimbo. And he thanked me and said, yeah, I know. Thank you for sending me that, though. I believe you. You know what I mean? It was already cleared. I had nothing to do with it. Didn't know who it was until after the fact. Somebody then did text me and tell me who it was, that it was Southern Girl. I didn't know who it was at first. Absolutely didn't. I was just told not to block them.
They had Leslie join them on panel, and so she gave her, there's always 3 sides to a story. She was giving her side.
Right. I mean, this is like, I don't even understand why these things come back up. Like, what is it, like a year and a half? Who knows? I don't even know how old it is now. Do I really have to go through all my texts? Like, no one's going to believe anything anyways. Just like when I left, I never said, what I was when I brought all this stuff about, you know, the Kemper stuff, when I actually didn't want to hurt his feelings, not like he would do the same to me, and went to Jimbo about that stuff privately. You know, I never said to Kemper or any of you what Jimbo said to me about Kemper, because why? No one's going to believe it anyway. You know what I mean? There's some things I don't go there. I'm not going to bother to say it because they're just going to say I'm lying. But I know what he said to me about Kemper. Did I go trying to hurt your feelings? No. None of you are going to believe me anyway, but.
And I know that they were trying to get us to like bring out receipts, meaning text messages amongst us all girls that were mods that left. And no, no, we ain't you. You know, we ain't you.
I don't do that.
Right.
4 people did it to me.
For the
4
most
people.
Part, I don't have the space on my phone. Do you know what I mean?
I have all of them
still. Messages.
Yeah, my phone's
2
clogged.
years worth
My
of
phone's
messages. It's like.
Yep.
After a while,
I never deleted any.
Everything. Well,
I
after
should
a while,
delete it, but
I dump
I have
everything. Just I
need
that's
to dump
not
everything.
how I'm wanting to spend my last hours on live. You know, I mean,
I don't look at them. I have them. I don't look at them, but I don't delete it. I should delete it. But for me, it's more work to go delete it. That's the only reason I haven't. I haven't looked at it once. When everyone was doing it to me, I didn't look at them. I don't
Gamer
care.
Girl, no,
it
was this morning. Had Charles Manson on the cover.
I saw the Manson cover when I was flipping through, but then I found other things to watch. It reminded me of some of the things you used to bring up with the Manson stuff.
Yeah, I know, right? And they told me I was crazy when I talked about it, right?
It made me giggle
I was
with
mentally
the
ill over and over and over about how I'm mentally ill, but I can't suggest that Constance get counseling when she's a blubbering idiot everywhere she goes. But okay.
And
anyway, I wanted to read this real quick.
With counseling.
Absolutely. Everyone needs counseling.
We could all use it.
A third-party, non-biased person who has no dog in your fight is really someone that can bring things in perspective. I'd have been divorced years ago if I hadn't gone to counseling and they said, you're seeing this wrong. Your perception of that is wrong. This is how men think. Because I'm thinking with a feminine mind, you know. I
don't want to make it derogatory. Yeah.
I need a male counselor sometimes to say that you're thinking wrong, you know, and so. Hey, Dank, good to see you. Guidance,
what
Wildflower,
up,
Chasing
I
Justice.
don't want
good to see all you guys coming in. I really appreciate you guys being here.
I wouldn't want to add to the stigma of mental health either. So there is nothing wrong, I repeat, with counseling for anybody. It's not a bad thing. So I just wanted to make that statement. It's good for all of us. So just end the stigma there. I wanted to make that statement. That's my
Another
disclaimer.
thing about counseling.
Not that I'm in it, but I could use it.
It helps people with suicidal ideation not be suicidal.
Many things, marriages, all kind of stuff.
Existential crisis when our kids leave home. What do I do with myself now? I'm going to read this real quick, and if it applies to you, great. If you're arrogant and you don't let it soak in, you know, that's your loss. You know, that's your loss. God will cut your time short because, you know, he doesn't want people like that here on earth. What empathy really means, empathy is the ability to emotionally understand what other people feel, not how you feel about the situation, how they felt about the situation. Empathy is the ability to emotionally understand what other people are feeling and see things through their eyes and imagine yourself in their place. Essentially, it is putting yourself in someone else's position and letting yourself go through their feelings and emotions, not yours, not what you think they should be feeling and dictating. Empathy means that you can get down on their level with humility. You humble yourself and allow yourself to say, okay, I can see where they would feel this way. And then X, Y, Z after that. You know, we don't evolve as humans if we stay only about ourselves. And I see creators say things like this, I can't stand it. Get her out of here. Like it's not a human being you're saying to get out. As a human being that you're saying, get her out of here. Like you're some pompous celebrity and you're letting your bouncer get rid of someone who used to be your friend. Anyway, let's move along. Oh, really? Yeah, that's my daughter was. Everyone knows that. My daughter was, my uncle was. I've had a whole lot of trauma in my life. My sister jumped off Pilot Mountain. I've had a hell of a trauma in my life that needed me to get counseling so I don't myself. Because several of my sisters did themselves. So, yeah, counseling's good.
Gets
Let's
me in
see what she
trouble.
says. Only an empath for who I choose. If I'm close, if not, I have no empathy. Only to people like, oh, sure, the people that you trust to be humble with, absolutely, and vulnerable with. I get that. I totally get that. We're not going to open ourselves up to be empathetic for those that are going to hurt us. I totally get that. And we're not going to, let ourselves, put that wall down and be vulnerable to people that we know are going to shit on us and don't have empathy and are narcissists. I'm so angry. I have never seen the amount of narcissistic personality disorders I have seen here. It's
Yep.
disgusting. But, it's maybe a generational thing. I don't know. But I just remember always being taught, thank you, Mom, who's in heaven, to care about my neighbors and care about them and worry about them and give a damn. And I always say this you're either born with a give a damn or you're not. You either give a shit about your fellow man or you don't. Those things can't be taught. You can fake it. And the way I see it, fake it, fake it. Please fake it for the rest of us. If you don't feel that way, please fake it. So we at least feel like you're human and not an android. You're read by a manual. This is how you hug. You know what I'm saying? Moving right along. Let's see here. Read that. Let's see.
I wish I could turn it off.
Okay, another thing that was brought up in her chat was that something about her going live against people and that was a crock of shit. Okay, well, she's not going live against people. It's a crock of shit. Let's move on. All right, let's see. Constance isn't crazy. Fell apart on www. Yeah. When you say someone doesn't need counseling, are you in denial because you want to make what their issues are normal? Are you trying to mainstream abnormality because you don't feel comfortable with getting in touch with your own self and your own feelings? See, I feel like denial is a lazy man's way out of working on himself.
Or do they see
That's
counseling
why
as a negative thing when it's not?
I think it's laziness. I think it's just sorriness. And if you're that lazy, drink espresso from now on. Don't water it down. Just drink straight. Right.
Speaking of, I think I'm gonna go grab a big coffee.
I don't have any. Can you tell? I'm out of coffee and I'm out of weeds. Here we are. Hey, y'all. I'm live.
Oh no.
Oh, yeah.
Be right back.
Yeah, I gotta wait to payday. You can't fake it. Don't cry. I meant that to be sarcastic. That's okay. You know I ain't talking about you, Southern Girl. I'm just saying these missionaries going around, spreading just ugh, and it's because they don't know what themselves. I can't know all the damn self-help books and articles that I've freaking read, and the hours of counseling, the meds that I've gone through, the frogs I've kissed to find the right meds. You okay?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I can't live without coffee. Would you coffee? Some
The
coffee.
preacher says it's okay.
Fuck it.
Yeah.
Nobody should be without.
Coffee should. And my mouse isn't working. It really drives me crazy. It seems like every single time I sit at my desk, something doesn't work right, and it's so frustrating. I would, if I could just sit here and everything work right, but no, the mouse has got a lag, StreamYard's got a lag. So then it's not fun. You know what I mean? Then it becomes stressful, and what was supposed to be fun becomes a stressor. And it's like, ugh, I don't even want to go live if it's going to be all fucked up. You know what I mean? My Ed
Smoke.
McMahon isn't listening. Are you there?
Am I here?
Oh, is that what it is, Wallflower? Thank you. I wondered about that.
Alright.
Somebody told me that the other day. Might have been you. I bet that's what it is. Because I remember feeling very just like this a year ago when we were going through the same Mercury retrograde. So thank you for telling me that. And the barometric pressure has a lot to do with mood. And I woke up and my head is just pounding where the season is changing in the south. And I can just feel the pressure in my ears when I'm trying to hear y'all talk. And it's just like pressure. And I've taken all kinds of sinus medicine. And it's still like just a heavy, snotty head. I feel like I'm full of snot. You know what I
I'm in a
mean?
dead zone.
Just awesome.
I was in the bunghole. I think I'm out of the bunghole. I'm out of the
Now,
bunghole.
lately, that happened to me. What's it called? A paradoxal effect. And they finally
Yes, you have
realized
heard. Yeah.
that. I believe I was 40 when they finally realized that. And so I've been on the right meds for probably a good 10 years now. But things like Lamictal couldn't take. Things like what was that one? The Abilify I was like on crack on Abilify. I could
My
not
sister
sit
needed
down. It's
that.
called akathisia. And yeah, someone DoorDash me. Yeah, really. Y'all got my address. Had it for 2 years. Send me some damn coffee. I'm just kidding.
I did. I sent you $10, bitch.
I
Go get some
don't beg
coffee.
for money. I don't beg for money. I don't get it. Why does
No, I
like
wanted
all
you
these
to.
other losers
I did
get
send.
money
I did
thrown
send you
at
10.
them?
Okay, but I
Oh
did
yeah,
send you
you did.
$10 to get coffee. I don't know if you saw it.
You did not.
Yes, I did.
Don't do
Like
that. No,
5 minutes
I need
ago.
$10. Why do you do that? I got a bill.
Because I wanted you to have coffee.
Thank you, Sarah.
You're
Can
welcome.
you believe that? Is she something else?
Let's all be poor
She's like
together, but we'll have coffee.
we're together, but we'll have coffee. Here, run to Bojangles and get us a senior coffee, honey, and make mine real strong. Nitro, hey, good to see you.
Nitro.
Sometimes I think that the season change does have a lot to do with like mood swings because it's just like my
Oh, it
body
can.
aches, my head feels like it's gonna explode, my throat is sore. It's not tea, but it's the change of season. Does that happen up there up north, or is that just a southern thing?
No, it happens. It definitely happens.
Does
We had a cold spell yesterday, like here and there, and
yes,
then it's like right now it's
yes.
warm, so it's like
Is
once
it?
it's going to change totally in about a week. Well, actually, we have a little bit more time before it changes. But then things can hurt and
Oh, that's
everything.
right. I went
We're
over
gonna.
there to sing last night and I forgot all about the no, I've already paid all my bills and I'm broke now. She said, don't you have any money?
1 second.
Anyway,
Can I have a chocolate with 5 creams, 3 caramels, girl?
I messed up that song so bad. Shaka
Five
Khan is hard to
creams.
sing,
5 and 3.
but
Yep,
I had
5
it
and
stuck
3.
in my head, so I was like, I'll just sing that.
That's
But I
it.
sucked.
Shit. Did I get dropped?
To a real female
I'm
YouTuber
the
with
bungo.
I have an ambula, or was it ambula? What is it called? Where you hook it up and you breathe the albuterol. I'm gonna do that when I get off here because it usually loosens it up and
The
is better.
bungo.
I got the whole headset thing. Really? Wow. Yeah, it's totally the season's changing. I put honey in my tea for my throat. It's probably why I couldn't sing worth a shit last night. Nebulizer, that's the word.
Chester Vicky's comment of the show.
Got my Flonase here. They went up on our rent here, and I'm actually like not mad because he went up on it, and then I saw an ad for our neighbor where they've been cleaning it, getting it ready for, and it's way more than what he's charging us. And I was like, oh, thanks. Went up on our rent, and I'm saying, I'm glad you didn't go
when
up.
I heard your rent, yeah, you're good for now. When I heard your rent, I was like, holy shit, you guys are lucky. You guys are fucking lucky.
No, you
It's triple
ain't going
that.
no damn where.
It's triple that here. Triple for people. I feel so bad. A lot of people had to move out of here, you know.
I know. They've
here.
moved out here. They're all empty around me except the lady next door who I think's the FBI. And us. Because she looks way too high class to even be living here. So I'm sure she's the FBI. Tracing Ernie. She totally doesn't fit in here. Because I live in like a predominantly Hispanic mixed community. And so she comes in, we're like, why are you doing here? Who is you? You know?
Who is you?
You know, she doesn't. I'm living here mainly because it's cheap, but also my stepmother lived here years ago when she was single, and she was a hairdresser at the shopping center right next door. And so I used to hang out at that. God, it make me fucking cry.
I don't do it.
You know, and so when we're going through existential crisis, you want to feel home. And so when my grandson moved out, I was like, let's move back to Old Town where I went to high school, where all my friends still are. Give me a minute.
Sorry, Gypsy. I would like to take this. Okay, there you are.
I'm lucky because they all still are here. Most of them. You'd like to what?
I wanted to take a moment to have everybody tell Lily happy birthday. I just saw that. If I was good at singing, that's not my jam. I would sing you happy birthday. Get my coffee.
I'm taking Flonase up my nose. I didn't want to do it on camera. It actually works so good for this stuff, and I just forget to do it. And I look over beside my tea, and my husband set my damn Flonase beside it. See, what am I going to do when he croaks? I'm going to be a mess.
You didn't even have to ring your bell.
Do? I know, right? He's awesome. Sometimes. Today. No, I'm just kidding. Hey, Anissa, good to see you. I love you to death. You and Dazed, all you. I love you to death. Linda, Lena, hey, I heard your name too. Hey, Nicolina, I didn't see her. And Ray Jones, JP Fluff, Teresa, Sweet Melissa. Good to see all you guys. Y'all are awesome, awesome, awesome. So I saw, and this is probably what got me in my feels, was not a bit, but like, I think Dazed put it out for E Squared. And I thought, that is exactly what I've been trying to tell everybody since my daughter was murdered. We don't have much time. You know, when someone says, "Hey, can I show you something?" Stop what you're doing and let them show you. Because the times that I wish that I could get back from my mom, from my sister, from my best friend, from my daughter, they're gone. You know, they're gone, gone, gone.
Mm-hmm.
And someone had said on her little thing that post that she made was, "We will see each other again." And is that the point of religion? Is so that we don't go batshit crazy, knowing that this is it?
I
Is
think
that the
that helps
point?
many. I
Yeah,
think
I
it
do
puts a lot of
too.
people at peace. Yes, most certainly.
And yeah, and they have closure with relationships that, you know, were left undone, right? And so if you know you're going to see them again, you don't go batshit crazy.
Could
You get
certainly
what
help.
I mean?
Oh
And
yeah.
I was
No.
like asking my husband, do animals have memory like we do? Because sometimes I feel like memories are punishment.
Yeah. Well, they do because they learn. They learn commands and everything, so that would imply memory. They learn people. They learn who not to trust. They have short-term memory, I think.
Yeah, I'm so behind on these. I hope I Kensuke. Hey, Steppers, Midnight Baker. I'm sorry if I missed you. I'm in the moment. Sorry. Sorry, just in the
It
moment.
happens. It happens.
Oh, hey, Catlin. Good to see you
We
too.
all
She's
human.
another good one who, you know, she just gives you good insight, I guess, when she does her card reading and all, and she explains it. Kind of why I stopped, because I was like, I don't even want to do it if I'm not as good as that. You know, because you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hey, sweet Melissa.
But if it helps
You
you and it
can't
brings
get
you
time
some joy,
back.
you can still do it for you. The card stuff. Some people like to do it for themselves, for their own questions. Nothing wrong with that.
You know what's wrong with that, though? I'm a jerk and I cheat. I'm like, I didn't like that
Uh,
one. Let's shuffle them again. Like, let's shuffle
I
them
can see you doing that
till I
too.
get a good
Fuck,
read.
fuck this card,
Fuck that one.
you stupid bitch. That's not my card, asshole.
I just made myself a new recipe. Oh wow! I want that recipe. I would love to do that. Now that's supposed to be like an exfoliant. Is that right?
Which one? Oh, shower scrub. Nice. You got another Cash App?
Is that what that's supposed to be? You make that stuff, don't you?
Yeah, I do make products for self, not for selling, yeah. I haven't in a while though, but I think I'm gonna start stocking up when it gets cooler for the winter months so I have gifts. I think I'm gonna do a large batch, secure and everything.
Dazed. Would you like to come up?
Did
It
you
is
see that you got a
Sunday.
Cash App, Gypsy?
He took my
Another.
phone, so no.
Oh,
Thank
that's why you
you
can't
very
see.
much.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, I see.
Thank you.
He's gonna see it.
Yeah, he ran to go get coffee, so I just gave him my phone so he could go do it. Let's see.
Exactly, pray don't
Thank
play.
you. New recipe. All right, I just read that one. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, and Wallflower, I raised her son from kindergarten. His first day at kindergarten, she was murdered in the early morning hours of. And yeah, it went from us excited about him starting kindergarten to every year when he started school, it was a downer until
Hmm.
we finally pulled him out and homeschooled him after we caught him cutting. And so we now he's like 19 and moved out on his own, has a job and supports himself pretty much. And it's just like, how in the hell did that go by so fast?
Right.
And
I'm dealing with the same.
I go back in my head and I think, why didn't I go out there and play snow and throw a snowball at him? Why did I stay inside that day? Why didn't I go to that game? Why didn't I go to that game? You know?
What ifs and why nots can really eat a person's mind up. They really can. It can really fuck with your head, you know? Which you can just take that as wisdom. The older you get, you have wisdom, and you can kind of try to tell others that, you know, what you feel you should, you know, coulda, woulda. It might help
Hey,
somebody else.
Lulu, Tracy
You
F.
might
Good
have
to
an
see y'all.
impact.
Holly Dolly. Sorry, just letting them know hello.
Mm-hmm.
You're right. You know what it reminds me of? You and I talked about this in one of our first lives together. You had seen the same episode of Twilight Zone where the guy was a librarian or something, and the whole world exploded with an atomic bomb. And he finds the library, the vault of library books. And what does he do? He steps on his own glasses. And it's the end of the Twilight Zone. He's the last man on Earth left with all the books he could ever want to read. And he steps on his own damn glasses.
Mm-hmm.
That was a deep thought.
That shit's deep. That can get really deep.
Yeah.
I'm not
Animals
on the
love you
slope right now for that.
unconditionally. Okay. They don't care if you're bloated or farty. They love you even when you're having a bad day. Gray, I love you.
Nope, my
She
freaking
says
dog's my
some of
best
the.
friend.
I love her sense of humor. It's like
Fucking love
Bob
my dog.
Newhart. Let's see. She says, I think I'm way behind. My mouse won't click. Maybe way behind. I don't know. It's messing up. Love y'all. Sorry. Well, okay. Love you too, Southern Girl. Stupid thing won't scroll. I bet I need batteries. I bet that's what's wrong with it. She said, oh, here's the recipe, guys. Hey, Gypsy, I made 1 cup of baking soda, 2 cups Epsom salt, 1 cup Himalayan salt, 2 bentonite clay. Make it dry, and you can sprinkle it in the bath for a detox soap or mix. I'm going to write that down. Two cups Epsom salt, 1 cup Himalayan salt, 2. What kind of clay is that? I've never heard of that.
I can't see it right now.
BENT. It's the sugar scrub.
Oh, okay. I've used some of those clays in my soaps because they're detoxifying. You know, I've got some of the clay powders on Amazon. There's different types you can use in your soaps and everything. I don't remember
Sprinkle it
which
in the
ones I
bath
have.
for a detox soap or mix with favorite. Okay.
I haven't put it in a bath.
That's awesome. Okay,
You know,
that's all. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Like you can use them in facial masks too. But yeah, you can get a big bag of the different clays for the beauty products on Amazon, or at least that's where I
her
got mine.
grandbaby's birthday. Happy birthday.
Who's who? Let me see. Am I behind here? Well, happy birthday. I can't see the comment.
Okay. It says, Nicolina, congrats on your grandbaby's birthday. Have a great day.
Oh, is that today? The 2-year-old?
Inside, but not a good signal at all. Storms coming. And Gypsy's video for me keeps going back to middle as signal. I'm sorry. My phone needs to charge. Gotcha. Yeah, I think my mouse needs batteries. It's not wanting to scroll.
Dazed.
I wish
Yeah,
now I had gotten a
that's the one.
touchscreen monitor.
Yeah, it's helpful. Wildflower, that's what I use. That's the one right there that I have. That clay right there. I got that for some of my soaps. And I think I put some charcoal in it too. I'm trying to remember all the products I got on my shelf down in my room.
Yeah.
I used to
Do you know who he
just do a
is,
lot of it for
Gray?
sale.
I'm an old woman.
I
He's
have the
like my
gray clay
all-time
too.
favorite.
There's a gray clay
My
too. I can't
brother's sense
remember.
of humor is just like that. It's just like very dry, and you never know if he's telling you the truth or not.
That's what happens to
Like,
me a lot. People don't know I'm joking.
yeah, that real dry.
I
I
used
love it. That's probably why I feel
I
so
used to get
comfortable with you, because my
I used to
family
get in
is just
trouble
like
at
you.
work. I used to get in
Did,
trouble at work. There would be like a couple people that knew at meetings I was joking, and then the boss would look at me with that face,
There's the
like, "Are you,
coffee. You brought me back. Yay! We got
Now
Charlie a biscuit too with the rest. Thank you very much, Sarah.
now look at your phone, but don't say it out loud, okay? Just say, about what was sent, Just don't. They asked not to say it out loud. Oh shit! I just broke something.
So I have another bill. Oh my gosh, are you serious? Oh wow. Thank you very much.
Happy day. Have a wonderful day.
It's not from you, right? I hope not.
Nope. But no, not that one. I don't. I don't really have the one I gave.
That is
I don't
awesome.
fucking
Thank
care.
y'all so much. I'm gonna
I'll
cry.
give. I'll give my last dollar to help anyone have coffee. I don't give a fuck. No one should be without coffee.
Around here.
I can't live without coffee.
Wow, that's incredible. Thank you, Sarah.
Does that make you feel like a better day?
Yeah. I better make some money today then, huh? So I can pay it all back.
No, it's not a loan. Nobody. I don't. We were just giving it as gift.
No, I'll pay it back.
No, you don't.
I'll pay it
Knock it
back.
off.
Where am I here? Bob Newhart was. Yes, I'm so glad you think so too. Not everybody got his humor, but my brother is like this. He's like, so I was, works in DC. He's like, so I got on the bus today, and going into town, and it was cramped, and people are standing room only, and it's elbow to elbows. DC is a huge city. And he said, and I had a silent but deadly one.
Oh man, you just gave me some flashbacks being in the grocery store with a relative.
And it's like,
Oh my
and
lord.
everybody starts moving away. Just slowly, everyone starts moving away, giving him space.
Sounds like my
And
mother.
I'm like, did that? Oh, I'm sorry, JP Fluff. I'm very sorry. But yeah, I never could tell if he's like telling me the truth or not. It's like, did that really happen? Probably not.
I
So
can't
just
live
want to do
without
it.
coffee.
I know,
I would
right?
get it somehow. I would get it somehow. That's all I require.
Is someone cutting down a tree?
Somebody went by on what was supposedly a dirt bike, but it looked kind of
I
shitty.
love the sound of a chainsaw in the fall.
I
Because
think
they're
sound
cutting wood for
chainsaw-ish.
the fire.
I'll
And I
never
hear
hear
it.
a chainsaw and think the same again
Wah.
when I hear a chainsaw, because now there's this whole association, with the word chainsaw. This other girl has a goat named Chainsaw Sue. It's like,
Oh, really?
yeah. It's the mean old Nilly one that picks on everyone. She's a white goat. She headbutts all the other ones.
Oh, yeah. The reason I titled this, Dearly Beloved, we are gathered here today to get through this thing called life. I picked up on a couple of times. You say that, and I say it too. Did you ever see the movie, So I Married an Axe Murderer? with the
Nope.
guy from Mike Myers?
No, but I remember
And
hearing that
and
title.
yeah, and he's at a poetry slamming, and he's doing his poetry, and he goes, Judy, stop this crazy thing called life. And yeah, Prince. I was a huge Prince fan. I thought I was Apollonia. Y'all know who that is. That was his love interest in the movie, who was actually playing Vanity, who refused to play her own part because he wouldn't pay her enough. But I've recently watched the Mate interviews I hadn't watched before, and I did not know. One, he got her when she was 16. She literally was signed over to him for parents, kind of the way Jimbo, and
Oh.
was allowed to tour with him and be a dancer with him. But he didn't. He waited until she was 19, I think they said, before they started a romantic relationship. But he totally groomed her, and her interviews say he dictated what she ate. I have been in a relationship like that, and now I'm overweight. I've battled with anorexia because of my childhood, and so I've always had a weird relationship with food. Um, and so when your food restricted, um, you know, you don't think you're weak because your body is not getting the nutrients that it's craving. Someone else
Mm-hmm.
doesn't know what your cravings are, right?
Right.
And so, as I was watching and reading the stuff about Maite, which was his wife, I remember it on Oprah, but I didn't remember the gravity of what was happening when they had a child and then it lived for like a couple of weeks and passed. I didn't know what was wrong with that child. I thought it was just, just something, but it was severe. She described it when he looked at it, it looked like a monster because there were no there were no openings, I should say, for air. So
Wow.
she said the eyelids were closed, the
I didn't
anus
know
was
any of this.
closed. It was
What?
bizarre. Yes.
I didn't know anything
And
about the girl, the
yeah,
young girl being groomed or anything about this. I don't know how
me
I didn't know
too.
this.
I didn't even, I
Wow,
was a
that's
huge Prince fan. Hell, I thought I was at Pony forever. And
I'm with
so
you,
like
traders.
yeah, so I was like, right. Yeah, I, now I'm real picky about my food. Don't on my food,
Mm-hmm.
because of that. Mom restricted food, and the food that she would give us was sometimes tainted. I don't even want to get into that because that'll get
I
me
don't
upset.
either. It'll get me upset too, but I think that's why I eat a lot of overdo it now, and for years would get like too many things at the store because it was like almost a subconscious thing of being afraid of having none. I think I figured it out when people would say, "Why do you have all this and that?" and "Why do I eat ice cream every night?" and my stash because I couldn't have it. Now I can do anything I want.
Right,
I think that's why I eat
right.
a lot like I do now.
And I also have
Par-
OCD, so I will
Yeah.
obsess about a particular food. And if
Okay.
I'm not on my meds. And like I
Mhm.
remember one time I was dating this British guy, and I was friends with his whole family just because I grew up with him in high school and stuff. And we decided to start dating as adults. And he and his mom and I and the lady that worked with him at work, we were all on a diet together because we ate lunch together. And we got into an argument. I can't remember why, but he walked me out to my car and he saw, this right here in my hand. Bojangles is fried chicken is my weakness. He was like, when did you go to Bojangles? I was like, look, you cannot take fried chicken away from me. I'm gonna rebel, man, every time I'm gonna get the fried chicken, which is what we had last night. But have you ever dated anyone that tried to constrict your food?
Uh, no, absolutely not. But I don't have a lot of experience with that and dating and all that. Because, when I was a teenager and everything, I was so afraid of somebody hurting me that I almost hardly really didn't do it. You know what I mean? I didn't trust men, and I was afraid they were all going to be up to something. So I don't have a lot of men experience. You know what I'm saying? And I've been with the same one, you know, because I didn't trust anyone. I was the one at the parties that was watching out for the other girls, thinking they're going to get hurt. You know what I mean? So I wasn't
I
drinking
feel
too
like I
much or
was
whatever.
like a late
No one was
bloomer.
hurting me. I was fucking watching people like, you ain't gonna touch me. I'll fuck you up. You know what I mean? I was the one watching
Right.
all, you know. I was
That's
waiting
a
for
good
them to
thing,
hurt someone.
actually. You probably
But
think that as a bad thing, but that was probably a very, very, very good thing that you were.
it was probably a
So,
protective thing, but it's good for me. I'm glad because I didn't hook her out or anything like, some people would slut themselves. You know what I mean? I was afraid of that, or I was afraid somebody was gonna get hurt, so I was always watching. And it is a good thing, I guess. I see it now. But it was a trust thing, but it was also for protection. I wanted to make sure people were safe.
I do too.
So
I mean, if they ask me what would you want your final meal to be, and I'm on death row dying, it's gonna be fried chicken
fried
every time, and the
chicken.
oil is clean. If the oil is old, I'm gonna be pissed.
I
Sweet
knew it was
Melissa,
gonna be fried chicken.
my husband's that way about steak, Melissa. I'm just not. It's fried chicken
I
for
love
me.
steak.
You do?
Oh, I would get it every night if I could. I just don't because it's too much,
Do you like it on the grill?
Yep, and I prefer sirloin tips, and they gotta be marinated.
I like marinated tips. I used to make tips all the time. I get so much out of your stories, Real Gypsy Soul, and I can relate to so many things. Thank you for always being so open. Thank you, Gray. Did you know Gray is my husband's middle name? Spelled the same way.
No,
Kenny Gray.
no, I
Kenny
didn't.
Gray. Kenny
That's
Gray
cool.
Gobble. And
Kenny
we
Gray,
named
Kenny Gray
Charlie
Gobble,
Gray's son because he's Gray's son. You get it? He's
Charlie
Gray's
Gray
son.
Gobble.
We named him Charlie Grayson. It's Grayson because he's
Got it.
Gray's son.
I see what you did there.
His daughter came up with that name, and I was like, I love that. So I gave it to him. So she named him, and Charlie is after Charlie Brown, of course, because when he and I met, I joked with him all the time, and I would say, let's have a kid. Let's have a kid. We'll name him Gilbert. He's like, we're not gonna have a kid. I'm 40. You're 39. We're not doing that. It's like, let's
Parenthood.
see, I was 31 and he was 41 when we met. I was
Damn,
31, he was 41, something like that. Or was it 45 and 35? Anyway, we're 10 years apart. And he was saying, look, lady, we're
damn
too old for
bikers.
this shit. And then I come up pregnant, and we were huge because he's got kids, I got kids. We each had our role as Peanuts character, and I, of course, was Lucy Van Pelt. I'll give you 5 reasons why. And so I have like Lucy Van Pelt over here signed. What's it called? Those little doll things. Ken got me, and so when I finally did get pregnant, I was like, we can't name it Gilbert. That was a joke. And he was like, let's name it Charlie. I was like, I'm not going to name it after a cartoon character. And I wound up doing it. And my whole family was like, especially my daughter, please name it Charlie. And I was like, okay, we'll name him Charlie. So, and I'm so glad I did. Yeah. Not Chuck, not Charles, Charlie. I mean, of course. And when I was a little kid, I remember when Prince Charles got married. It was a big deal, him and Diane. The whole love affair was a big deal, and all in
Oh
the
yeah.
papers and everything. And so I remember when they were given their vows, he said, Prince Charles, how was it? Prince Charles, George, Prince Charles, it was Charles, Philip, Arthur,
Mm.
George.
Yep,
And
Philip.
so I named one of my children Philip, and then another one Charles. Isn't that neat?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
How'd you come up with your kids' names?
Well, I mean, I looked at those books and everything, and I had done a lot of research for my son, for instance, but then at the last minute it changed to a different name all that time I spent, you know what I mean? And then my daughters, it was kind of random also. I didn't want it to be like an everyday name, but once I named her that, there was a whole like spew of people after that for years that started naming their kid that. I'm like, what the heck? You know what I mean? It wasn't even common, and then there was tons of people with their name after that.
Yeah.
But I obviously don't want to say their names, but
Well, they all know my kid's name, so I understand why you.
No,
Right.
right. That's just not info
But
I
like,
put out there. Some might know it, but if they do, they looked it up.
Amanda was actually from a song back then in the 80s. That song had just come out by Boston. You remember that song?
I love Boston, yeah.
Hey, tomorrow's not far away. Yeah, I named her after that song. I also had a doll that my stepmother bought me, a porcelain doll. You could name it and everything, and I named it Amanda Emily. But my my baby daddy didn't like Emily, so we went with Amanda Brooke, like Brooke Shields, because she was big too. So
Peppermint
I'm
Patty
sorry
Gray,
my
oh my
clicker
goodness.
ain't working, and I'm not getting to click on everybody's comment. I wish I could. I've got to get batteries for it, I guess. Man, I wonder if there's like dirt in it. Because he brought me new batteries. You know, I wonder if I need that air squished in it or something. Because there's like crumbs all over my desk where someone's eating here. My cats come up here. And I'm like, why does everybody pick my desk? I love Peppermint Patty. Oh yeah, I love Peppermint Patty when she calls her. I love that. Oh yeah, I love Boston. He passed after all those years, and he battled with bipolar, and so did the lead singer of what was it? The Guess Who. He sings a lot of his songs are about bipolar disorder. Like she's come undone. She didn't know what she was headed for. And when she found out what she was headed for, Mama, it was too late. You know that song? It's from the 60s.
I'm gonna probably take, just out of curiosity, I'll probably read some of the lyrics. I like songs of yesterday that actually told stories. Like I've always said that, kind of like what Traders brought up the other day. The talent is gone in a lot of today's music, like 70s. A lot of that music told stories, actual ballads.
Yes, narrated
lyrics.
story.
It's
And it
like
made it
not
easy
the
to put a
same.
video with it for MTV when they did that, right?
Right, but they were actually about a subject, a story. And that's what I like, that there was such talent in that age of music. Oh, Link for Dazed. Oh, I forgot. She asked to come up a while ago. Got to talking and randomness like we do. Dazed?
Oh, shit.
Sorry, Dazed. We got random ADD'd. ADD.
We both. Yeah. She likes Boston, Chicago, REO Speedwagon. You're my girl. Journey. Hell yeah. I love all of those. All of those. And they played instruments, guys. They knew how to play instruments. It wasn't synthesized, right?
Talented musicians. That's what I like. Like they played their instruments together.
Yes. And I liked it when they had a lot of different instruments. Like in Chicago, they had like a full damn orchestra pretty much. I mean, they were playing trumpets and all of it. I love that. I love that.
And you know,
sorry, I'm having internet issues. Or can you hear me?
I can hear. Oh,
okay,
hey, Dave.
good. Hey, Dave.
Hi. How are y'all doing?
We're hanging in there. Better now. I have coffee.
I understand.
Thank you very much.
I know that you asked me up here because you wanted. I know that. Did you have any questions? I know that I do Bible study, and that was when you.
Oh, we went deep about that a little while ago, right? We were talking about something related to that, and then we got off on ADD subjects. Can you give me a little? What exactly was it? Because I'm all over the place today. Or do you remember, Gypsy?
Says now she wants fried chicken.
Yeah, you guys were. Well, Gypsy was specifically asking is that why people who are religious? I don't
Right.
consider myself religious. I have a relationship with the Lord. I don't go to church, right? I just read the Bible. I get my information from the Bible as far as spiritual stuff. Is that why people who have lost loved ones don't go bonkers? Essentially, is what Gypsy asked.
Yes.
And
It seems to help some people that way, is what I was thinking. That was her
yes,
question. Yeah,
yes. And for
but
me, it
not
just
knowing.
yes, and for me, it gives me hope. Faith is believing in something you can't see. And to me, that's just, for each individual, it's different for each individual person. I just, I've lost loved ones. I've lost a granddaughter at 2 months old, and I never got to know
Oh my
her.
goodness.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh
I
my,
never knew that.
so
I'm
sorry.
terribly sorry. See, look
No,
how long we've known you, and we don't know that because you don't say it every day.
not
Oh,
well.
sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's just it's not my story to tell, right? It's
Mm-hmm.
my children's story to tell. But
Exactly.
I live with the regret of not letting her spend the night with me when she was just first born. But I have a rule with grandkids, right? They must be sleeping through the night before grandma gets them or mama gets them, because I can't. I'm older, and I was afraid I wouldn't wake up to
Mm-hmm.
feed the baby.
Totally makes sense. It totally makes sense.
So that was my one rule, and she passed sadly before I actually got to get to know her. And
I'm sorry.
I give the pain to God. A lot of it is just, I live in the hope that one day I'll be able to see her again, and I'll
Right.
get to see her grow up. Yeah, it's a lot. But for me, if I didn't have God, I would be in a mental institution. I know that for a fact, because I think on things way too hard. Everything I
I'm the
think on.
same way.
They
And
don't at all.
I was told this at my daughter's funeral. The funeral director came up to me, and I don't know what I was expecting. See, the minute she was shot, they took her to Raleigh because it was a murder, and did the state
Medical examiner.
autopsy.
Yeah.
And her father said it's extremely expensive to put them back together after that for a viewing. I did not know that. And so he took care of all, because I couldn't. Thank you, Mark, for doing that, and Angie. But when I got to the funeral home, I thought I was going to see my daughter, and I didn't. She had already been cremated. And so when I got there, they were like
They
trying to
did it.
explain to me, she's not in another room, ma'am. She's right here on this table. And I'm like,
Oh my
where?
Lord.
What do you mean? What are you saying to me? And I knew that she was going to have to be, but I don't know what I had in my mind. I was confused, and I didn't really understand the process. And being a Christian, born and raised Southern Baptist, you don't cremate. And I wanted her to have a grave for her son and me and siblings to visit, somewhere where we could go mourn and have a quiet time. And her dad's family is wealthy, and they stepped in and said, here, we're going to donate this plot for her. And it overlooks Pilot Mountain. It's in Pilot Mountain. And the view is gorgeous. And when I go up there and I visit, I think to myself what he said to me. He said, ma'am, a funeral isn't for the dead. A funeral is for the living.
Yeah, Jimmy. I was going to get my mom. Hold on.
So I had to process what he was saying to me. He was like, this process that we're going through right now isn't for her, it's
Right.
for you. And I had to, like, what do you mean? I just kept looking around for her. And they were, are you going to do this? Are you going to do that? We're wanting to spread our ashes over the property. What are you going to do with the ashes? And I said, I want them buried in the damn ground like it's supposed to be with a headstone. And they said, okay, that's what we'll do, as you wish. So thank you for doing that for me. But it was awful. It was, if someone could, I blame Gaston County. They got me justice and everything like that. And Judge Caldwell, thank you if you're listening. But the process at the DA's office sucked, okay? And Locke Bell sucked. And I'm glad he retired. He was the DA at the time, and they treated me like shit because it was during a drug deal gone bad. And they treated me like that. And so they didn't explain a whole lot to me what the process was. Okay, this is what's going to happen. She's going to be sent here, and this is what they didn't tell me any of that. It was just I showed up at the funeral home, and she wasn't there, except in the form that I expected her to be. And I've gone through a process like this with one of my sisters, but I have two sisters that are gone. And I have my best friend is gone, and my daughter, all my female support system. And when one of my sisters passed that I was extra close to, there was a body there where I could walk up to her and I kissed her and I could touch her and I could, and I had closure in that moment.
Right.
I didn't have closure with my daughter until I talked with a medium. And I know some people in the Christian Baptist faith don't believe that. But she gave me closure. She talked to her through me. And she was like, she's got her hands on her hip and she's saying, "What, Mom? I'm fine." And I was like, that's her. That's her. She's like, "Why are you worrying about me?" And I'm like, "Cause, and I would have these nightmares that would wake me up. And I would be because one of our things that we would do is ride in the car. And we'd be riding in the car and her hair would be flowing. We'd listen to music and having a good time. And in the dream, I would look over and she wouldn't look like that. If I'm not going to get graphic. But I was like, you're not alive. You're not supposed to be here. And my medium told me that she was having trouble crossing over and that someone needed to tell her, look, you're not alive anymore. You need to go on. And when my grandson's father also was murdered 2 years after she was. The medium told me that she was helping him cross over and that he was going through that and that they worked together but not as a couple, but she was helping him grasp the concept that he wasn't on earth anymore. What do you think of that, Dazed?
Well, I was having some trouble too when my mother passed. My dad made sure that me and my two brothers got some of her ashes, and she's actually physically with me every day. That's my mom. And my dad was gracious enough to do that. My mom asked to be cremated, and I didn't understand that as well. But
right.
I didn't get it. For me, it wasn't closure, right? She wanted her ashes spread, and I felt like I was robbed of actually having somewhere to go and talk to her. My mom was my best friend. She was the one that I went to with everything, right? She helped me raise my kids. She was always there for me. And I was having trouble. I struggled with it for years and years. And at random moments, I'd be completely by myself and I would smell her perfume. Scared the crap out of me, right? Because I was
my son and I still buy that perfume so we can smell her from time to time. Yep, Ed Hardy. Yep.
But she apparently had enough of me grieving.
I had to interrupt there.
No, she apparently had an issue with me grieving her. So one night I had a dream, and I was running in a field, right? I was just running in some field, and I come up to a lady surrounded by a bunch of children, and she had each other's hands, or she had the little kids' hands, and they were playing Ring Around the Rosie. And as soon as I got there, my mom turned around, hands on her hips, just like she always would me. I mean, that's how she talked to me. She was a very patient woman. She says,
Right.
why are you grieving me? Let me go.
Right.
I'm happy.
Right.
I'm taking care of the little kids. And I do believe God will, for me, God did that so that I could let go. Because he'll talk to you whatever way he has to get through to you. Yeah, ever since then, I've not smelt your perfume anymore, and I'm okay with it, right? I'm okay, and it was just sometimes God will use a form, someone to talk to you that's in the most unlikely places, and sometimes he uses dreams. Just whatever you need to have closure.
Yeah. When it happened, this is what I hate about the whole process of death in America. They don't let you grieve right away. It's like you're in shock and you're like going through we need to make a decision about this and we need to make a decision about that and we need to know if what you're going to do about this. And it's like, I don't know. It's like you're in a whirlwind when someone passes. Do you feel that way?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
And
I handled everything.
I don't mean to sound ungrateful or anything, but this is something that I feel like Christians need to start doing, or just everybody needs to start doing again. Where's my fucking casserole? When people died in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and even 80s, they gathered around as a community and they said, okay, she can't feed these kids right now. She's a mess. Let's go take her a casserole. And I thought, I've got to get these kids ready for school. I've still got to do the day, and I can't. You don't feel like doing dishes and cooking when you're mourning and grieving someone like your own child. And I kept wondering, where's the fucking casserole? I remember growing up. Well, someone's died at the church. We've got to make potato salad. Well, someone's passed. We're going to take them this. No one brought us shit till I moved to Yadkin County, and I gave them this speech at church. And do better, people. What I'm saying?
You're right about that.
We're not caring for one another like we once did at all.
Right. In a point of fact, I had a certain friend group a week after my mother passed away that told me, you need to leave or get over it because you're just bringing the whole vibe down and we can't handle it. So you either grieve on your own or you just drop it. Yeah.
Some group
and
that
when
is.
You're grieving, and nowadays when you're grieving, they say, well, she's crazy.
What kind of group is that?
Well, she's crazy. I'm crazy because I've had a lot of trauma. Okay, well, if that's crazy, I own it.
Yeah,
Pete,
a little bit.
Stitch, exactly. What happened to those days when we would all gather and when there was a funeral, there was food. And days after, and when someone was sick, like my friend that just passed she literally had zero time to prepare. She was diagnosed, and within months, she's gone. A business owner with children, and it's like, we need to pitch in and give a fuck about each other. We're just so easily get her out of here. These are human beings that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, right? I mean, they were partying and I was sitting there and just being a gloomy Gus, and I should have not left the house, really. I shouldn't have, but I just, at the time, I thought I needed to be around people, right? I needed to be around someone or go crazy, and obviously
you have to do.
So.
Yeah,
it's different for everyone what you got to do,
Yeah.
When we used to go to church, I think that helped build a community, and now we're not actually going and filling pews. You know, it's not just to go worship the Lord, it's also to establish a relationship and fellowship. I feel like that's what we do here. We're fellowshipping, but we're absent the give a damn. You know, when something happens to one another, we're easily to say, well, this is just social media. Well, this is social media. This is how we socialize now. And it should have the same repercussions and the same importance as a real life relationship, because this is what we're stuck with now. This is how nobody goes to a club anymore. Nobody has friends over in a cookout anymore. We're here. So it should have the same amount of weight when it comes to importance of one another and humanity.
Yeah.
I hate it when I hear a creator go, well, it's just social media. It's just YouTube. We're people, goddammit. We're people in here. We're people. We're not bots. We're real living flesh and blood with emotion and trauma. People. We're not bots. I can't remember who's infamous for saying that. I think like a year ago, there was a creator that would say it all the time, and it would make me so mad. What do you mean this is just YouTube? YouTube is full of people, and YouTube starts with the word you. Who are you? Who are you? Because I'm being raw. This is me. This right here's me. I have nothing to hide. Right here. This is me. This is me. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. How we're so easily shrugged off. Like, you know, I'm just a number to you. I had a boss tell me one time. I said, my friend is wanting a raise, and she feels slighted because we're all making, you know, XYZ, and she went to college and she did the due diligence, and she's not paid what we are paid. Do you want to know what that boss said to me? He said, look, I can get someone to fill her shoes by noon. He said she agreed to a contract when she accepted that amount of money, when she said, yes, I'll take the job. She doesn't get to renegotiate that. I thought that sucked.
Yeah.
He saw us as a number.
Mm-hmm. I worked at a place like that once. I think that's why I like the job that I have now. It's because we are needed. We aren't just numbers. I think there's less than a handful of people that work there. Like we're all missed when we have a sick day. You know, the owner actually comes and talks to each and every one of us. The owner of the company. So I just and he helped me get my car. Like what owner would what owner of a business would actually do that? Like I'm paying him back for it, but he actually bought my car and I'm paying him back for it. So I mean, I just when I landed this job, I landed it the 11th of November, I think 2019. It was a birthday present, right? And that's the way what I felt, because I went in for my interview on my birthday on the November 5th and got the job on the 11th. I started out in a different department. I was folding at the time, and that's not what I applied for. I applied for a machine operator, and they had already hired somebody for that, but they created a position for me, and eventually the one that they hired for the machine didn't work out, and I actually got on a machine, and I'm absolutely grateful. I love it there, and I know that I'm supposed to be there. You know, barring the people, because I can always put my headphones in and just shut everybody out and do my work. But I love it there, even with all the drama that goes on, because you know you get a bunch of women together, they handpick each other. They always do. But barring all the drama, I love it there. I've never ever worked at a place that I actually liked going to every morning, except this place. Yeah.
Now, see, I felt that way about this particular job I had. I wanted her, because she was my best friend at the time, I wanted her to be excited about where we worked too. And it was sort of a Debbie Downer when it was like, I'm excited and I'm doing XYZ, but she didn't get to. And I felt bad for her, empathy. I felt empathy, and did whatever I could to share my prospers with her. But at that particular job, it was like forever changing, and it was a little bit of sales, a little bit of marketing, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. So it was exciting to go to every day, and I wanted to be there every day. But you were just a number, unfortunately. I just had to like put that out of my head and realize, I've got an opportunity of a lifetime, and I'm going to savor every moment of it while I'm here. And I did.
Right.
I do think that sometimes people are ungrateful for what they do have, and they shouldn't compare, because he told me, the boss said, y'all should not be talking salaries anyway. That's against policy.
Right.
And it's against policy for this reason, because it stirs up, what is the word where you don't have a good morale? You have like low morale. It makes everybody have, oh, I don't want to go, there's no incentive.
Yes, and it makes for a very antagonistic atmosphere.
Right.
Very just, we don't.
But we post jobs in the break room, and it says, this is how much. It's going to be like, okay, well, now I know how much she makes, right? It's kind of stupid for them to say that, and yet they post when a job comes open, oh, it's going to be $35K. Oh, so that's what Sally makes?
I never talked about it. People always ask me what I made. I don't talk about no way. No way.
Right, Catlin. Yeah, where are those days where we all got together and helped each other grieve? And, see, okay, she's in shambles. Let me pick up the laundry for her. Let me, take out her trash for her. I do that because that's how I was raised. But when I see other people, it seems like we've grown to such a selfish, self-centered, egocentric, pompous, arrogant fucking society. And it's like, wake up, people. We need one another. Don't just discount this because we're on the internet. Don't discount people's emotions and feelings and rawness. Oh, well, it's just the internet. That's like saying, oh, well, that was just a phone call. Because it's the same process. It's a phone line. Oh, that was just a phone call. We were just talking on the phone. She don't mean nothing. Well, I'm here to tell you, each and every one of you guys means something to me. And when they said over on somebody's panel, throwing the word love around, because I feel it. I feel deep. I do love you guys because you've been here for me during this process I'm going through. I mean it when I say it.
Same. I appreciate everybody that comes to my channel as well. I never thought it would grow as big as it has, and I'm grateful that it has. I don't take it for granted because it's been 2 years. And I like singing, and I like talking about the Bible, and so why not, and it is a hobby, right? I come on here and it's a hobby. I get to hang out because I've got work that pays bills.
Right.
But I appreciate people taking the time out to actually come and,
Absolutely.
listen.
And spend hours with us.
Yeah.
How do you spend hours with people and not feel something toward them and not worry, are they okay? Because even though they're over at the stand, I still peek and see if they're okay. They might be throwing hate my way, but that's all fabricated, and I know that. I know who the people that I really cared about were on the inside. Take, for instance, Donna, very sweet woman, is just being influenced over there, and she really thinks I'm being influenced over here. But as human to human, I worry, is she okay?
Yep.
Isn't that what separates us from the animals? We have memories and we have feelings. I feel like we're civilized society, if you are XYZ, and if you act like a rampant animal and, come up on my panel and like that, I'm not going to let you come up here because you're not being civilized. I run a civilized channel. Go act like an animal out there in the Conga. But this right here is a civilized society. I was taught right. When I was coming up, they had all kinds of videos for us to watch on why you should have good grooming, why you should have good hygiene, why it was important to, have somewhat of civilization when you go out to eat, why you should dress neatly. And it's important to be civilized that those things happen. Otherwise, you're just an animal licking your ass.
Right.
Thanks for letting me vent, y'all. Just a lot of things on my mind this morning.
In the bowl.
And you know what?
I'm glad you feel that way, Vicky.
That's
how I feel. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I've discovered a whole new community, right? There's a whole karaoke community that I had no clue was out there. And I feel so blessed to even have found these people because I get to sing more than one day a week. Woohoo!
And what's so great about your channel is what I hope I'm building here, from watching you. I want them to feel like they have a voice here. You don't get to come up and act like a wild animal, but I do want you to have a voice here, whoever you are, whatever side you're on, if there's a side. And I also want it to be calm, collected, and where we can, fellowship. I know I keep using that word, but fellowship, I guess, is what I'm missing more than anything from having a community, and this is the next thing to it. And like I said, it is a telephone line. What's the difference?
Right.
Gypsy?
Huh?
I'm just making sure you can hear me. I didn't know if I was in the bunghole still.
Can you hear us?
Oh, yeah, I've been hearing fine.
Okay,
just checking.
When I got diagnosed, the day I told my best friend was the last day I spoke to her. Been 3 years now, not a text or a call. Wow.
Well, that's lame.
Very sorry. Can I just put a little thing in there and hope that helps you? It may not be the case in your case. I had someone tell me sometimes they don't contact you and they stay away from you because they have done something to you, or it is an issue within them. It may not have anything to do with you. Like, let's just say my girlfriend who was dying of cancer, it was so hard for me to even grasp that she wasn't going to be around. I couldn't be around her. I ran. She would come visit me and I would go get in the car and say, I got to go somewhere. I got to go. It was too fucking painful. That yet another person that I felt as a sister, it felt like I was losing another damn sister. And it was just, and I know that like her daughter was best friends with my daughter and she's going through health problems right now. And I had to reach out to her and say, the reason it was just so painful to be around her knowing she was going to pass. I didn't want to be there if she was going to do that in my arms, Not because I didn't love her, but because I didn't think that I was strong enough to handle it.
Right.
Rabbit, you can come up if you feel misunderstood. I don't want to understand anybody. Somebody at my door. Here's somebody knocking. I want to ask y'all something off topic, completely off topic. How does AB play a song like the Beatles right in midstream and he's monetized? And if I wanted to play Elton John right now, they would shut me down.
This is what I don't
tried
get.
it. He was getting cash apps and everything, so I know he's monetized. How did he do that?
I don't
Right
get
in the
it.
middle
So
of
many
the
channels
screen,
do it.
he played Band on the Run.
Well, they may take the AdSense for that particular song or for that particular segment. I don't know. I know that they do that with me. They take the AdSense and give it to the creator of the song if there's a copyright claim.
Good morning, Rylet.
Not the super chats or stickers, just the song. The
Yeah.
AdSense,
morning.
right? That's
When
what I've
I
heard.
tried to do
Hello,
it, they
Reddit.
literally shut my live down. Like I was playing, I can't
Really?
remember what it was. Do you remember that? It was just last week I was
I've
trying to
seen
play a song.
some people like you that happens, and I've seen others like Team Rose play music off the radio and nothing happens. So I'm curious too what the deal is.
Yeah. We're going to
If
let Rabbit talk because I feel like I've
Sure.
misunderstood her, and I definitely want everyone to have a place to come and speak.
I don't want to derail, because you guys, I've been playing catch up, but you guys have been, into some pretty serious
It
topics.
keeps getting deep
Uh,
and changing, yeah.
Yeah, so, but just kind of backing up a little bit. The comment that was made in Queen Bee's, the chat was flying the other day, and you had said something like, I'm paraphrasing here, but I'm sure you'll remember, something to the effect of Constance needing a mental health check. And I think it was the check on the end that stood out to me like, oh God, are we doing that? You know what I mean? And I think maybe that was the misunderstanding.
Oh, okay, I get what you mean.
Do you know what I mean? Because I was like,
Yes.
God, can we not do that?
You
Oh,
thought there was going to be a knock at the door.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're the type
That's
of
what that
person that would do
means.
that. You know what I
That's
mean?
what that means to me too. So if I read that and saw that, I would think probably that too. If I get what you're saying, yeah.
Evidently, my mic's too loud. This is a new mic, so I can see where that could be possible. Let's see if I can do it.
It
Is that a
doesn't
little
sound
better?
loud to me. Is it loud to people? Oh, I see.
Yeah.
it doesn't sound loud to me, it did when you first.
I don't know. Maybe everybody else could use their volume button. I guess everybody's
I
got
have
one.
all these buttons on this new soundboard here. Let me see if I can. I got
I'll
mic
talk.
all the way
I'll talk
up. Let me
lower.
see. I can turn it down. Hold on a minute. Okay, now try it.
Well, it's
Okay.
not like
See
Mama
if that's
D's
better.
mics.
Is that better, y'all?
I'm sure it's fine.
I think that's fine.
But yeah, I think that was the misconception there, because I think anytime that's said, and I hate that we all have to be so very adamant about being careful with every word we speak, because you know how it is, right? Things get
Yes.
totally taken out of context. So I get that, and I see Southern Girl in the chat, and she did have a live the other day. I didn't even know she had it, and once it was brought to my attention, I just did not know what to say. Just a lot of things that were said that were very strange to me. But she can explain that if she chooses to, or just leave it where it is. But I guess it was kind of a shock to see her just roll up in chat after all the crazy stuff she said. I was like, huh, that math ain't mathing.
I don't know what she said. I guess I must have missed it. Do you want to tell us what was said?
You may not remember, because I know we're all in so many chats, but
right.
it was the Constant Spew live. It was 9 days ago, about a week and a couple of days, and you were in that chat commenting, but I don't think that you maybe not remember, right? Because there's so much said all the time, it's hard to keep track of all of it. But yeah, just absolutely said channel was stagnant, that I was attacked at speakeasies, sorry not sorry, that made her laugh, that made her happy, that I was a fake, that I shouldn't have said anything I said over that 4-day time span when I was like spilling my soul. It's just, I guess I'm confused why if I say something
you want me? Let me put this up here. She's
yeah.
at work, so she can't come on panel. But she
said, I said your
to...
channel is stagnant. Never used that word before. You can go to her live. It's right there. I'm not, you don't have to. I'm not trying to say, oh, go watch it. But yeah, absolutely. The word stagnant, possibly even twice it was said 100,000,000%. Why would I make that up? It just doesn't make sense. And I know a lot of stuff is for views and stuff, right? I get it. You can just, Southern Girl, you can go back on your own live. I mean, it's the Constant Spew live, starting at about 30 minutes in, I think, something like that. just really confusing stuff that you said for you to show up in the chat. I was like, wow, okay, all righty then. But you can go listen to it yourself. I'm not gonna. There's receipts, I guess you call it. But yeah, it was just saying that it was uncalled for. It's like I feel like everybody can get on here and say the craziest shit on earth. But the minute I say something that I'm thinking or I'm feeling, it's twisted and it's turned into I'm attacking people, and it's just very, very blown out of proportion. And I think that happens a lot here. It's very dramatic. I know that word's overused too, but it's the true definition of just being overly dramatic. You know what I mean?
I understand that.
And
I feel like I'm going through similar issues in my life as Constance. And so as 50 plus woman who has children that's passed, and then those children that I've moved out, I feel what she's going through, and I feel like it would help her to get third party off here with no dog in the fight, someone to just talk to, and maybe a man that could give her a male's point of view of maybe, what's happening with her son, that might relieve some stress in her life and things wouldn't be so emotional for her here. That's all I'm saying. And when people have gone to counseling, especially myself, it's kept me from myself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it. I guess, and I'm not here to white knight. I'm just saying that's where that came from. I think I think that she's doing what she's pretty much always done. And yeah, a flip flop emoji would be good, because let me tell you something. One thing I've never done is flip nor flopped. I have stayed dead center between the yellow lines the entire time I've been here. I think people are under the impression that just because you hang out in their chat, that means you have locked arms with them in their missions, and that's just not the way it is. And that's not a me problem, right? That's a community problem, because that's I'm here for me, period. That's it. And do I enjoy talking to a lot of different people? Absolutely, I do. I don't get in people's business or get in their way per se. I'm one of the least confrontational people on here by choice. But when my words that is something that's coming from a place of honesty and my soul, and somebody will take that, or multiple people take that and absolutely misconstrue it to turn it into some kind of weapon to use against me, like I'm the bad guy, then yeah, I have an issue with that. I take a big issue with that. No, I just
do you think that you're seen as a bad guy, or do you think that people just don't agree with you? Because I don't really think anybody thinks you're a bad guy. People still respect you in the community. I think it's just a difference in opinions.
I mean, I
guess I haven't seen anyone really attacking you, though.
No, I wouldn't use the word attack. Absolutely not. I think that word's overused too. But I would say that my words have been absolutely twisted and turned. And then, Southern Girl actually used the words. She used the word, that's what pissed her off. I did this the wrong way, and I shouldn't have done this and should have done that.
But we're going to say things. But we're going to say things that are controversial, that are ironic, that are going to provoke. That's the whole purpose of being a content creator. So we know people are not going to always agree with us,
True, but that's only the content for people that want to provoke people. I'm not here to provoke negative things,
not on purpose, but just because, like me saying I don't want my daughter cremated, I mean, that might provoke someone. Like when my tarot reading provoked people, that's what I mean. Not on purpose, just because of our personalities, it might provoke people.
Would you find it strange if somebody said that you were a fake, that you only spoke about your true feelings to get views, that your channel is stagnant, that you're pissed off?
I've been told all that.
Okay, okay, sure. That's what I'm saying. So when they come in your chat like, hey, everybody, it doesn't run through your mind like, huh?
You know what Ernie told me when I went to him about that? And see, that's what I miss about Ernie. Ernie said, look, he said, people are going to say things like that to you. And he said, that's going to motivate you to do better. It should create a challenge. It should create a challenge for you. Huh?
But a challenge for what? What to do better at what? To not express my feelings when I feel them? I should just suppress it. And to be fake to me is whenever you don't
No,
say
I
what
meant,
you're
I
really
guess I
feeling.
meant about the stagnant part. Do what?
I think it would be fake for me to not say how I feel just because the delivery wasn't the way somebody else would have chosen. Or I guess it seems to all be okay as long as I am lockstep with, or it seems like I am, with what a particular group feels about other people and
Oh,
everything,
okay.
right? It's only okay when you're doing that because I've seen it too many times, and it's unfortunate on here. One person can say, "Hey, we're not in favor of this person," and I'm telling you, it turns into a school of fish. You've seen it. You've had to have seen it. You're a smart
Yeah.
woman.
Let's see. White Rabbit, people were taken by surprise. Surprise can create emotion in people that you weren't expecting. You can't control how others take your words based on how you intend. This is Manchester Vicky. I got
Yeah,
a
I can
bunch of
understand
comments
that.
up here. I'm trying to get to you all, guys. Sorry, I'm way behind. So nope, I was always said I enjoyed Rabbit. I do think I said I felt she was fake. Then I definitely do think I said that about that day, as I felt you had feelings that you had held back. I'm not
Okay,
sure
well,
what that.
I think there's a huge difference in somebody slowly coming to realizations, and I can have two feelings at once, right? I can actually like
Mm-hmm.
people, but not appreciate a lot of the behavior and want to remove myself from that. I think that
Okay.
I can feel more than one thing at one time without being fake. Do you know what I mean?
Okay. The way I see this is sort of like this. I'm going to use some analogies here. Do you remember Johnny Knoxville?
Absolutely.
Let's say Traders is Johnny Knoxville. And Johnny Knoxville was a hell of a lot of fun in the beginning. Then he started to get into trouble. And then it was like, yeah, I don't think I want to play with you anymore. It's kind of like that. Is that what you mean?
Wait, break
Like
that
when the
down to
prank
me.
when the pranks started to become where he was hurting people. Is that what you
Well, if
mean?
if what you're asking me is, yeah, yeah. I mean, I think there is a certain degree of things that I could accept and say, okay, that's funny. But then there
Right.
are
And so
hard,
then
fast
his inner
lines.
circle started to disband because he wouldn't calm the fuck down. Right.
Yeah, I guess you could compare it with that. And to answer the thing, yeah, I thought the songs were funny. What I don't think's funny is, a lot of the really crazy stuff, which I've made crystal clear, and that's what I want to remove myself from, in the hopes that maybe something would change. That if people really just adored me or liked me or
But
whatever
because
the
you're
claim
trying to
was.
grow and be a better you, right?
Well, yeah, certainly, I would hope so.
Yeah. Not because out of vendetta or ill intent or
Correct.
malicious,
Yes.
but because
Yes.
you're just trying to grow and be a better person before you get to God, right? That's kind of
Yeah,
how
I
I
think
feel
I think
too.
that's a fair assessment.
I
Yeah.
feel I feel like I'm a spectator to the fuckery, but I'm not going to partake in it.
1 second, y'all.
Okay. Southern Girl says, I will absolutely admit on that live I said I felt you were fake. That was my feelings at that time because all of a sudden you came out with it. I did say that. I felt it. Okay, so it sounds like people were surprised that you were opening up. Is that what I'm reading here in all these comments? Y'all were taken aback? Is that what it is? Speakeasy is happy with all of this breakup going on. Listen, well, he's just another
And
fish in our pond, guys. Y'all put too much emphasis on one creator sometimes.
something that stood out to me also, during Southern Girls, obviously said, "Poor Anissa." I wonder what Anissa think. Like, why would Anissa think anything? You know what I mean? It's like almost trying to stir something that's not there to stir.
I'm so behind on these comments. Let's see what's this one. I think people say things out of the heat of the moment. I don't think it should be held over someone's head. As Sandy said something up here, she's always very good at so much is lost in translation. See, this is where I felt like I took what Rabbit said and it got lost in translation and twisted. Then some do it deliberately and everything stays so activated all the time. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, and when Manchester Vicky says people were taken aback, so I guess they were surprised at this at you opening up. Is that something that you had not done before?
No.
Although it was said over and over that this is my MO. No, I had not.
I have to say this to you all. We must love each other and unite. Love deeply and forgive quickly. Love you, Gypsy and chat. We're going to have a beautiful life. I hope you're right, Stiggy, because I'm banking on you. I've got all my money on the table on you. I
Southern girl,
hope
maybe
you're
we should
right.
ask Anissa. Maybe we should ask Anissa how she feels. You're assuming.
You always have been neutral, Rabbit, but on the Freedom Live, you said some stuff, and then you did another live. I said I liked you until I heard that and felt you went about it wrong. It was a bash party.
What part was bashing though? I said that I was not gonna be part of anything that had to do with the craziness that had been going on. Like pointed out to me, so I know exactly what you're talking about. Southern girls saying that Anissa, she believed Anissa felt the same way. Like poor Anissa, because I came out and said the things that I said, how I felt about the whole situation. So that's kind of confusing to me.
Okay,
Lulu says, "My name is Jackass. Welcome." Yeah, yeah, that's right, Tracy. Come on, you mean everybody doesn't have to like everybody, but we should be kind to. Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
I feel like I've
I just,
always
I've
been
had,
had a level of
I've
respect that I
right.
haven't received in return.
You feel like you're
Gypsy.
not receiving the same respect since you said I don't want to mess with the fuckery. You feel like people
Oh
have
yeah, absolutely.
shunned you.
And it's not so much the shunning, right? That if you want to talk about an MO, let's be honest, that is the MO, right? You got a particular group of people that one person says, "We are offended," and then the whole school of fish is offended. So that was nothing surprising or new, right? But I
Right.
guess just the twisting of my words. I didn't like that. I didn't like people using the word attacked. That's a pretty big thing to say about somebody.
Anybody else want to
Gypsy.
come up? And
Um,
what?
Gypsy, can you hear me?
Yes,
Oh, okay, good. Um, I just
my
wanted
internet's
to. I
lagging. I'm
came up.
sorry.
That's okay. I came up because Vilomah. Before, when you were talking about grief, Vilomah.
Yes,
I asked her to see if maybe it would be okay if she could come up and maybe talk to you and some of the people in chat who don't understand how to handle grief and how to handle someone who's going through grief.
that would be awesome.
Um, i- she'll do that if you drop a link for her.
Okay. With E squared's passing yesterday, it triggers a lot of oh shit, we don't have much more time left ourselves, right? My internet sucks so bad today. It's storming real bad here in North Carolina, so I apologize. It's lagging.
It absolutely brought it into perspective for me. That's why I choose to be kind on the internet. I can't help it. I have to be. We all struggle, every one of us.
Well, I didn't come here to have fun, to be honest with you. When I came to start my own channel. I want to leave something so that my grandkids and people after me feel like they know me.
Right, and I'm the exact opposite. I just came here to have fun. So
Did she fall off?
I think she wanted Vilomah to
Marie?
come up.
Okay.
She's
I
not
just
here
didn't see
anymore.
her.
Did you mean to drop off there? There's a couple of links there. Anybody can come up. Come on, come on.
Come on, a
Right?
panel.
You know, every time I make like a jib jab or something like that, I say to myself, is this person going to get mad at this? Will they laugh like I laugh? And if I don't think that they're going to laugh with me, I don't do it. And then I'm like, you know, even after I do it, I'm like, hey, if you want me to take this down, I will. And the weirdest thing, I've gotten 2 people caught smoking something like crack. They didn't want that taken down. They wanted something else taken down. I'm like,
Yeah, you did.
really?
You did get
I'm
that.
like, okay, whatever. Remember? It's like you don't want the other one? Okay. Hey, how are you, Vilomah?
I'm good. How are you?
Try to mute out because of my dog. Hi, Vilomah.
Hey,
Hey.
waiting on my second cup of coffee.
I know, right? I was about to go down and get some. I was like, what the heck's going on? I've been unplugged from YouTube for the most part the last few days, but Lee sent me a message. And so I thought I would pop up and say, what the heck's going on?
Yeah, a whole lot. I got kind of deep here for a minute. But you know, sometimes it needs to, right? So that we can improve as individuals and grow as you know, when they say flip flop, I don't feel like I flipped or flopped because I feel like we're still one great big huge community. And I feel like that every time someone new tries to come in and they're like, what's going on? And then they're like, oh, I'm not going to be a part of this. And they're here months later. It's like, I thought you said you weren't going to be a part of it. We are great people. You know, we're going to have bad days and we're going to have, you know, shit storms. But for the most part, we are all pretty good people.
Yeah. My personal opinion, I sit back and I watch a lot before I ever chat anywhere. Not just because of like the content creator of the channel, but I don't like the term flip flop. I really don't. I think we all come in with our own like standards, so to speak, or what we believe is right or what we believe is doing good or not doing good. And we want to associate with people that are like-minded. But to an extent, it's on this platform, it takes something to make a good person kind of start doing something crappy or what other people would consider crappy. And I think life experiences determine what's shitty and what's not shitty. So for me personally, I hate the word flip flop because we don't flip and we don't flop. We're not fish. We're not animals. We're humans. And so we may be cool with, we may understand why someone acts or reacts the way that they do because we know that person. And we may not understand why people are outraged by it because they don't know that person. We can figure all of that stuff out. And we don't even have to participate in whatever the heck is going on to be associated with it. And so for me personally, if like people are, I'm gonna use all this what the whole internet's blowing up about right now. Like I can understand why people have reacted the way that they've reacted because from the very beginning they didn't come in. I don't think anybody comes into any community with nefarious intention. I think they come in for a reason. Sometimes it's because of pain and suffering in their own life. Sometimes it's just to reach out to other people. Sometimes it's for socializing, like the whole lockdowns brought a lot of people here. And
that's
we're
definitely
invested.
Part of mine. All those
like,
for me. We
get invested in other people. Sometimes we're disappointed. Sometimes we're proud. But it's really no different than real life. It's no different than our real friends in real life that have, like, I'll tell you, for me personally, one of my closest friends during the lockdowns wasn't so honorable to her husband. And she was one of my closest friends forever and ever and ever. And I knew that crap. I know you're guilty by association, other people's behaviors can make you look bad, that kind of thing. And I had a long talk with her and was like, listen, just do it the right way. Like, tell them what the heck's going on. If you don't want to be married, don't be married. But like, the stuff's kind of crazy. And I
Yeah.
don't want to be associated with it. And I backed away from her. We do that on the internet all the time. But because we're still in a chat, which is why I don't, when there's a lot of drama with my name in it, I won't chat in someone's chat because I don't want to bring all that crap there. But
Yeah.
I think it's no different. We're just more criticized because there's less of us here. Our names don't blend in as easy, and people are way up in their emotions and they get too crazy about it. And then we get put in these positions of choosing sides when we don't want to choose sides. We want to choose good or bad, right or wrong, or what we understand. And I think when people try to drag us into the middle and say you must choose, I'm going to rip your arms off if you don't. I walk away from that too. I back away from that crap too. I want nothing to do with it. And the more someone tries to make me choose, the more I want to do the opposite of what they demand of me because, like, heck out of
That's
here with that.
me.
I'm grown.
I'm a rebel. I am the same way. If you tell me not to do something, I will do it.
My
Same.
daddy said, don't climb that tree. I had my butt in it every day until I got spanked.
I'll show
And then climb the tree
you. That's
again.
right. That's right.
Yes.
I'll show you.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, I'm that
That's
way
my take on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we want to be friends with somebody, we don't owe other people explanations for that. And if we want to support a channel, we don't owe other people explanations for that. If people are upset because of something we're saying or doing, and they're not affording us the opportunity to explain to them why we said or did that, meaning somebody that we care about, a friend, someone that we've also been invested in, if they don't offer you that explanation, they're not really your friend. And maybe they're there for numbers. They're not there for, actual support of you. What's different on the internet is that we don't have facial expressions, body language. We just have a voice behind an
I go
avatar.
on camera. That is exactly why I go
Me too.
on camera, and I try to promote it because
Me
it's
too.
so important. And for me, I'm visual. I was from the MTV generation. I was born in 1970, so I'm very visual. And I can't imagine that, I finally got a TV show, for lack of a better term, and I'm not on it. Like right now. It's just weird to me.
Yeah, I do camera too because I think that facial expressions, body language, I think putting a face to a name can sometimes be beneficial as far as your sincerity or not, But I understand also this place is nasty.
But the way people act, you can see why some choose not to, because you see
high
some people that
was
do, what happens
nasty.
to them.
But high
This ain't
school
like
was
high school.
nasty. If
Well,
that's
kind of,
the
in some
reason
ways.
why you don't go on camera, please go on camera, because they're not going to say anything that they didn't already say to you in high school. As far as I'm concerned, I thought,
I'm pretty
this
sure
is
they will.
it. This is as bad as it gets. Okay, well, I can handle it. I mean, Jimbo's got stickers of me over there where my chin looks all big and everything.
Yeah.
And it's, to me, it's almost like a compliment. He finally recognized who the fuck I was in his chat.
I think the only thing different about that is the nastiest of nasty people will search you out off the platform, and then they use like your children, your grandchildren,
right, exactly,
siblings, that kind of thing. So I get why some people want anonymity for protection.
You see it happening all the time.
Yeah. And sometimes it's not because you did anything.
Let's talk about that. So it kills people's anxiety. I don't like prefabbed fear. I've already got PTSD. Right. So prefab fear to me is just I roll at it. What is the absolute worst they can do with information on your children? What are they going to do? Make a meme? What are they going to do? A sticker? I mean, seriously, if you really want to Google somebody, I can find anybody by just Google. I mean, everybody is on social media some damn where. Everybody is. And so to me, it's sort of like a delusion that you can be hidden in 2023.
I don't think it's so much what the physical things people really think somebody's going to do to them. I think that's overplayed on here. But I do think I do think it's a common respect. You know, you don't want your children's pictures shared amongst strangers or your home or your family members or any of that. It's very
That's already
intrusive,
happened
right?
on Facebook, though. Let's see, I joined
But
Facebook
not,
when it first
come
hit
on,
in
not like this.
2008. You
Not
don't
like
think
this.
No,
so?
I've had
So,
I've
well,
had
tell
Absolutely
me.
my
not.
That's
I've
why
been
I'm asking.
threatened.
I don't know. What will they do?
I've been
What do you
threatened
mean?
that
What will
people
they
were
How
going to
is
do?
use
YouTube
my
different?
I've been threatened that people were going to use my child's picture as their avatar, and you can see that there was somebody in here that with another person's avatar that does that, but that's another YouTuber. But I'm not willing to have my son as someone's avatar because that's fucked up.
Yeah,
It's Vilomah, and then Rabbit, and then Sarah. They were asking who was talking. Sorry.
I'm Sarah.
I can
and it's
hide
like I
the
think
comment here so they can see who's on.
I think everybody would agree that it's unnecessary, and it's just it's a boundary you just as a human being you don't cross. But you know, of course, I can agree with, okay, well, what's the harm in it really? Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
because my
to
kids
everybody,
were in, and then my
Mental
daughter's
anguish.
murdered. They're all in the paper. There was
right?
no
Mental
But
way I
can
would have
cause further.
got us.
I think it doesn't matter to anybody until it's the person that's happening to. Do you know what I mean?
Some
True.
people's lives have
Yeah,
been
that's
put in
true.
danger.
And that, yeah, I mean, yeah, we could look at that too. I mean, we've had many instances that people have been, you know, crying out, "Oh gosh, you know, this person's life in danger." This person, you just don't know. You don't know who you're exposing, and really, just think about it in a very simple way. I mean, why would anybody ever make fun of anybody's kids or threaten CPS on people's children or any of that stuff that has to do with kids? That's a power
Mental
play, right?
warfare. Mental warfare.
That's
And
all
mine
it
would
is.
Well, that's histrionic personality disorder. I have a sister like that who's deceased, and she put us all through that.
and mine is my children did not ask, my children or grandchildren did not ask for me to go online, so they should
No,
not
it's
have to
sacred.
suffer the repercussions of me
Sure.
doing
Exactly.
lives, right? That's
Agreed.
what I think.
Some of us don't go there, but some do.
Can I show you?
Absolutely.
Can I show you a real life example of why I think
Oh
it's okay
yeah.
for some people in conversation? Just can I show you? Can I do a share screen and show you?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, I popped it in the back. That is mine. I put it up. I just want to give you an example of why I learned this a few months ago. It's in the back area, if you'd allow it on. Okay,
Yeah, I'm adding it. It's just slow as shit today. I'm sorry. It's
I'm in West
storming, so
Virginia.
my internet's crap.
Mine
You're in
too.
West Virginia. I'm in North
Mhm.
Kakalaki.
Yeah. Would you mind taking the
Yeah, I'm
comment
gonna
down so I can show
I'm gonna
you?
hide this comment real quick.
So the person
Does
that
anybody else have trouble with StreamYard lagging?
Mhm.
Does anybody
When
have
the
that
weather's
trouble?
bad, yeah.
Yes, it's a glitch.
So there's no update I can do to fix it. It's just StreamYard.
I think it's
See, like I've already
updating right
clicked
now.
hide current comment and it's not doing it.
Oh, okay, yours must be updating now. So the person that I've had an issue with for quite some time on the platform, this guy found her, and because she's known for doxing, he does these streams where he pretends like he is live streaming with people. So he'll say that he's live streaming with one of the people, and he'll show a few minutes here or there of and it's like this right here, like this one right here where it's got someone in the background. See how it says she was on my live streaming with me? That's not the case.
Yes.
There's like a projector. Well, let me show you. Some people think that he's mentally off. Other people think that he's got issues with children. Let me show you a playlist. Playlist is titled Moms. And so when you click on the let me go back. When you click on the playlist,
moderate to severe eczema,
you can see breastfeeding method, naked charity calendar, 5-year-old needs a job before getting married. You can see that he has an obsession with breastfeeding mothers. So women that are breastfeeding methods, or talking about breastfeeding, A lot of these are from other countries, but he saves them to a playlist. He's got anytime somebody has their children on camera, he catches it on a live stream. He records it through StreamYards and then uploads it as if he is actually live streaming with that person. So when I learned that he's not the only person out here like this, but that there are a lot of people that do this kind of thing, and you'll notice that he subscribes to a lot of women's channels. There's a lot of women like in various different communities that he used to have on here. I've reported this channel at least a dozen times. I contacted people that I knew that he had videos with. This is one of the reasons once I figured this out, I was like, okay, I understand why some people want to remain anonymous.
Freak.
Because of stuff like that.
Like anyone in the entertainment industry, you sort of expect that kind of thing. And in the entertainment industry, if that's what you come from, the genre you come from, you're used to the people popping in your DM and you know, those that sub up to you that you might go and unsub them and then block them.
Mm-hmm.
And so with those things in mind, I guess what I'm asking is how I mean, I've had stalkers in my life and that sort of thing, several. But like when they say, you know, your address and that sort of thing, to me that's silly because it's in Google. If you vote, it's there. If you vote, it's there. And if you have a public address, it's there, just like in the phone book. So it
It's
just
the
seems sort of
implication.
like
It's the intent, though.
It's the implication and the intent, though.
It's being naive, saying that it's just sort of exaggerated. Am I being
felt that way
naive?
too, Gypsy.
Well, there's
felt
some
that way
people.
too, but
There's some people
now.
that don't know that. There's some people
know,
that don't know that.
There's plenty of
And
people on here that haven't shared anything about their private life, their family, their job, anything. Right? They've even lied about it just to throw people off, so they don't have to deal with that. You know, and they have every right to. That's why I don't hold people's feet to the fire if they don't tell the 100% truth. It's not my business to know their life unless they want to share it. Yes, and it's very intrusive, right? It's like you would want
I just felt like
window.
I just felt like we were taught to be very scared, and so like me and Sarah were like, ooh, you know, when we were wanting to leave Tigers and step out to something else, and it just felt like it was prefabbed to totally scare us like that, you know. And now we're out and about, and it's like, oh, well, there was nothing to be scared of.
Sure, I think once you go through it and snap out of that, yeah.
Can you highlight Callie Lope's comment, please? I don't know how to say the name. Callie Lope or Callie Lope, the comment.
Calliope?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
No, well, I said Calliope at first. I think it's Calliope, but I guess it's either or.
Okay, which comment? This one?
That one, yes. That's not acceptable at all.
Absolutely not.
At all,
ever. No. Yeah, that's a perfect example of absolutely not. Even if everybody on Facebook already knows who, you know, if you have an abuser or stalker, and let's say everybody in your town knows, your whole family knows, etc., to bring that to a platform of strangers, it's intrusive and it strips you and belittles you and makes you feel very small, I imagine, and it's not right. Either way you slice it.
And not knowing what mental disorders others are suffering from and what you've just done to them, the psychological terror with the intent you're doing, you know. And some people have had to hide and leave the platform out of fear, and nobody knows what disorders people have, what psychological stuff they got going on, what that could do to them as a result of that.
Hey, Peach.
Hi, good Sunday morning, ladies and Miss Vilomah.
Well, hey, Peachy, is that you?
No, it's the devil.
I couldn't see your face. I thought it was you. I had to click my comments off.
Oh, shoot, it's Sunday. I better not say I'm the devil on a Sunday.
Yeah, don't
That's
do
why
that.
I got dazed up here.
Yeah, no.
I'm repenting.
I just came up for a quick second to ask Vilomah a question, and then I'm gonna hop down.
What is it, girl?
So this is just for Vilomah. You remember when we had the conversation about how awful I was spoken to from a certain male creator?
Yes. Yes.
Would you have sat in that chat
No.
regardless if you knew the person he was talking about or not?
Absolutely not. Under any
All right.
circumstance. No. Never.
That's all I needed to ask you. Thank you, Vilomah. Love you.
Love you too.
Bye, ladies.
Absolutely not.
Good policy. So
Bye.
that means if you're in a chat and somebody's talking really ill of somebody else, everybody should just leave, right? Is that
No.
the blanket statement we're making here?
No, she wasn't in the chat. She wasn't on the panel. Her photo was being used to sexualize her and body shame her and
times.
speak of her as a mother and as a wife, and then it projected onto her husband. She was not in the chat. She was not on the panel, and it was meant to hurt her. And so, no, I wouldn't stick around in any chat like that. That's not being judgmental. That's me saying I don't want want that environment.
I know
But
what she's referring to. You know,
yeah, it was
I'll peel the Band-Aid off, right? Because I was in Speakeasy's chat when that went on. I actually was working on my floor that day, looked up, and I did see him doing that. I wasn't chatting in that very moment. Now, she claims I was in there laughing, which is an absolute untruth. But of course, that wouldn't fit, right? That wouldn't fit the narrative. And to be honest with you, if I were to, by that logic, that would mean if I'm in a chat where anybody is being spoken on in a negative way, any woman, which I've seen in many chats, okay, and this is just pointing it out in general, it's a fact, then I should leave immediately, you know, by that idea.
that's something personal for me. That's something I'm intolerant about, and so it doesn't have to be. It could be any female. Look, I don't like Tiffany Marie. Everybody knows that. If he was using her photo like that, that's a bad example. If it were that, yeah, that's just a really bad example. She's done some pretty terrible, ugly things.
And I don't mean to cut you off, but narrative meaning that it's being perpetuated that I sat in that chat, and how dare I sit in that chat when he was showing that picture. I've sat in many chats that she has been in that horrendous things were being said about a lot of people, about their looks, about their families, etc. So, you know, I guess I should have left those chats too. I didn't. I'm a little bit of everywhere, and that's just the end of that. I make no apologies for that, nor will I.
I'm not. I want to tell this comment right here, if you don't mind me interrupting. I have noticed when that is happening, Roy, that it's almost like, you know, like when you're in school and you see the person that you're feuding with, and you don't really spout out until your buds get around, and then you're like, yeah. That's what that is almost like. Doesn't really spout off until Kemper comes up. And when Kemper comes up, then he's like, and then it's they fuel each other's energy that way. Do you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
I'm not saying you sat in a man's chat. It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. I mean, if somebody is being railed by the creator,
I was just answering
no,
the question about.
No, I know what you were saying. I'm just saying because I feel like by the standards of what you're saying, what you said wasn't allowed in your chat. You went there and sat through that crap. I sat through a lot of crap, truth be told. I don't want to start naming off creators, but I've sat in many chats where women were talked about horribly, men, right? Let's not discount the fact that men have been talked about horribly, called names, etc. I mean, that's kind of silly, isn't it? That's saying if you sat in a chat that you're agreeing with everything that's being done. Now, that I don't think that's altogether fair, is it? I mean, that's what you guys say is don't judge us as a group, judge us as an individual. Well, I mean, that would go for me too, right?
I'll sit in a chat when someone is going off, whatever you want to call it, dragging, like all of that kind of thing. When it gets to be when that person's not there and they're over sexualized in a very ugly way, using their photo, talking about them as a mother, talking about them as a wife, then throwing it onto their husband. Yeah, I check out for that.
Her. And how he eats her dash was a little too much. Yeah.
Even if I don't agree with everything that they're saying, even if you know they're calling them ugly, they're saying that they're, you know, they eat too much, like, or they need to eat more cheeseburgers or whatever. Like, that stuff happens everywhere.
It's a little different than
This,
you're a fat bitch, you know, like another chat.
yeah,
You know, someone
this
said that. That's
Or
a
a
specific,
little
whore
different.
or a slut. Like, they called us
right?
really.
That
It
stuff
made me.
is
It made
that
me
stuff's
laugh though.
everywhere.
But here's
It's only
the
Yeah.
because
deal.
I've been with abusive men my entire life until I met my husband that I'm like, yeah, okay.
Like, I'm
I,
not down for that type of stuff at all. You know what I
I'm
mean?
not
It's
either, but I'm used to
somebody
it. Doesn't really
No,
I
phase
I mean
me.
I've
care
I'm
set
about.
so sick
aside.
of
I've
damn
set chats.
misogyny bullshit.
So I've
I
set
think he
chats and
goes way
watched
too far.
people's homes, literal homes from Google be put on a screen. I mean, it don't get much worse than that, right? You're pinpointing somebody's actual home. I've seen people be turned into things that they're not. As far as my chat goes, my chat is totally different. I'm half blind. I'm not looking at everybody's profile picture. I'm just more worried about what people are actually saying in my chat.
Yeah.
And I think that goes on everywhere, right? I do the best that I can. If people don't want to be in my chat, look, unlike so many on here, I don't sit and count numbers.
If I could like add to that, I'd really depend on my mods. I hope you all know that the mods in here to keep chat clean and tight. And because when we get into a heated debate or discussion or defunk or whatever, it will just totally throw it off if we're constantly reading chat. So sometimes talk amongst yourselves while we entertain you up here and behave while you're over there. That's sort of like what how it can work harmoniously, you know?
Yeah,
I
and
right.
can't
Yeah,
read every
totally.
single damn chat. It will throw me
moderators
Exactly.
are
off.
super important. Lee Marie's the best moderator I've ever had, by the way.
Mods
And
are very important.
Go
I've
Lee.
actually had stuff on my I've had my YouTube playing in the background while I'm cleaning. I go in on to say hi, and then I'm go to do about my I go about my business, and I'm pretty sure that was what Rabbit was saying that she was doing. She wasn't physically in the chat. It was background noise. She wasn't really listening to it. It was just background noise.
Yeah,
Am
I
I
was
wrong?
there earlier because I enjoy being there, right? It's somebody new, it's something interesting, and I'm not going to make an apology for that because unlike everybody else, I don't go by this unwritten set of rules that you must go on at this time unless somebody else is on. That's another thing. I was accused, Gypsy, of going live
Yeah.
when you went live on purpose. That is the most I'm trying to do better here with my words. Ridiculous. We'll use that R word. Ridiculous thing I've ever
I'll
heard in my
tell you
life.
what the philosophy was behind that
That's
over at
hard.
the Tigers. Over at the Tigers, when we were all starting our new channel, Ernie suggested that we not go at the same time because we were sharing subs. There was only like 80 of us, and if we all went live at the same time, there'd only be 2 in each chat. He said just be cognizant of each other, however he said it in Ernie's words, to let them go live and we're all together. That way you don't miss each other's lives.
Yeah.
But I
There's
struggle
always
with
there's
that.
always
I
a
That
struggle
was
with
replay.
his
that because there's always
thinking.
someone live. I don't
There
really
is.
Yes.
There is.
fit
You
in
got to
many
get
because
in where
someone
you
else
fit
is
in,
always
right?
live.
Because we're subs too. We want to be there and watch you. And
Right.
it's kind of a bummer drag when, damn, I was live and they were live and I wanted to be there.
Can I add to
Sure.
that? Can I add to that what you
Yeah,
just said?
absolutely.
So when I first started my channel, I had the same conversation with somebody, and I learned. It took me about 3 months to figure this out. That okay, so obviously, when we support one another, we don't want to be live when they're live. We want to be in their chat, supporting them,
Right.
hearing what they have to say. Right. I
Yeah, because
also
we're
learned.
fans.
Right. We support them and we want to be supportive of them and we want to hear what they have to say. And here's what else I learned though. There are some creators that will band up with a group of people to keep the narrative running, so to speak. It's called pass the chat method. And there are some groups of content creators that are also subs to one another. And so for me personally, like, okay, when people started coming to me saying, like, the Mean Girls are so bad, they're so mean, they do all this real life stuff, they're all Nicolina, all this stuff that was going on, right? I thought,
Yeah.
if I can't really call myself an independent thinker if I'm not gonna see both sides of a situation. And so
Right.
I
That
went
That's
to the
happened to
other
me and
important.
side.
Sarah.
Yeah.
That happened to
So
me and Sarah.
That's how I
larger
make my
people
choices.
exactly. So some people can spin the narrative and keep it running and pound it into the heads of people that are not independent thinkers by doing that, by saying make sure nobody else is live when you go live and this and that and whatever. And so I went to the other side and I listened to several of those recent streams and several, God forbid, I felt like I lost a shit ton of brain cells because it's just repeated
Exactly.
crap. But and then I formed my own opinion and was like, listen, you can't point the blame at one person or at one group of people when the people that you're fiercely supporting are doing the same thing. And so dissonance or cognitive thinking or independent thinking, you kind of have to see both sides of it in order to form your own opinion. That past the chat stuff, I like to be respectful of the people that I support, but you can't
The
always
fairest
do it.
opinion. The fairest
Like,
opinion, I
take for
agree. I try to
instance,
take myself
But
out of both sides or a situation and see both sides. And I did the same
yes,
thing as you before I came around
yes,
to this area, where I'm comfortable. I watched silently for 2 weeks because I figured that's the fairest way to formulate my opinion is to see where both is coming from. And I saw different
yes.
things.
Yes, and then it
Exactly.
becomes about who went the lowest or who did the worst. For me, I don't care who anybody thinks who did the worst, right, Babbitt? Right? I'm sorry, White Rabbit. I lurk in your chat all the freaking time because I think you're hilarious. And all I can say is this: if I support somebody, I'm going to try my best to not be live when they go live. There are a handful of people I'll text and be like, "Do you guys got anything scheduled at 7 p.m. my time or whatever?" But it doesn't always happen. Sometimes you overlap, and I think it's okay. I don't think you should beat
Sure, I
yourself
agree
up or
with
be
that.
beat up about it.
I just want to make it clear
yeah,
because it was
the
just
only
outwardly said,
okay.
and it was incorrect. I've never thought anything like that. If I look to see who was live, much like Sarah said, there's so many people live so often. And the truth of
It's
the matter
hard.
is, I've always went live around the noon time within an hour or so. And I apologize for the dog, but to answer Truth Hurts, talking about the same stuff regurgitated, how many days on the end? I would keep a count, but it'd be too much. It'd be easier to say there's more days than not that most creators in this community talk about these same exact creators every single day. So I don't think it's
Mhm.
fair to point out. No, I didn't just critique one side. You have to understand. I went through a very negative experience with that side, and that is why it was personal to me. You understand? The other side has done nothing more than say some smart ass comments in chat. Who cares? This went a little further than that. So that's where I think a lot of people fall off. They just don't understand.
Yeah.
I just want to
White Rabbit.
reiterate this one more time because it does come up a lot. Like, let's just say if Rabbit goes live and I go live at the same time, I'm a fan of hers, so I would want to like reschedule mine, not because we're in competition with one another, because she talks about shit I want to hear. Like Southern Girl, she talks about animals and stuff. I'm gonna want to reschedule mine because I'm a fan. Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
Well, I would never
Yeah.
expect you to do that. I wouldn't want you to do that. We have a lot of, some people are the same, some people are different. So,
I'm gonna want to
and I,
talk though and say, "Hey."
yeah, totally. And I get that. And I try to catch yours if it's after the fact or whatever. I listen a lot of times if you're on and I'm out shopping, whatever. That's when I do a lot of my listening. But
Yep, me
there,
too.
it was just, yeah, I know Sarah does. She's at that store.
I'm
But,
always at the grocery.
She's
it
always
just
at the
comes,
store.
she is. And I love that
But I
about her.
listen. I'm there to support still. I got my earbud in.
I just wanted you to know, though, Gypsy, to make it perfectly 100% clear, it has never crossed my mind. Oh, Gypsy's live. Let me go ahead and go live. That is just the craziest thing I've ever heard, or one of the craziest.
Thank you very much, Manchester Vicky. I appreciate that. For your $5 super chat. I'm off to try to eat some dinner. Thank you, Gypsy, for another informative and thought
Oh, dinner
provoking
time.
live.
Dinner
Are you going to
time
get
over
some fried
there.
chicken after all that talk about fried chicken in the beginning? Thank you again. I appreciate it. And for the cash app someone sent me to get coffee. I appreciate that too. Y'all rock.
You're welcome.
I
Well,
won't
Nikki,
be
You're
I'm
welcome.
not speaking on you. I'm saying that most of the usual suspects, right? The creators that are on the forefront, they do speak on the same topics every day. I don't want to bring up other creators' names uh, of the topics that they have, but it's the same thing every day, right?
Yeah.
Continuously. So I don't think it's really fair to say, well, this person's harping on this person every day. My God, that's all it is here. It's recycled every day.
Yeah, Lulu, I want to touch on that one more. I hate to beat it, but I also have anxiety, and I've talked about this on my live. So sometimes I don't go live because I'm having anxiety. I mean, and I've told Rabbit about that too. I mean, I'm not feeling it, and so I postpone it. Or yeah, pretty much that's it. Or if I eat and I pass out, like I did the other day, I try to postpone it, not because somebody's live or whatever, but yeah, for the most part, I'll like move my schedule around so I can be a sub and be in there, and hey, that's why I'm here, right?
Same, and I
Thank
do
you,
catch your
Lulu.
replays. I see your chat is complaining and want to get back to another topic, but originally Gypsy said she
I
wanted to
see.
touch on the Southern Girl thing and what I had said
I just
today,
wanted
the
to make
live
sure
I had.
everybody
So
understood.
I'm on topic. Just to make it clear, I am on topic. But I'm gonna let you guys go and get back to what you were doing though. But Gypsy, my main objective was to clear it up with you that definitely I've never went live on purpose, and I don't think you have either. I mean, people have said things, but it doesn't matter, right? You go live whenever you want to. Uh, I'll go live when I get a chance, etc. We're just all doing what we do, and I think that's it as far as Southern Girl goes, or whatever. She'll work through her emotions. I'm sure she'll be fine, and I want to hop off. So God bless y'all. Have a good Sunday.
Yeah, I think
It was
everybody
nice.
enjoys your channel, Rabbit. Thank you for coming. That was Rabbit,
Perfect.
guys. All right, let's get back
I hope I
to
didn't
I
make her
believe they're
mad.
wanting to talk about some grief counseling here.
I hope I didn't
Let's see.
upset her at
Lulu
all.
says,
Wasn't my
"Thank you,
I don't
Lulu.
intention.
think
I
so.
appreciate that." She says, "Gypsy,
Yeah,
you're a
we.
Definitely not my
doll. I
intention.
get anxiety. I enjoy you, Rabbit, and everybody frequent." Yeah, I do, man. Sometimes I cry right before I go live. That's stupid. Now, years ago, I would go drink. I'd take a shot or drink a Bloody Mary or something like that, but I don't drink anymore. So there you go. So I cry now.
Me neither.
Thank you,
What
Peachy,
was I
for
gonna?
Gypsy is amazing. I love you too.
So about the Greek stuff, if I could just say real quick, before when I started my channel, that was my intent to do some sort of a group, almost like a therapy, but just other people that have similar situations. But we've all kind of found each other anyway, and we all have similar grief and trauma, and it's just interesting. Like we found each other for a reason, I guess. Kind of. It feels like that to me
Trauma
anyway.
bonding, Trader said. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like
Is
that's
that a
we all
bad
found
thing?
each other for a reason. I don't.
I
I
hope
think it
that's
was
not a
meant to
bad thing
happen.
because I feel like it's meant to happen. It's divine intervention, the way I
I
see
kind
it.
of feel like that.
Just
I
like me,
mean,
she lost her mother, and she and I share the similar things that her and her mother used to do together. So I gravitate to her, and then like Sapphire, she has very similar past as me with her children and all. So I gravitate to her, and Trader's sense of humor, I gravitate to her. So you know,
and then I
I would
also
like
had
to
a
think it's
loss too
divine
that I gravitate
intervention.
towards everybody. Yeah.
You're so
I think we
neutral.
we pick up on the cues. We pick up on the social interactions, and I feel like we pick up on things that are either the way that we react to things that other people say or topics of discussion. I feel like I don't believe in how do I say this? I feel like through shared experiences, we change. Things change about ourselves. Things that were never important become important. Things that used to be extremely important are no longer as nearly as important. And so when we're all sitting in a chat and a certain topic or something is said, you will notice in the chat who reacts the same way that you feel. And so you kind of know that that person has either experienced something similar or someone close to them has, and so you're kind of drawn to them. That for me, that's how it's happened, to find so
Yeah.
many other bereaved parents. And that also is why I started the channel, because for me personally, when after my son passed away and I was in just this really dark space, and I felt put there, not that I had chosen to walk there, but that I had been placed there, kind of like before the suffragette movement, when women had a place and you had an on and off button and you were told to act or do or be when someone wanted you to. I felt like that with grief. And so for me, the day came about a year and a half, 2 years in, where I thought, you know what? Nope. It's not society's place to fix me. It's my place to fix me. And it's not my place to sit in the corner if I have something to offer. And so my search for purpose became after
Right.
that. And that's what brought me to the internet whenever I realized how many of us there are on this platform, because we all felt like our grief was so big and so dark and so gloomy. You know, years ago, decades ago, we had to wear a veil and black, and we were shunned into the house, and no one could speak to us or be around us.
Yep.
And so society isn't
And they
that way
brought us
anymore.
casseroles.
They did.
We don't. I didn't get a damn. I didn't get a damn casserole either, Gypsy.
Yes,
Now,
they brought us food. Food, too much of it.
I didn't get
went
nothing.
everywhere.
I was looking forward
I'm
to
sorry.
it.
I had too much of that shit floating through the house all the time. And that's, but that was people's way of like, I want to acknowledge what you're going through, and I want to acknowledge that you're suffering, but I don't want to touch that shit. So I'm going to bring you food. It's socially
Right,
acceptable
right.
platitudes, like saying things,
It's a
things
different
like,
way of showing
Yeah.
care, right?
yeah,
Cooking,
without touching you. I can't meet you where you are. I can't sit in your pain. I am not going to fucking touch you with anything. You are a walking, breathing billboard of every parent's worst nightmare. That is way too big for me. And so here's a casserole. That's what it was.
Right.
The same thing as like, oh, they'll go die young. And it's almost, you feel like you're contagious. And so everyone in your real life starts to abandon you. Your family nobody knows what to say to you. Nobody knows how to approach you. Nobody knows if they can I talk about my kids, or is she going to break down? If I mention my husband, is she going to break down? For me, I work on the railroad. And so I would go to work and sit on a train with somebody I've worked with for 20 years and have dead silence, which made me feel like I was the problem. So
I
my
was
friends and family,
judged by my family. I was because
Me
of the
too.
circumstance that she was killed. I was judged and threatened and just ridiculed.
Same.
And I
I
hope
think
y'all
that
are
too.
watching, because y'all really put me through some shit. And I was hospitalized several times because I tried to take my life. Because I thought they are trying to tell me this world is no good while I'm in it. And so I thought, well,
Exactly.
shit, y'all want me to not be here because I'm so horrible.
You know, even if it's not a crime related death, it's the same feelings and emotions. Like my son died from an ATV accident. I know that there's a whole internet right now that are like, you lied about that, because they don't understand the difference between motorcycle and dirt bike being the same. It's the same thing. It's a
It's
version of a
Right.
motorcycle.
for dirt and one the other is for
Right.
the road. They're the same.
Right.
Yeah, they are. Sorry.
Yeah, it's the exact same thing whenever they write it
On
up.
Facebook,
But
I had a Facebook channel at the time, and they would write things like, and I've even friended those people who said those things, because they said those things. I don't know how to explain it. Y'all are going to think I'm crazy when I say this, but
no, I'm not.
I guess
I'm
I'm a
not.
sadomasochist, because I took the things that they said negatively and I said, I can either do this. I can either chew them out and be arrogant, or I can be humble and say, what are they trying to tell me that I can learn and be a better person from? And they said things to me like, what was your daughter doing in a drug house? You should have raised your daughter better to have not have even been in a place like that.
Mm.
That
Gypsy.
person is on my personal friend list now, because when she told me that, and people that told me, I had my daughter very young. I was 18. So I went through the
Mhm.
club scene. I went through the, work 8 to 5, and then you go to the club on Saturday night. Then it's back to the daily grind, 8 to 5, Monday through, And then I got a job in corporate sales, and I was traveling a lot. And I thought it was just when I was her age, you get your bag of Doritos when you get off the bus and MTV, and you do your homework. I was fine being a latchkey kid. She was not. And so she needed me there. And so when that person put that comment, I thought to myself, I can either be arrogant and cuss her out, or I can take this comment and say, now, what did I do wrong as a mommy to cause this later in her life? And I know what it was. Partying. She must have thought that partying was okay. And when she saw me take diet pills, she must have thought taking pills was okay. And she died over Percocets. And so I'm always going to feel responsible for her death in that sense, not because I was there, but because I took those words, what that woman said to me, to heart. And so when I was charged with the responsibility of raising her son, I kept my ass at home. Yes, we were poor. Yes, we struggled. Yes, we asked for help because I was determined to not make the mistake of going into corporate America again and forgetting I got a kid at home, trying to keep up with corporate America men and in the sense of, they've got a wife at home taking care of their kids. It was just me. And so trying to juggle all of that and be everything to everybody, I realized that I had to tell everybody to fuck off. I'm a mom and I got to raise these kids.
Can I give you a relatable experience that's kind of the opposite side of the pole?
Yeah.
And then tell you what I learned from that. Number one, no one has the right to judge the decisions that you made when you were an 18-year-old mom or when you're a 40-year-old mom. Nobody has the right to do that because we don't check the expiration date between our children's toes when they're born. We just count them to make sure that they're all there.
Right.
So my son was a professional athlete. When he was 10 years old, 8 years old, somewhere in through there, he broke his first bone. Every year when he started school, he started racing when he was 3. He had ADHD, and we refused to medicate him, and so we got him a dirt bike. And so that wore him out. That just completely wore him out. And as he grew up, we taught him how to change the oils, how to check the oil filter, how to check the air filter, how to check the tires, like how to check the front forks, how to, all of those things. And so when he was a teenager, he was around 13, 14 years old, and he had a pretty serious injury, and he was out for about 4 months. And so every year he started school, he had a different bone that was broke on crutches or a sling or something like that. Thankfully, we knew the teachers in the hospital and the orthopedic and all of that. So everybody understood. There was no abuse or anything like that. He raced, and that's where his heart was. But he had this really bad injury, and he was out for like 4 months. And in those 4 months, I watched my son go from bouncing around the house, waking up. He was that annoying kid that bounded out of bed every morning, just happy as hell. Mama, mama, mama. Jumped to get on the school bus, loved his whole day, got off the bus, just an amazing, happy, positive kid. And all of a sudden, he was depressed. He was so depressed. It was like his whole world had come crashing down because he couldn't get on the bike. And so his dad and I had this really long conversation about that was the first time we were afraid of him having an injury that was too much, that was irreparable. I was a paramedic before the railroad, and I watched. I worked at some of these races, and I saw some of the worst crashes, but I still didn't. So
you were a first responder? How did you do that? Oh,
I loved that. I loved it.
Responder.
Yeah, I was a paramedic. I flew with life
from it?
I do not. No.
Oh, wow.
I have emotional reactions. I have emotional reactions to children, to traumas involving children and involving elderly people, the most vulnerable. I do have emotional reactions, but I don't have a PTSD reaction, if that makes sense.
Right. You don't have the fight or flight feel.
I don't. No, I don't. We had a really good counseling service that was available to us for those mass casualty incidents or for those in the field procedures that took place. Or we had a really good counseling service. But so when we put Cody back on the bike, we did it because that was his life, that was his love, that was his passion, and he was really good at it. Sponsors were coming in. We didn't have to apply for sponsorship. They were applying to him. And so when he became a pro, he bought his first chunk of land. He built his track, had his practice track going. Then his accident happened, and he didn't survive that. And I had the same reaction from people.
I'm sorry.
The same reaction that you had from your closest friends and family, I had that same reaction. I can't believe you put him on the bike. I can't believe you if he broke all of his bones, how would you not think that he would die on that one day? You could have done better. You should have done better. And that's what kind of helped me fall into that deep, dark place. So whether it's And I live with that every day too, right? I live with that. Maybe I should have
You were
listened.
supporting him, though, what he loved.
Yes.
Yeah.
If I would have taken him off the bike or prevented him from riding again, his life could have went a whole nother direction. And so I don't allow those thoughts in my headspace, because if we had that expiration date when they were born between their toes and we found it, we woulda, coulda, shoulda, a lot of things different, right? But here's where I'm going with all of this stuff. I think the reason, this is my personal opinion, because we know there's no book that says this is how you deal with child loss grief. There's nothing out there except other people's stories. It's my personal belief that when people meet you with hatred, arrogance, blame, guilt, all of those negative emotions that we already feed ourselves on the daily, it's their way of saying, I don't want to ever think that the day could come that I have to go choose a casket or an urn for my child. And so I'm not going to even think about what you're going through. I don't even want to know the shit that goes through your head. I don't want to come within 10 feet of you, because you're a walking, breathing, talking billboard for every parent's worst nightmare. And it's too much for me. So when they say those kind of things, to me, that's what they're really saying. Your grief is so big and so scary, is my worst nightmare. And it's like when they say things like, I don't know how you do it. Well, because we have to. Because we freaking
What
have
other
to.
choice do you?
Exactly.
I used to say, what does given mean? When they would say, don't give up, Cynthia, Gypsy. They would say, don't give up. Or my name's Cynthia. So they would say, and I thought, what does that even mean? And where do I go sign up to give up? Because I want to give up. How do you even do that? I mean,
right. How about this one?
Do you stop paying bills and wait for them to come get you? I mean, what do you?
Right.
How does that even work?
How about this one? You must be the strongest person in the world. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Are you?
Like we had a choice.
Right. You have to be. You have to grow strength from the weaknesses that you feel and that you suffer. Grief makes you stronger, not weaker, because of the transition that it puts you emotionally through, physically through. We look different. So society wants us to like shelter in place. Don't be seen, don't be heard, because their reaction, they don't know how to perceive us. They don't know how to receive us. They don't know any of that stuff. And so we have to be the people that say, we have to step outside and be like, look, I'm normal. I eat just like you, put my clothes on just like you, shower just like you, go to the bathroom just like you, go to work, pay my bills. I just have weak moments, weak days, weeks. There's certain times of the year that shit gets triggered for me. And so I give to myself the time to lean into it. But if I gave up, here's the important thing. If I were to give up like the world wants me to do, if I were to just sit down in my grief, not go outside so that other people have to see me, my son dies with me. I die with him. His memory, his legacy, his mark left on the earth, all of the good things that he did will never have mattered. And that is a world I don't want to live in. I can live with people being ugly to me. I can live with people judging me. I can live with people shaming me, but I can't live in a world where his legacy and his life has no meaning whatsoever. And so I have to make sure that happens. So I get my ass up and I'm going to go outside. And I also have to set the tone with people. So when I first got on a train with somebody and was like, you know what? It's been a year. It's been a year of not talking, of being on a train, going across the country or across the state and not speaking because they don't know what to say to me. That makes me feel like I'm the problem. You go to the doctor, what do? They shove pills at you, and a psychiatrist and mental grief and depression are not the same thing.
This to you, and they switch doctors constant. Oh, well, he went to another practice, and I got to start all over again.
Waiting list.
That's such
You know
bullshit.
why? You know why?
No.
Because grief and depression are not the same thing, and they can't be treated the same way. There is no medication that will treat grief. They throw antidepressants because you have symptoms of depression, but you're not depressed, you're grieving. And so antidepressants don't work for grief. You just build up a resistance to antidepressants, and then you need something more. Now, there are traumatic deaths where you have PTSD, and so there are medications for that. But grief and depression are different. So we have to set the tone. So I get on a train with somebody, and I'm like, I'm tired of living in silence. We start to feel isolated. We start to feel not good enough. We start to feel like we're a headspace. We start to feel like nobody wants us. Like we bring the sad. The whole room shuts up and walks out. The first Thanksgiving and Christmas, I went to the family events and I sat down at the table with my plate of food and everybody got up and walked out of the room. All of them. They started crying and they got up and they left and they walked out. I'm like, what the hell, man? I sat down to eat the same turkey you did. So I followed them out. And then I just quit going back. So I get on a train and I start talking to my engineer. I'm just like, hey, how's the kids? How's the wife? How's it going? How's this? How's that? And he's looking at me with wide eyes like, holy shit, I don't even know what to say. I'm like, listen, I still care about your family. I still care about your kids. I want to know how the games are going, the competitions are going, what's the new recipe of the week. I need to know these things. I need normalcy in my life.
Human interaction. We need
yes.
it. Yeah, or
to
we start
feel
rocking,
normal.
or we start rubbing, or just
Yes.
self-medicate, just soothe, to self-soothe. If you
Yes.
ever see someone
we are the
rocking or
ones-
patting themselves, it's because they're not getting human affection and interaction.
Right.
We thrive on that, and we can die without it.
We're primates. We're meant to social and be social. And so when we're thrown into isolation, we only have ourselves to blame. And when we feel like the whole world is pointing at us, like, you're different. I know I'm different. You look different. I know that I've lost a ton of weight. You acting different. I understand that. It's like a teeter-totter. One person moves forward and the other person moves forward. And then all of a sudden a tear pops out and everybody runs, even though we don't control the emotions, they control us, right? So we have to set the example. When you find yourself in that place of no return, you either sit down in it and you establish crutches and you wrap it around yourself like a security blanket and you say, listen, my kid is dead. He's never coming home again. I can be a drunk. I can be an addict. I can be hateful. I can be mean and never move forward in a positive direction with that. Or you say, I didn't do anything wrong. Nobody called me and said, is today convenient to change your life in the worst way imaginable? No one
Can
called
I
me and
interject
said,
for a second?
yes.
I'll tell you what I felt the minute I heard. First, it was shock, and I was looking around for someone to tell me that this wasn't happening. And then in the very moment, I looked down at her son, who was going to wake up to start his first day at kindergarten, and his mom gone. He didn't get to start that day with his friends. I had to keep him home. And I thought to myself, I don't have time to think about her or me. I have to raise him and keep him alive until he's 18. And so I literally, you can ask my husband, was on the edge of my seat with meds or not until he turned 18. And then it was like, then I literally the balloon deflated. I've done it. I made it. He didn't go into foster care and he didn't commit suicide. I did it. I made it. I made it. I made it. Any criticism I get, I don't give a damn. He's alive. He's not addicted to shit. And he never went into foster care. I win. And so it's like, now what do I do with myself?
Now the shock. So you said it a minute ago. You said when you first found out, the shock hit you and you looked down and there's your grandson in his first day of kindergarten, right? So you shifted from shock to responsibility.
Yeah.
Is the shock still there?
I wake up.
Have you dealt with the shock? Like, we go through the motions, right? We do what we have to do. We go to the funeral home and we pick out all the things. We select the music. We do all of that. But what is the shock
I can't
still there?
listen to certain music. I still can't. Like SWV, that was our favorite group to listen to, me and her. Or Mary J. Blige. I can't spend a lot of time on Facebook anymore now that my grandson is grown. Because I see these pictures of these little boys that used to run up to me in my arms, and now my son's 14 and he's 19. And it's like, shit. And my cat shoots me a bird most of the time. And so it's like, I have all these emotions and I still have panic because he decided to move down to the damn town where she was killed and where his father got into some trouble, and he was murdered. except he was murdered in Johnson City. But my point is, it's like I think I worry about adult kids more than I did when they were little because of her.
Yeah, I think that's
Is
pretty
he going to make the
normal.
right decision? Is he going to speed? Is he going to veer off because he's trying to grab his phone? You know.
Well, because now you're growing with them, and so their age each age comes with different worries, and so the closer they get to the age that your daughter was when she passed, the more real that possibility comes. And so, yeah, you want to bubble wrap them. Like, listen, I ain't going to do this again. I ain't doing it. You ain't putting me through it again. But we can't prevent them from growing and maturing. So when I asked
it
you,
does feel like I was holding my breath literally for however many years that was, 5 or 6 up until 18. I was holding my breath. And now I'm exhaling, but like when people say, wow, you're on the internet all the time, I'm like, because I nap. I don't sleep. Because when I go to sleep and I get into that REM, I start having bad dreams. No matter what meds I take, no matter what crap I do, I start having worrisome dreams. They're worrisome. They're stressful. And so I don't want to hang out there long.
that's
So
called
luckily I'll have to
prolonged.
pee 27 times. So between those 27 times that I've got to pee, I try to stay awake because I don't want to go into that where I see things that, do you understand what I'm saying?
I do. It's called prolonged grief disorder. And it's where it's the same thing as when rather than
I'm going to write that down.
It's called prolonged grief disorder. And so this is what happens. So when the trauma becomes way too big emotionally, we mentally have the natural reaction to check out, to be like, I'm going to take a bite of this at a time and a bite of this but we can't with something like that because everything is different. Let me say it to you like this. So when your child is born, you start to lose your identity because I became Cody's mom. By the time he was a first grader, every one of his friends, every one of his teachers, all of his, his coaches, they knew me as Cody's mom. And so all of a sudden they're gone and you're no longer Cody's mom. Now you're Stephanie again. And it goes, so that happens. Like when they passed, it is the biggest shock. To see their body lifeless with tubes and not moving and not breathing is a fucking shock. And you never, ever, ever get it out of your head. And so, yes, not being able to sit in or sleep in REM sleep is one of the DSM criteria. It's one of the biggest signs and symptoms of what's called prolonged grief. And let me explain it. It's kind of the same thing as when somebody seeks alcohol, or they go to they follow the direction of the people that are around them, and they go to the doctor who sends them to a psychiatrist who hands them a bunch of medications to numb you, or someone who uses a drug, or someone who uses eating, or someone who uses sex, or an addiction. It's the same thing, only it's a little bit less invasive in your body. It's a way to redirect your attention, your focus, your energy, your thoughts, and everything. So as soon as one of those really painful thoughts hit your mind, you look at your grandson and you're just like, nope, I got to get him through the day. I got to get him through the day.
Right.
I got to get him
Exactly.
here. I got to get him there. I'm not doing that. If I sit down, I ain't going to get back up. He's what I got to do now. I'm focusing.
Right.
It almost becomes an obsession. But what you don't realize, and it's natural, everybody does it. What we don't realize is that we're no longer thinking about the grief. But then the day comes when he's on his own and he's an adult and you don't have the control over his thoughts and where he goes and who he associates with and what school he's going to go to and what car he's going to drive, how fast he's going to go, if he's going to experiment and drink a little alcohol, or, we lose the ability to control them. And so now the fear becomes, oh my God, my daughter is gone. Something happened to my daughter and she's not here anymore. And I've never fucking dealt with it. All I've thought about is focusing on him. And so now you have empty nest syndrome, but a new form of it. Now you're home by yourself more. You don't have him to focus on. You have to be proud of
no
that.
Football games.
Right.
Yeah.
So now, instead of it being a little bit of trauma, it's a lot more trauma because every time it's hit you, you've suppressed it and redirected the focus to something else. The good thing is that when you do start to face it, and you kind of have to, you can't keep prolonging it. I mean, you could pick up a hobby that takes 20 hours out of your day,
I feel like
but then
I feel like I have robbed Charlie. You know, I raised them together. She had a son, and then years later, I got married and had another child. And so I raised them as brothers. And even he is going through some separation anxiety because they always did everything together. And,
Mhm.
you know, with him gone now, it's like, here I'm like panicking and going through all these crazy emotions where I'll wake up in a sweat and I run to the front door. And he's like, I'm just playing PlayStation. Because I'll call him or I'll text him or something. What's wrong? And I look like a crazy nut.
No, you look like a concerned parent who's gone through a traumatic experience and has suffered through what's designed to completely kill us. Child loss is designed to destroy you. But let me tell you where you are today, in my opinion. Despite of having the biggest heartbreak of your life and the judgment of the world sitting on your shoulders, despite the fact that your body felt broken as much or as equally as your heart felt shattered, despite the fact that you had racing thoughts 24/7, that your brain became almost instantly ADHD, unable to focus on one thing, despite the fact that you wake up every day living with someone that you could never imagine living the rest of your life without, despite the fact that the world abandoned you and shoved you into a corner and said, speak when I tell you to speak, despite the fact that you took on the burdens that your daughter left behind, despite the fact that you live every day shattered, half of you is forever gone, despite all of those things, here you sit today, speaking intelligently, having raised 2 other children, going through the everyday battles of being a mom and being a grandmother and taking on the world and being successful. It doesn't matter how many times you fall. You made the choice to get back up every freaking time your head hit the floor. You had the choice and a justification for laying there and saying, fuck it, man. I can't do this anymore. I'm weaker than the weakest. I'm broken beyond compare. I will never be who I was. I can't fix myself. Everybody's coming at me in 10 different directions. Medication is not working, blah, blah, blah. You still got back up. You put your pants on. You did your face, and you went out into the world, and you set the example that we can survive what's meant to completely destroy us. Even when you feel like, I can't get it together today, you have it together. You just feel like you don't for a minute. Those thoughts pass.
Can I say, Vilomah, this is Sarah. I mean, I don't really know you or anything, but when I heard I listened to your live the other night. That was the first time in your live, and it particularly touched me. I lost my sister a year ago. I guess we're coming up on 2 years. My little sister, but the way I actually raised my mom's kids, it wasn't a good childhood. I won't get into that stuff, but she was kind of basically, she thought of me like a mom, but the cops came at 4 a.m. and she got in a bad car accident. She was pregnant with a little boy, and it was real horrific, and she didn't make it. So where I am right now, it doesn't feel real, and I don't know when that goes away, but that's kind of where I am with it. And I never had got to see her or anything like that because they said she was too unrecognizable. I can't, they said I can't see her, so that didn't help or anything like that. And she had 4 kids too, 4 other kids. So I got stuck in, feeling for them, and there's nothing I can do for them because they're all in other states,
Detachment, isn't it? Is it detachment?
It
I know
can be.
exactly what you mean.
Can I ask you a couple questions? Can I ask you a couple questions to try to get to one specific place with you? So were there any ceremonies or services for your sister?
No,
or the baby?
No, I did all the arrangements, and I asked them. When they did do the autopsy because it was pretty bad. I wish they never called me and gave me all the graphic descriptions, but now that's stuck in my head forever. I don't know why they do that, but they were cremated together, of course.
Mm-hmm.
and I got her ashes. It was out of state, so I handled all the arrangements because my mom's not mentally fit to do it anyway. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
you know, ashes wise, but I did separate it all for her family and, you know, stuff like that. But
Did you
I
have like a celebration of life or a
I
funeral or any type of
I got
service?
all this. No, I got all the stuff ready to do it, and then I panicked. I just couldn't do it for some reason. I feel kind of bad, but at the same time, I couldn't handle doing it. If that makes sense, it was like
It
too
does.
real to do it. I
Yeah,
couldn't do it,
absolutely.
and I just absolutely didn't do it. And there was supposed to be
So,
a celebration of life, and I bought all this stuff. I made tons of stuff. I made gifts for all her kids to send in the mail.
mhm.
I feel kind of bad about that, but it just made
Well,
me. I
first
think
off,
maybe that makes it feel too real or something. I'm not really sure
mhm.
why.
It's exactly where I'm going with this. You hit the nail on the head. Yes. So what's relevant and extremely important about services, and they don't have to be days after the death. In some cultures, it's a year later. In some cultures, it's 5 years later. In some cultures, it's 2 weeks later. But what's significant about
Yes.
them is that that is a ceremony of sorts where everyone who not only loved and cared for. See, the people that are left behind that loved the person or the person that passed loved, every one of us have a mark left on our in our spirit, in our soul, on our hearts. And what's significant about the ceremony is that, or the celebration of life or the funeral or whatever you want to call it, is that it's a gathering of all of those people that have the opportunity then to say to one another, I'm really sorry for your loss. This is a memory that maybe you've never been given, so let me sit down and share with you a time that I'm going to remember your sister forever. This is a memory that's going to forever be. And so they're little gifts, and for me those are significant because while you're going through the worst pain, when I was standing next to my son's casket, the line was 4.5 hours long of people to come through to say goodbye, and some of them in the midst
Wow.
of the most intense pain and grief, some of those people gave me gifts that I could never put a price tag on. They told me stories about him that I never knew. They showed me photos on their phones. They were at the races. They watched him win when I wasn't there. And so what's
Oh, that's
significant
great.
about them is that it goes from trauma with being told that the death happened and that that person is gone. And so it's a gathering of people that are all supporting one another, understanding that while that person may never walk in the door again and you may never hear their laugh again, what you do get is you the people that you don't expect to love you all of a sudden, they do. They understand you. They give you phone numbers, they call. It's like closing the chapter of the initial shock, which doesn't stop there. It continues, but it's less of a shock. And now you go into mourning. So it's significant and important to have some type of celebration of life. And let me tell you, Sarah, you didn't have it because it wasn't the right time for you. This may be the right time for you. Next year may be the right time for you. But
The
most
anniversary
people,
is next month. The anniversary, it will be 2 years next month. I was going to do it in the summer, and then I just panicked and couldn't do it. It's kind of dumb, but
so let me ask you, when you say you panicked, do you have a fear that you're not going to do a good job with it? Is that the
yeah,
panic?
that all of the pressures on me. I had to handle the cremation and everything. Yeah, because nobody in my family's fit to do any of it, so I had to do it all. Yeah.
Okay,
They would be
so
dependent on me to do everything, which I was going to take it on. I mean, I did the rest of the stuff and handled
mhm,
I handled her apartment. I paid people to clean up her apartment and stuff like that. She was on her way to get a puppy, and the drunk driver killed her. So I
oh
hate
my
drunk
gosh.
drivers, just for the record.
Yeah. I am so sorry that that happened. Again, nobody called and asked you when was it a convenient time to destroy your life or take
Hmm.
something of such value from you. And so I would say that if there's a cousin or an aunt or a parent or another sibling that you could call and say, I think this is the right time. I really would like to do this for myself and for everybody else. If you have somebody that's helping you kind of take on the burden, and if there is nobody, meet with me. I'll send you a private link. We can do a private stream. I can give you tons of ideas. I can look up places. I can make phone calls. I can help you. I can help you in every way possible. But I think doing that would kind of help you get from the shock to acceptance. And see, it's let me say it like this.
Maybe I'm stuck in there where it doesn't feel real, but it does, but it doesn't. It's like fake still. If that makes
Yeah,
sense. I'm also
because it's hard to
dropping
face.
I'm gonna put our. I just asked them if they'd put everyone's channels. I mean, I know you're just getting to know us. If you wanted to know where I was, I just asked the mods to put our channels in there. I have kind of a small one. I just do random ones where I hang out. It's not anything big or anything. But.
I've researched a lot of different aspects of traumatic loss, and so here's something that I have learned. This is just my own theory, my own opinion, not any research from an accredited source or anything like that. But so there's go with me on this. It's going to sound weird at first, but please go with me on this. So when a parent first calls, when they can't find their child, and they call 911 and they say, I can't find my child, and law enforcement shows up and they do a sweep of the house, and then it hits the news and they're standing in front of the news, right? And let's say that this continues on for a year, for a whole year, no idea where this child is at, and the whole world is looking. That same shock, parents are stuck in a specific type of shock that other people can't relate to. And so they go where the average person won't go. They might come to social media. They might get drunk. They might, act out. They might say incredibly crazy things because they're preparing their brain for what could be happening. They do things that most people don't understand. They're in a specific state of shock. When there's a traumatic death, like when there's a traumatic death, like what you've suffered with the loss of your sister and her pregnancy, it's the same type of shock where you know that they're gone and that she's not going to come back and the baby's not going to be born, but you're still stuck in that same type of shock where when you said sometimes it doesn't feel real, sometimes it's more comfortable to sit there in that place than it is to face it head on. Because it's
one
painful.
thing to help my mom, because my mom didn't handle it well. Obviously, I handled everything. I also make beads out of ashes. So what I did was went into art overloads because I do a lot of art projects. I'm an artist in many areas, and I just started making the shit out of shit. And people are like, "Leave her alone. She's crafting. She's grieving." I think that's what I did. I went into overdrive with making stuff. But I did make a lot of pendants for family with her ashes to help, and I made little boxes for her children with lots of memories and stuff. I asked the funeral home to clip 4 pieces of hair for her children, for surviving children, and it went in each box for them. And I did a lot of memory things for them. And I even made Ash a little heart bead for when I thought about when her daughters get married, it was something blue I did with her ashes so they could maybe tie it on the bouquet. I thought already ahead to their weddings and everything. So I went crazy crafting. And I think that was my thing to help maybe.
Okay. I want to ask another question. Are you, outside of death and loss, are you a very independent person? Like you don't ask for help. You are the person that people come to for help.
Yeah, I've had to. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I guess I've had to be because I kind of raised my mom in and out of. I've been in and out of foster care since I was 9 months. My mom was horrible. Okay. We suffered bad trauma and abuse. But when I was with them, I was the mother to them all because I was the oldest girl, and my mom had 13 kids.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah,
so
I did all of it. I never was a kid. Like
you're
many
the leader
people,
of the pack. Okay.
Yeah, that's why she put me. That's why she put me as the next of kin, and that's why the cops came to me and not my mom.
Okay. So you have to be careful with we all go through this type of, so that explains the motherly role when it comes to this specific loss. That explains that perfectly. So let me say this. We all go through this moment of people pleasing. Let me explain to you what I mean by that. When I'm standing next to my son's casket, people are coming through the line, and I know some of them very well. Some of them are family. Some of them are his closest friends. Some of them are people I didn't know. They all wanted something of him to remember. And in the moment, you're like, oh my gosh, thank you so much for loving him. Thank you so much for understanding what I'm going through. Yes, I want to help you. Yes, I want you to have something to remember him by. But what I don't realize, thankfully, somebody stepped in and was like, hold on a minute. Those are possessions of his that you're going to want to keep. And so where I go into people pleasing, being thankful and wanting people to remember him and things like that, if I would have given jerseys and trophies and wristbands and all of those things away, I would not have them today. And so we go into this people pleasing mode where taking care of other people make us feel motherly in the absence that we're missing. And so we're rewarding ourselves at the same point. It's allowing us to worry about other things or other people and invest ourselves in other people where we don't have to face the loss head on. And so what's significant about like that ceremony, and you'll know when the time is right. You'll know when the time is right. And if you have no one to help you, I will
So
help
it
you.
wouldn't be weird. So you don't think it's weird to do it later on? I didn't think about that.
Absolutely
I
not.
felt kind of like I'm like the times passed, I missed it, and I suck, I didn't
Absolutely
do
not.
it, kind of thing. That's how I was
Absolutely
feeling.
not.
But I
Nope.
also
There's
I'm a
nothing weird about it.
full-time caregiver. I have a sick child too, and a disabled and sick child that requires full-time management. You know what I mean? So it's hard. I'm
Mhm.
already like burnt out that way, you know. So
So
my break,
when
a
it
break
kind
for
of
me is going to the grocery store, and everyone jokes about me at the store, but that's my friggin' break, you know. Or when
right.
I go to the
Well,
beach once a week. So
when it sounds like something is like way too big, like planning a memorial service, I understand the thoughts that first go through your head. You're like, this is the last thing I can do for
I
them,
think
and I
I'm
want to
always
do it
afraid of
perfect.
disappointing because I don't know what's going to happen. With severe epilepsy, you don't know when it's going to strike, and I'm afraid of letting people down. Like, what if this happens? I always live. I don't mean to, but I'm always stuck in that. Like, oh my God, what if he has a seizure? Kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
I'm always on overdrive. Fight or flight is me all the time because I don't know what's going to happen. I'm always prepared for the worst, I guess you
Yeah.
could
I am the
say.
same. I am too. I'm
Like
fight or
you,
flight
Gypsy.
constantly.
Yeah,
I am.
yeah,
So
like
that's
that.
why we
I'm waiting for some shit to go down all the time.
Right,
we live in
right.
that. We
I think
live in
it's so
that
you don't
state.
get this.
Worst case
Yeah,
scenario.
yeah,
But a
Well,
lot
what's
of our
yeah.
also from our childhood trauma, not
That's
just
mhm.
it.
because we suffered a loss,
It's
but
like
because we went
double.
through severe
Yes,
abuse.
yes,
So if we hit this
yes.
head on in an organized
You're kind of
fashion,
like a good
me and
therapist. I like you.
I love you. Thank you. I'm not a therapist of any kind.
Well,
I've just
you're
journaled
helping
this
us.
shit. I've taken a
Yeah.
lot of time to research a lot of stuff with grief because I got frustrated that there is no self-help book when it comes to this. So let
Right.
me
Oh,
paint it to you like this. If
Nicolina
we were
wants
to
to come
sit
up, not to interrupt. Go ahead.
if we
Okay.
were to sit down and organize this step by step, step 1, choosing a weekend. Like if you have it on a Saturday or a Sunday, it'll take the whole weekend in order to prepare and then do the cleanup afterwards. So if we pick
I think I'm
a,
afraid of
a
my family getting together too. There's like a lot of crazy family, I guess you could say, that I'm afraid of this one meets this one kind of thing.
well,
Do it over food.
we'll
So you
add
can
that
throw the mashed potatoes.
we'll add
I'll
that to
do
the
it.
list to face later down the road. That starts with
Yeah,
picking a date
we'll
or a
cross
time
that
and then
bridge
picking a
when we get to it.
location. But when it comes to stuff like that, we'll
Hey,
add that to the
Nicolina.
list and then grab a couple of family members and be like, listen, Uncle Joe or Uncle Frank, they tend to get a little rowdy. So I'm going to need you to keep an eye on them to make sure that this goes smooth and then
Like make
put
sure
them in
someone's a
charge.
babysitter.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a
Like
good
when you're a
idea.
control freak, you want to take everything and manage it, but you have to have
Yeah,
people, you have to like designate tasks to other
when you're not
people.
used to designating. Yeah, I guess yeah, that's
Yes.
me. You're right.
You have to
I
do
do
that.
that. Is Nicolina here? Hi, Nicolina.
Hey, ladies. How are you? Can
Hey,
you hear me?
Hey,
Nicolina.
Yeah,
good. Yeah, good.
Hey,
shit got deep.
I missed a lot of this panel and kind of got caught up in the Mean Girls chat. So I came over, and Vilomah, of course, is one of the voices of reason with
Oh yeah,
grief, you
I
know.
can see that.
Um,
Wait, I want to
Gypsy,
ask you first, how are you feeling? Are you feeling okay?
well, yeah, I'm going to get to that. But yes, of course, this is not about me, but slightly about maybe a perspective.
Well, I know
Um,
you weren't feeling good the other day, so I just wanted to make sure you were
right.
feeling
No,
okay.
I am. I was blessed to celebrate my granddaughter Bean, her second birthday today.
Aw,
So,
happy birthday, Bean.
Congratulations. I can't
yeah,
wait till that happens to me.
yes, she was. It ended early because she was, having a terrible two tantrum. So she was
Nap time.
exhausted. um, but Gypsy, I want to tell you, I want to apologize to you because I know way back when everything was super heated and nasty, I did make comments about your daughter.
I didn't
Um,
know that. Well, it's okay. I
no,
mean, I
but
didn't
I
know.
never knew it either. Never knew it.
I did because Gypsy was, she was making comments or saying whatever, and
Right.
I made a sideways comment like what you described, experiencing judgment. What did you do to cause her to be addicted to drugs, right?
Exactly. Because, you know, as mothers, please don't come at me when I say this. It is our fault because they watch everything we do.
And that's
Whose
why I
else
want to
fault would
say
it be? Whose else fault would it be? We're the mom.
It's not your fault.
So
it's not.
I'm always
No,
going to
it's
feel that way.
It's
I
not.
no,
mean,
it's
there's really
not.
nothing you
Hold
can
on.
say.
Let me
Because
let
I'm
me ex-
mommy.
let me
It's not, though.
explain what I heard you say and how you explained, you know, maybe because my daughter saw this, maybe because of that, maybe
Right.
because of this, right?
Right.
That's not okay. Yes, it plants seeds. Just like words and actions towards our children, that does plant seeds, right? But our children ultimately become adults, and if they were taught right from wrong, or if they, you know what I'm saying, like, so
Yeah.
it's not your fault. So I wanted to say, one, I was
I
sorry
think
because
just like watching the littlest thing, like me taking diet pills, and her watching me trust doctors and not even reading the information pamphlets that I got from CVS. She watched me, so she didn't, you know, do her due diligence on, is this drug going to cause me to get addicted after I
not
take
a
5 of them, you know?
but Gypsy, not not a lot of us did, even when she was alive, right? Because at that point opiates were being pushed by pill mills, and the
It's an epidemic.
doctors weren't even aware of the long-term consequences of these medications, hence Pfizer, you know, going being hit really hard with because of the oxycontin, you
It
know.
happens to rich, preppy kids that had the perfect life too. It's an epidemic. Really, it can happen to anyone. You know.
But I think that our children make
I don't think it's your
as
fault.
adults decisions based off what they watched. And you know, before I went to work at a very stressful, high powered job, she saw me kick back a pill. You know?
Can I tell you
How
something?
is that not my fault? Of course it's my fault.
Happens
Whose
Because
to
else
other
would it
from
be?
because from middle school up, peer groups and social
Yep.
interactions with friends have more engagement or more impact on
Experimentation.
decision making than parents do.
I
From
agree
middle
with
school
Viloma.
up. You're not with
100%
them
agree with
at
you.
school. You're not with them at school. They actually spend more time socializing, especially today since the invention of the internet. Um, and cell phones. That's not true at all. From the age of middle school on up through adulthood, social interaction, peer groups has more impact on the decision making of our children than what they learn at home. That's all I wanted to add to that.
Yeah,
I agree.
and
100%.
and I do have to add to that. I never, when my kids were growing up, I never touched drugs. Right, I waited till after they were adults to experiment, and became addicted. I now have a daughter who's in jail because of drugs, and she was never around
Mm-hmm.
it as a kid, ever. I never.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Days. I'm sorry that's, but you
My
know
brother
she's
is
safe.
too right now,
When my daughter
and he's
would get
safe.
locked up, she thought I was so horrible because I told her, I said, you go get in trouble. I'm not going to come bail you out. So I've got to take care of your son. I'm not going to take out of his mouth because you won't behave. And that's what I would tell her. And so when she would get locked up, I thought, at least I know where she's at and I know that she's
Exactly
safe.
what I'm typing.
Hey, I'm sorry. My husband needed to talk to me. I just my purpose for coming up is because I felt convicted, whether you knew what I had said it or not, and it was probably over a year ago. Um, but it is not your fault. And hearing this panel and realizing it could happen to any of us, any of our
Anytime,
kids.
any moment.
No, I mean, I'm saying any of our kids could get addicted to a substance.
Mm-hmm.
Any of our kids could get into the depths of addiction and be in the wrong place at the wrong time. And okay, so me personally, I have a loathing with drug addiction, because
Right.
that's what killed my father at a young age. He was
Right.
addicted. Um, my ex-husband, who perpetrated the sexual assault against me, had started using methamphetamine, and I had no clue because I was so fucking ignorant to drugs,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
I didn't know what to look for because I always avoided at any and all costs. I would not affiliate with any addicts because it was traumatizing. Because I always,
Mhm.
in my mind, the end game is always death, right?
Right.
So to hear you talk, to hear Vilomah talk, and you both have mentioned, not just today with Vilomah, but people treat you differently. And that is true. And I'm telling you that I know from experience, as someone who has never lost a child, and God willing, I hope to never have to experience that. It is a terrifying feeling for those of us who have not lost a child to try and be there for a close friend or a coworker, because I don't know, this may not be everybody, but I know for me, the anxiety and fear of losing a child is something that has always been at the forefront of my mind my entire life as a parent.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
It's hard for me because I worry, what if they want to talk about this and I'm not mentally or emotionally equipped? Now, as I've gotten older, I've gotten better. But at the same time, as a parent that has not experienced the loss, you are afraid you may approach something wrong. You may
Right.
approach it or say something that may be considered offensive when that wasn't the intent of the communication. And I think having this conversation today, it's helpful for those of us who have not gone through that, because you are still human, you have grief, and you don't deserve to feel the isolation because people are afraid. I'm sorry. The stuff with kids and death, it's one of my
Can I
areas
tell you
of
something right now?
emotional
You know,
weakness.
I feel like sometimes,
Scared all the time.
I know not everyone's going to agree with this, but this is just how my mom works. Growing up Southern Baptist, that God does humble you if you are being arrogant in your ways and not coming to Him when He calls you. He will clip you at the knees and humble you and make you come to Him. And I feel like, because of, I was traveling all the time, and when I travel, I was drinking and that sort of thing. And I felt like my priorities got screwed. And when family would come to me and say, Cynthia, you need to do XYZ and not this, and, you need to get back in church and you need to come back in church. And I feel like because I didn't heed those warnings, he clipped me at my knees and forced me to come back to him.
No.
I don't really have much faith any longer. I tried. I have I try. I know that God exists, and I think Days can kind of co-sign that. She knows I get emotional, and I
Yeah, so
do I do know that there is a God. I do know He is there. There is that cynical anger that I carry with me, and I don't believe God, at least in my mind, would ever clip you at your knees and take your child,
No,
because
never.
that does not, I can't, there's no way my mind can wrap around that, because why would this Alpha and Omega take something that came from your womb and rip it from you. I can't ever agree with that, because that doesn't sound like a God that is
It's not.
loving.
No, don't forget,
Well,
Gypsy, that
because I
God
was raised that he's
sacrificed
a punisher.
his own son. He sacrificed his own son. He knows the heart and the heartbreak and the shatter. He knows that of himself. God knows that. And that under no circumstances is karma or punishment.
Okay.
We have free
Maybe
will.
because I was raised in a very abusive home,
No,
and
no,
even
I
my
mean, I was too,
siblings
Gypsy.
were
I was
I
charged
too.
think
with the
that's why we're all
responsibility
impacted.
of disciplining me physically.
Yes,
And
yes.
so love doesn't come without that in my mind. And so I feel like, that you get punished if you're bad.
So I was raised in a very legalistic church that was supposed to be non-denominational, but it was very legalistic. It was very full of condemnation, and if you do this,
Yeah.
you're going to hell.
Yes.
And I think a lot of my walking away from having that relationship with God, being in a
Same
church
here.
with the
And I've
fellowship,
even turned to
is
Tara.
the
Just
fear, the doom and gloom is
yeah.
how I was raised biblically. And I was never taught the good part of the Bible. My mother my mother instilled complete and utter fear, and
Mhm.
that turned me away from church. That turned me away
Yes.
because
Yes.
because of the way I was raised with so many anxieties. Like
Yes.
I'm afraid, when I found out I had a heart attack a couple weeks ago, that was very paralyzing for me. And um it always goes back to what my mom told me when I was just a teenager. The Lord told me that you would die young after losing my father. You know what I mean? So that's
Mhm.
traumatizing. And I don't
Yes.
believe that was from God. I believe that
No.
my mom was in a church that was more cultish than it was biblical, and by the word. And I praise the Lord above that. My siblings, my brother-in-law is a pastor, my sister is a pastor's wife and a Sunday school teacher. They did not raise their children like that. My brother and his wife are not raising their children, and they're very, very church oriented. But I got the brunt of it. You know what I'm saying? So don't
Yes.
ever, ever think that that happened to humble you and cut you off, bring you to your knees, because again, my God is an awesome God. He reigns from heaven above, right?
Mhm. The Alpha, the Omega, and he knows our
I mean, that's
pain.
why I've even had shows about, I was like shopping for a different god because this one doesn't seem to like women much either. That's a whole nother show and a whole nother topic. But
I've
I
been
was
through
like
that
even
too.
talking to Sarah. I'm like, I'd like to like, maybe worship a female for a while.
No, actually, I think from my
That's kind of how I feel
understanding
right
of the
now
Bible,
in my life.
Gypsy, is that women were absolutely loved and adored, and they're supposed to be by their
By their
husbands
very
if they are
nature,
followers of the Lord.
yeah, by their very nature, they're supposed to be loved and loving. We are as women, we bring forth the children, right? There's no other, in our species, we are the ones that bring forth the children. We have the
But in
womb.
this
We are the
community
cradle, we are
and
the
and
cradle of
and and
civilization.
and in
Yes.
our reality world, and here we're second class citizens.
I don't believe that. And you
You
want to
don't
know
feel
why
like
I
we're
don't
treated
believe it?
that way and talked
Do you
to
want to
that way?
do you
If
want to
you
know
allow it.
why? Do you know? Yeah,
Tell me,
exactly. Because
please.
I have never allowed anybody,
Absolutely.
except for my abusive ex-husband, and other than that, no.
Nope.
I will never allow my voice to be snuffed out by anyone, male or
That's
female.
right.
That's why Easy triggers me so badly, because
Yeah.
he is a cultist. I mean, he changed his name to Alpha Omega in Discord.
You're
He's
kidding me.
No, I mean, he's got God's favorite in his tagline, Sleezus Christ, whatever it is, it's
He was saying
cultish.
it
And look at
to
how abusive he is to women. That's not godly. God
no,
did not tell
no,
man
no.
to take this woman, marry her, she has your children, and then be abusive. Now, is there any problem with being submissive to your husband?
No.
No, absolutely not. I mean, I have a very type A strong personality, but in my marriage, when it comes to talking about things, I allow my husband to take the lead because I lean on him.
Yeah,
He lifts me up. He carries me. And if that doesn't make sense, I hope it does.
I
I don't know if I'm
do. It
communicating
does
It
this
does to
totally.
those
correctly.
of us,
It
who
does
know you
totally.
now, know the real you and see it. We understand that, I think, now
I mean,
that you have a good marriage.
I went
The word
through many
submissive
failed
husband.
marriages, though, because
Right.
I was constantly seeking love. I was constantly seeking approval. I
Mm-hmm.
didn't have anybody model a marriage to me. I
Mm-hmm.
finally found my husband, and you know what? Everybody has heard Frank Loud, but
Yeah.
that man is the most gentle and loving man and will work his fingers to the bone to provide. I just don't. I think we were raised in churches, Gypsy, where it was by a misogynistic male that was
Yes.
perverting the Bible and the interpretation out of ego, not
Well,
out of biblical sense.
Can I bring up
Gosh,
3 points?
I'm
Can I bring up
sorry,
3
guys.
quick
I'm going
points?
off on a tangent. If I'm
No, no, no,
Not at
derailing,
no.
all.
No, I
tell
like
me I'm
this.
Not.
derailing.
No, we're going
I
with the
like
flow.
this.
I like this. I like
Yeah.
deep
I'd like to add,
conversations like this.
I'd like
We
to
are
add 3
gypsies
parts to
here.
this.
I like
The
having your
first one,
viewpoint too, Viloma.
God said, "Husbands, love your wives as Christ loved the church, and gave himself up for the church, that he might sanctify her, having cleansed her by the washing of water with the word." Blah 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 blah. God didn't intend for us to be belittled or anything like that. Number two, very quickly, the suffragette movement happened. It is real. My foremothers sacrificed, were bloodied and beaten and used and abused and put in the corner and silenced. And I will never dishonor the suffragette movement because of what my foremothers endured and went through. My voice will
But
be
in,
heard.
in corporate America, Nicolina, you know this. We're paid less. We still will not hold a management title like a man will. It's still a
I do.
man's world in
I
corporate
do.
America.
I do.
You
I
I got
you
paid the
might
same
in your
amount.
situation, but do you see it?
I
I
do.
mean, in medicine, not so much anymore. You see more female leaders. I
Mhm.
mean, I'm overseeing
And
a
are they paid
research department,
as the male counterparts are?
In some aspects, it is still bad, but it's improving. And so with work, we'll get the other one. The third point, real quick, I wanted to make was that
Okay.
I think people confuse karma and divine intervention and all of those spiritually emotional things with free will, which free will goes back to Adam and Eve when, free will goes back to when the first time God gave an order and then allowed man to choose to obey that order or not. And then, we had the first death. And so I think, I don't think that God is somebody who's going to say, like, you've done something bad, and so I'm going to take your child from you. I'm never, ever
Yeah,
going to
no,
believe that,
no.
ever. I'm
That would
always
be
going to
like
believe,
God saying, "Hey, Gypsy isn't spiritual enough, so I'm going to take her child to force her
right,
into it because he
never.
wants your free will, your free will."
yeah.
Yeah, never.
But
And
you
I
do
chose a
spend so much
job on the
time saying
railroad.
why, you know?
Right.
You
When
do
I
go
Yeah.
lived
through
The
with
that,
what
like,
if,
why?
when I lived with a Satanist, we had
Oh,
the Satanic
what?
Bible by
what?
Anton LaVey, and he would
Okay.
say,
Wait, what was that?
What are you, wait, what?
when I was younger,
I never knew this.
I've told you about that.
Say it.
Okay, I
Um,
don't remember.
but let me get to the point. He would say, if God is so the most powerful, then, you know, why is there child murder? Why is there child rape? And that sort of thing.
Oh my God.
He made the argument that on earth, like literally we are living hell on earth. And that if God was so powerful and so much more powerful than Satan, then he would stop it. So it
No.
proved at the time, it proved
Yeah.
the fact, this was their argument, that Satan ruled the world and that we were literally living hell on earth, and that Satan has way more power than God. Just look around. And so in my young mind, when I was, you know, falling falter to this cult, I was like, holy shit, they're right, you know?
Mhm.
And so in
Oh.
my mind, sometimes I'm like, does Satan have more power here on earth
I think
as
so,
we're
because
mortals?
think about it. If we have free will and there's temptation everywhere now. Before it wasn't as much, right? But
Mhm.
as the world progresses in every aspect, there's more temptation. I think it's not just drugs, it's not just alcohol. It is in my opinion, there's a lot when it comes to sex, right?
Right.
I think if from my understanding, if you look back to the 60s when there was a revolution of being able to be free, being able to um
Thank you, truth be told, for the
well,
super sticker there.
I'm gonna stop this part of the conversation that I was having. I'm gonna mute and listen because my daughter walked out and this is not age appropriate.
Okay. Okay.
Thanks.
Let me
Before
say
you
thank you. Woo! Thank you, truth be told.
Before you go, though, Nicolene, I hope you hear this. When you first popped up on the panel, what you said brought tears, because I've been waiting for, not waiting, but I've been, not waiting, that's not the right word. I've been eager to hear that from people when you were talking about not understanding, but wanting to understand. And that, yeah, bad things happen to good people and anyone's child. I say this all the time. I say, no one asks for this. Not even the worst of humans are asking for the death of the child. And so I say all the time, like, I wasn't given the opportunity. God didn't call me. Nobody called me. Preacher didn't call me. The neighbor didn't call me. Like, nobody called me or even gave me a heads up that the worst day of my life was going to happen. Nobody is called or given a heads up and asked, which one of your children can you live without for the rest of your life? No one gets the option to stand next to a bed and plead to exchange my life for his. I didn't get that opportunity either. And so because we have no idea it's coming. We don't have a say so in the matter. It does feel like an isolation shift into just like deep darkness. So when somebody who hasn't walked in the shoes actually says, I understand that can happen at any time to anybody, it's huge. That is huge. And the whole reason that I started a channel is because I really desperately wanted to change the narrative and the conversation and the language and the way that we communicate about grief, so that if people who are grieving have a more acceptable place where they're understood. So nobody's going to go to a space where nobody understands them and open up emotionally. And that bothered me. And so the more we talk about it, the more people are open to talking about it. The more we talk about the despair, the physical pain, not just the emotional pain, the more we talk about that, the more we feel understood. And so acknowledging that is like, today is a huge day in my world, because somebody acknowledged that everything I talk about, Nicolina acknowledged in like 2 minutes. And thank you for that, because that's an amazing gift.
No, I had to mute because I didn't want to finish, and I don't even need to at this point, but Maggie was around. She's 13, but Gypsy, I still have to send you the book that I want to send to you.
Okay.
I get sidetracked, but it is a book by a dear friend of mine, and she lost not one but two children.
Oh my gosh.
And she is the most well-known foster parent in our county, but these were her blood children. And she has adopted almost every single child that she has fostered. She is.
Oh, she sounds wonderful.
She is. Her and her husband.
That's what I wanted.
So Angela is so amazing that she was actually the minister, the ordained minister that married Frank and I. And we had been together so long, and we were like, why aren't we married? Because both of us had sworn off marriage. So we went and applied for our marriage license and just went to her house. We didn't do anything big and fancy.
That's how I did it. That's what I did.
But I loved this woman so much that we were surrounded by every one of her children and her husband and my kids. And we got married. It was just at their house. It was super silly to some people. But it wasn't to me because of her story, because of the way she can reach people. And she wrote this book, and I totally forgot to order it 2 weeks ago for you, Gypsy.
That's nice.
I read the book, and I have not lost a child. And it is very faith-based, though. So as long as you're okay with faith-based,
absolutely.
Her second child that lost his life was accidental. But this young man, Jared, was like the peacekeeper of the streets, if you will. Even though we live in a pretty decent town, he was very anti-bully. He would hang out with, he was still a teenager pretty much himself, but I'll never forget, my youngest son was being bullied just for walking downtown with his friends after playing a pickup game of basketball at the park. And this kid that was a couple years older was like trying to pick on Ashton. And Ashton is so not like me. He's very gentle. He's very sensitive, non-confrontational. And this other kid that was older than him was like physically intimidating him and saying that, I'll bust a cap in that ass type shit, wannabe gangster shit. Well, Jared happened to be nearby and came and intervened, walked my son home. Just a very good kid that was loved by no matter who they were, good people, bad people, everybody loved Jared. Well, he was at a friend's house. The dad of his friend was a police officer, and he had taken his belt off with his firearm, put it on the counter, and Jared's dumbass picked it up to fuck around with it, and it discharged.
Oh my God.
Oh my Lord.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That scares me.
The anniversary of his death just came through a couple weeks ago. I want to say it's been 6 years. But anyway, she wrote this book, and I read it because I support her, but it was to help me try to understand more what a mother deals with.
To empathize, to help you try to empathize, right? What happened to Nick?
It's okay. Did she drop?
She might have fell off.
Oh, okay.
Gypsy kicked me.
Okay, I had to go back.
So I'm going to send you that book, but I just wanted to tell you that.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Both of you women that have experienced loss of children, you have a story to tell. It needs to be heard, but you also don't realize the stories that you are telling, your experiences do positively impact your audience, and it makes people like me who's more cynical and afraid to really feel a lot, because that's my exterior, that's my armory, right? My armor.
Right.
It's safer not to be vulnerable. You are doing a great service to your audience being vulnerable because you're reaching people that have lost children, close family members, people like myself that are afraid, and
Yep.
you help humanize your grief so that people like me aren't afraid to just say, "Hey, how's it going?" You know, like,
She just helped me and I don't even know her.
yeah. Well,
That's my
Vilomah's,
whole goal, to just change
That I
the
mean, I
way
love this.
grief
I
is
mean, that's
spoke about. And what you coming up and saying all this stuff, Nicolina, tells me that I'm in the right place doing the right thing for the right
you
reasons,
are.
because you really just, I'm not ass kissing or anything of the sort.
I
I would be
wouldn't
frankly
think you would
honest
do
about
that.
this. Never. But you can ask Lee Marie, since day one on the channel, on my channel, I have done nothing. I have desperately wanted people to understand that the reason we don't talk about the hard things in life is because they're freaking hard and they're vulnerable. And as much as it's hard to open up, it's also hard to hear it. It's hard to apply it to your life. And so I got tired of that. Like, I got tired of having a voice but being afraid to use it. I went from completely social in various different circles in real life to just silent, alone all the time. That was my introduction into YouTube, was just for background noise. Like, I would literally, I'm gonna be very vulnerable right now. I feel safe to do so. I got so lost in my own head that I couldn't function in silence. And I would play old home videos of Cody in his bedroom with the door open and his TV turned up loud just to feel normal. And I got so tired of, like, everybody pointing at me like I'm broken, I'm the problem, I'm what's wrong, I'm
Right.
what's different. And so I thought, if we just had a place where we can talk about the difficult parts of life, the stuff we're not prepared for, the loss of a child, if we can just talk about it, we can humanize our emotions. More people would be interested or talking about what we're going through. We would feel more accepted. And
And we'll
so,
have
Yeah.
more empathy for one another.
yeah,
Absolutely. And if we don't
yes,
open up and be vulnerable now, our time, we're in our 50s, or at least I am.
yeah,
If I don't
I'm
open up
pushing it.
now, I'm never going to feel love again. And I don't want to die that way.
And I think when I'm at my weakest, there is a song that just rocks me to my soul. It's Broken Together by Casting Crowns. I always go back
Mhm.
to the non-secular music because I was raised, albeit it being a little tyrannical, I
Hmm.
do believe, and that type of music speaks to my soul, Gypsy. Like,
Yeah.
um the Bible doesn't speak to me the way lyrics do,
Right.
if that makes sense. We're
I
all
get
I've
it.
never
broken.
been able to actually sit down and read the Bible like other people can. Like, my husband's so worried about my salvation. That's what I got for my birthday, as a Bible, but I don't understand it. So I'm totally lyrical, just like you just said.
Yeah, I am.
Well, and that's
So
one reason. That's one reason I actually started my channel is
yes.
I wanted people to hear it. It's like listening to an audiobook, except I get so boogered up sometimes because I'm so convicted that I struggle reading it.
Yeah.
But I read it word for word. I don't skip any words. I read it, but I do put inflection when I feel like somebody's talking in a passage. I will sort of put it the way I feel like they were asking a question. Um, I just
I
I
highly recommend. I highly recommend you go to her Bible study on Wednesday, because she's right. And I'm an interrupter, Days, but I want to give you kudos. I I
I
popped
try to
in.
listen while I'm doing tasks because I get
No,
confused trying to
but
read it too. But I like listening.
the Bible you have to think of is it's all written in parables.
yeah.
Um, Me personally, I don't believe it's all. What's the word I'm looking for? There's stories to give examples based on experience. Maybe Jonah was swallowed by a whale and survived. But I have a hard time, comprehending and justifying that. But
Hmm.
And
Days,
the Immaculate Conception, I've never bought. I'm sorry. Please don't egg my house and roll me, but Come on,
No,
But we
but
do have a
come
rainbow.
on, you know.
but what
We do
Dazed
have
is saying, though, check her channel out. And I was moved Wednesday. I was so moved I
Yeah,
had to leave.
me too.
Like
I love her channel.
but we do have
That's
a
why I
rainbow,
wanted her to
right?
come up. When we're
God
talking about
promised
this, I love to have her around.
I
God
listen
promised
silently
to
while I'm
never
doing tasks.
God promised to never flood the earth again, and
Yeah.
his promise was a rainbow, and we do have a rainbow.
Yep. And every time I see one, I sit there and I'm like, "Thank you, Lord. Thank you." You know what I mean? It's just
Mhm.
to me, it's personal. It's. I just, I've seen miracles happen. I've experienced loss. Still don't understand it, but
Right.
not
That's
meant
where I
for me
have the hard time.
this
The
world.
loss.
For me, I feel like it's just not meant for me to understand it. I live with the hope that once I get to heaven, I'll be able to meet my granddaughter and just love her up because I didn't get to here.
yeah.
She died at 2 months old, and
Gosh.
and yeah, it's I mean, I've grieved for her, right? I grieved for a while over that because I felt guilty for not. I had the one rule, right? The one rule was they have to be sleeping through the night before they ever spend any time with Mama. Well, it just so happens I didn't get to spend any time with her, and it's my youngest son's. It was his daughter. He's now in jail,
Oh, I'm sorry.
and
Sorry
So
to
he's
hear.
having problems with grief too. Is that right?
well, it's not only that. It's one of the reasons I removed myself from Facebook. I was the one getting attacked. Well, you mothered him. You mothered a monster. We're coming after you too, right? And I had my legal name on
Same
Facebook.
with you.
So everybody knew me, and so I just completely removed myself from Facebook. And I cannot believe I'm saying this because this was the one thing I was even scared about people knowing about me. My son is in jail. He's in jail, charged with her murder, and all I know is that I know how he was with her. I can't imagine it. But if he's there for the right, if he's there and they charge him and he's found guilty, then he's the one that's going to have to be judged for it, not me. He doesn't stop being my son because that happened. He'll never stop being my son, ever.
That's right. That's right.
I lost my oldest son because I refused to turn my back on my youngest. I've lost my whole damn family, but I still go on and I'm still, I still function.
Right.
Because I have to.
We have to. Not because we want to.
But we function because we have to. But then there's also days where I know at least and I'm sure all of you, why did you do this to me? Because I can't understand it. Why did you make my kids? Why did you make my kid sick? And why did it get worse? And I already had a shitty life and then that. But I know there's people way worse off, and that helps.
Do
me
you ever
sometimes,
feel like it's punishment, Sarah? Do you ever feel like me? Do you ever feel
I
like
don't
he's
know.
punishing us?
I have been. I don't understand why. Because the first part of my life was so bad. So why did you make my kid sick? But I know there's others way worse, and that helps me. But I can't help it.
This neighborhood has made me think to myself, damn, look at these shitty ass people that are like stuffing their kids in suitcases and that kind of thing. And they still get a Christmas card and a hello from the other kids. It's like, what the hell,
Dazed, I am so sorry that I'm not going to share my
hold on my
story.
countdown. I'm an idiot.
Days, maybe sometime you and I can talk on the phone.
Hi, traders.
Well, this is what I want to say.
I want you to tell you I'm proud of you.
When Rabbit said protect Dazed at all costs, that's what they were talking about.
Wait, what?
What
was it?
When Rabbit would always say protect Dazed at all costs, she knows all this, right? She knows my whole story, and I was so scared that people were going to do the same thing that they did to me on Facebook here.
Right.
but I was terrified. I was absolutely terrified of people finding out. And I've got to the point now, if you accept me for everything, my flaws and all, or you don't accept me, period.
Absolutely.
Dazed, you have been somebody that I shared my story with you.
Yes.
And you protected my story when the heat turned up, and you republished my story when I said, go ahead, put it out there, because I trusted there's a kindred spirit there, regardless if you know this, but I said yes to you for a reason, because you had a purpose. And your purpose, for me anyways, has been, I don't understand how you can love and be kind to everybody. I wish I could be the same way. But that is your gift. Your gift is not just spreading
And
kindness.
even Anissa.
I agree. This is your calling. Like, this is your purpose.
Sorry to interrupt. I've seen her comment. Sorry. I love people. I love people. I love the human condition. I'd love to get back to the very first thing I started on YouTube. I love hearing stories of other people because it makes my life seem okay. It makes me feel like I'm not the only one out here that fucking struggles.
Right.
Right.
That's what I was talking about when I said when the purpose
TBT
comes from the pain, it matters so much more. And that grief in any capacity, whether it's loss of friends, loss of home, loss of career, any type of grief makes you stronger,
loss
not
of
weaker.
safety, loss of comfort. I mean,
the hard times are what build us.
But
and
Vilomah,
change our
you need to check out
perspective.
Dazed. You have to check out Dazed. No matter where she is spreading love. I don't know how she fucking does it. I wish I could be more like her. But she is love and compassion. She is humble. And she loves without any string. And that to me is very beautiful. I'm sorry. This is an emotional stream, Gypsy. What have you done to
Very
me?
emotional. I'm glad you all are here.
My
I
eyes
really
are wet.
appreciate you all being
My eyes wet.
honest and vulnerable.
Lisa
It was necessary,
the
though,
link
right?
now.
It was necessary, especially after the passing of E yesterday. It was necessary for me anyway to talk about it.
I am very thankful that you had a platform a few weeks ago with E Squared, because I'm thankful she accepted my apology for calling her a liar about her cancer, and to see all these other channels exploiting her death in the name of no drama, and then the drama is still going. It's truly despicable.
Okay, can I blow everybody's mind right now?
Absolutely. Be our palate cleanser.
Well, I was totally I was driving. Okay, first of all, I can't drive anyway. That's a different story. But I was driving, and I was like, God, I need to be on panel right now. I have so much to say. So I was like,
I'm calling the cops. I'm calling the cops. I'm calling the cops.
All right. First, this is kind of out of order, but also not, because I was driving while y'all were talking. Women were the first preachers in the Christian religion. Here's why.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious. So
Wow.
when Jesus came in, I don't know much about the Bible, but I do know he walked up in them places and he was flipping tables and chasing people with whips, right?
He was sitting at tables eating with whores and drunks.
Because the Pharisees and all those weird people, or whatever they were called, right? they were organized religion. He was anti-organized religion. So the church was doing all this extra stuff, making it about ego.
And
Christianity came
taxing.
in to stop all that and be all about love, right? So that's what Jesus did. He spent 16 years between Tibet and learning the 7 Hermetic principles in Egypt, learning the tablets of Thoth. Okay, so that's in the book of Q, I think. Anyways, so he was all about the love vibration, right? That's what Jesus is. He's the love vibration. So he was anti organized religion. So women were the housemakers. They were the, teach the little chitlin stuff and cook food. Those were the first preachers in the Christian religion because they were the head of the household. That's how they were called because they ran the household. They taught the love vibration. And who better than a mother than to teach the love vibration because she's so loving and caring, raising her children, taking care of her husband that was out providing. So Christian women were the first leaders in Christian. When it became an organized religion, that's when it flipped on its head. And we talked about women's suffrage movement. The only reason women, they were property, they were traded.
I wish I'd been there when you talked about women's suffrage. I don't know what you mean when you say that. I was writing notes and shit in class or putting on makeup when history class was happening and biology.
It was the movement, I believe, to give women rights.
Yes.
Easy can teach you biology, Gypsy.
It's baloney, right?
Stop.
Easy can teach us baloney. That's the study of animals.
Preach about the suffragette movement. Come on, that's my period name. Let's go.
I'm not really preaching about that. The only reason that women were put into the workforce is because we institutionalized America, and they figured, oh my God, I can get 2 for the price of 1 if both parents have to work. It's about the institutionalization of America. It's actually not about women's rights. So
I disagree with you. I love you, but I disagree with that.
Okay, number 2. All right, this is really going to ruffle some feathers, but follow the brain concept. I actually did some videos about the institutionalization of America on my channel. It's a really cool episode. I broke it down.
Okay. I gotta go, guys. My son just showed up. I will be in the chat. Love you guys. Bye.
Love you.
Love you too. Thank you for coming.
So this is gonna hurt.
Nicolina, sub up if you're not subbed already.
But listen, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, all I was saying is that mods have been dropping our channels. Some switching earbuds, don't mind me.
Okay. So this is going to ruffle some feathers if you project your own experience on it. So if you could just free your mind for a second, don't project your own experiences on it. Just let it soak in, okay? And then just listen with unbiased ears. And bro, it will blow your mind, okay? Hold on to your knickers because I'm gonna drop some panties right now. We make our own karma. So when we incarnate into this, and this is clearly just a theory, I wasn't there. I could pretend to be psychic, but I'm not. So when we incarnate into this body, pretty much think about it like a level system. Dead serious. 1D, 2D, 3D, 4D, 5D, 6, all the way to 12D, which is the universe, right? Energy is constant. It never stops. Everything that you actually think is solid, that's actually not solid at all. It's 2 energy molecules rotating around.
Is that why when I put stuff on the shelf, it falls right back off? We have too much gravity in the world.
Nothing is really solid. Truly, truly, truly. It's solids do not exist because energy is everything, and everything is energy, and energy never stops. Okay.
It's frequency.
This sounds like a Lauryn Hill song. Everything is everything.
Okay.
Should I be grabbing a blunt? Should I be grabbing a blunt for the rest of us?
Yeah, you should grab a blunt right now.
All right. So before we choose our body, we actually choose our life events, the big ones, like losing your child and like picking your parents. Okay? So please don't project. Just hear me out.
What you mean picking your parents? I didn't pick them.
Yeah, you did.
Well, I made a wrong decision
No, I
somewhere
didn't.
No, listen. Okay, we
The
picked our
fuck?
parents. We even picked losing a child. We even picked having shitty parents. We picked getting bad things happen to us. We pick all the huge
Are you
life
trying to say
events.
it's all my fault?
Just listen. Here's where free will comes in. It's
Okay.
what we choose to do with those bad experiences, which I call lessons. I don't call good or bad. I I say bad is a lesson. Okay? It's what we choose to do in spite of those lessons. That's where free will comes in. That's where our soul's evolution takes place. So, if I incarnate into this 3D world, which is the material world that we live in today, as let's say I'm a 5D being, okay? But I'm going to a 3D body because there's a part of myself that I must strengthen to get to 6D, okay? So I choose a life path full of bad parents, full of murdered kids, full of trauma, because there's nothing that teaches your soul faster than lessons equals bad. Okay. So
Okay.
karma. This is where karma comes in.
What was I supposed to learn though? I'm confused. What is it I'm supposed to be learning from all this?
Okay.
I think she's talking about pain humbling you and life experiences and
So,
maybe go ahead.
Gypsy, earlier in this live, you said a key word for me. It's like
Stuck in one.
lately, I feel like I belong. I care about each and every one of you. So, in spite of all your pain and all your tragedy, today, think about today as opposed to 20 years ago. Do you feel more complete today than you did 20 years ago?
Absolutely.
There's your answer right there.
Absolutely.
So even
Yeah,
in
okay.
spite of the pain, because 20 years ago you had everything, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But you felt out of place, out of balance.
Scattered.
Yes. But today, in spite of the tragedy, the bad, which I call lessons, you feel more at peace, more balanced, which means you are winning in the evolution of your soul. So that way, because we are immortal, we're
Okay.
going to continue and we're either going to stay stagnant. Okay. So this is where karma comes in. So if you know the 7 hermetic principles, number 1 is mentalism, which is the all is mind. We're all connected and we essentially build our reality. So having a positive outlook is absolutely a choice because it's in your
You mean a
brain.
self-fulfilled prophecy?
Not
No.
necessarily.
Okay.
What I'm saying is we create our reality with our minds. If we'll use the glass half full, glass half empty type situation. A positive person would describe the half full glass of water as half full. A negative type person with a negative mindset would say it's half empty. It's all subject. Everything is gray. Everything is subjective. It's your brain. It's your mental, if it's positive or negative aspected, the way you think, it's the way your subjective vision sees the world. So you create your reality, whether it's a good one. Again, in spite of tragedy, you've chosen to elevate yourself, to find healing, so you're a positively aspected brain. Now, we're not perfect. We beat up on ourselves. We do all of these things because we are here in the 3D, and 3D is your mind. It is essentially a prison if we allow it to be. So, karma. Here's where my concept comes in. A karmic cycle is a way to strengthen our soul's evolution. So, again, these predetermined paths, the predetermined
Thank you for the 99-cent super sticker. Thank you very much.
The predetermined paths that we choose, again, before our incarnation, they set us up for lessons, but also through those lessons, are karmic cycles. So let's say this incarnation, it is my soul's journey to strengthen my intuition. Okay. I'm just using that as an example. So
Right.
when I was 10, I would never listen. I would always doubt myself. Now that I'm 37, I consistently, if my gut tells me, I just back off, right? So
Right.
that's a way to break the karmic cycle. So now that I'm listening to my intuition, let's say I was
Okay.
dating, okay? Because now I listen to my intuition, and again, I've had the same crappy experiences, 20 years of dating, okay? But because now I listen to my gut, I'm like, oh no, no, this bitch is crazy. And I back
Right.
off. Okay? That is breaking the karmic cycle. So
Okay.
are positively
So
mind
I
or
should act on those, like the panic that where it wakes me up in the middle of the night, something bad's happened, and then I go online and he's just playing PlayStation. I
no,
should
I would
act on it? No, okay.
never act. Why
Okay.
I made the motion to back up is because if I have a gut reaction, again, lately I've been reacting. Okay, which gets me into a lot of trouble.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Typically, 99% of the time, I don't react, I withdraw. So I can assess the entire situation, put some lavender on, let it go, and then after I'm clear and level headed, then I assess. And if I need to make a correction, I will, and then continue moving because energy can never be stagnant because then it inhibits your soul's growth. Okay, so we make our own karma because we are the way we look at the world. If we have a positive aspect in our minds, everything is
Okay.
positive because everything is subjective. I don't care who you are, everything is gray. It's not black and white. Black
And
and white,
everything
No,
you put out in the
there's no black
universe
and white
comes
for
back
me.
to you.
black and white is 2D. So
I don't do that.
if your only choices are wrong or right, you are 2D and you're actually behind and you're
That
stagnant.
frustrates me.
Yes, you're stagnant. You only see the world in 2D, just
I get in
like a piece
arguments
of
about
paper.
this.
A piece of paper is 2D. 3D is the whole, shebang. Okay? So wrong or right would be a piece of paper and a piece of paper, and you get to choose one. It's flat, it's nothing, it's 2D. 3D would be this. It's subjective. It's gray. So that's the difference between 2D thinking and 3D thinking. So if you're 2D thinking, you need to worry about your own stagnancy. Change your negative mindset has made you stagnant in your energy. So you just need to change it to a positive mindset, and you will continue. You've shut down your abundance. You've shut down your everything. You're pretty much dead in the water. You're floating till you die, like a buoy waiting for a fish. If that fish don't come, that little buoy's gonna stay there forever, right? Okay. The last thing.
Can, can I interrupt for 1 second?
Sure.
Oh
Nothing to do with
yeah.
this. I'm listening. I have to run downstairs. I'm going to put my earbuds down, and then I'll be back in a couple minutes. I'm going to go on mute. I would
Okay.
open the garage door
Uh
for my Nana.
what's Linda talking about? What have I missed
I,
here in
I
chat?
tried to see. I tried to see, but I couldn't see anything. I couldn't scroll up any further. I mean, once you.
I haven't posted anything bad.
No, not you.
I'm sorry
I
if
thought
that
she meant.
happened to you, but the best thing to do so that everyone can join in is just block each other, okay? Because I'm not going to block people from a channel. So just block each other, please. Okay, go ahead, traders.
Okay. So Manchester, can you highlight Manchester Vicky's comment? Because that's actually where I'm going next. And
Chester
then this is
Vicky.
the last thing I've written down.
Okay, let me find it here.
Sure.
Is she way down here?
Yeah, it's like way at the bottom.
Okay, I see it here about the impact of chemicals.
Correct. Correct. Okay, so I was actually going right there. Manchester Vicky says, there's also an impact of chemical reactions and impact to the body too. You have to realize that your mind controls your body, not your body controls your mind. Absolutely. Also, here's another reason substances are so prevalent. we have lost our fundamental principles. So, I mean, you could go back to Sigmund Freud and blame it on him instead of Maslow being the godfather of psychiatry, who is absolutely Maslow's hierarchy of needs. If you don't know what it is, it'll take 3 seconds to figure out. It will change your freaking life. Because just
Okay.
as a pyramid, you need a fundamental bit, the bigger base, and then it goes up into the pyramid. You can't have the top of the pyramid without the bottom. If you read it, you'll see it, and you'll be like, oh, gosh, that was easy. He should be the godfather of psychology or father, whatever. But
All right.
whatever. Okay, so we have lost our connection just as you, again, I'm going to blame it on wrong teaching, wrong principles, whatever, it doesn't matter. Just as we choose to go through life, our free will dictates. When a lesson or a bad thing happens, I'm going to go for a quick fix, which can be a substance, could be sex, could be a lot of things. But if we were already utilizing what we've had, which is just our connectivity, our openness, our sense of belonging, purpose, community, we would not need that quick stimuli because we would already have it. So because we've lost community, neighbors. When I was growing up,
Yes.
our neighbors all knew each other, and we lived.
Yeah.
My nana lived in a very bad neighborhood. But now the neighbor on the right was a drug dealer and always in and out, so they would have drive-bys because of them. But the neighbor to the left was a very nice woman, and they knew everything, the kids, the grandkids. It was totally fine, even though it was one of the worst neighborhoods in Las Vegas. So that sense of community left us potentially 1950, 1960. Stranger danger scare did not help, things like that. So everybody was so scared, drawing within. I could go conspiracy theory on why I think that is, but I don't want to derail this conversation. But I totally have a valid conspiracy theory, but that's fine. Okay.
You came in hot with info. You had your paper ready. You had your
I
notebook.
did.
Like I just started a
Got a
notebook
note.
too. I'm taking
I got
notes.
to show you one.
But because of our quick need for excessive stimuli, so lights, camera, action, drama, that is also a dopamine release, the excessive stimuli. So the reason that they put the lights on the slot machine, it's to lure you in. Those lights actually give you a dopamine release. The sounds, the potential to win, the rush of putting a quarter in and you get $1 back, the potential windfall of $50 million if you play the Kansas lottery. Those are all excessive stimuli. Think about it when you drive down the street. How many neon signs do you see? That is excessive stimuli. Okay. Now you barely see them because I know growing up in Vegas, you don't notice any neon because it's everywhere. So, it's a whole entire culture, and we've fallen, I could say, victim to it. Drugs, cigarettes, soda, tweaker shots, and again, sex, drugs, so on and so forth. So we lost the connectivity, we've increased the stimuli. So what we need to do is just detox from the stimuli and then relearn our being able to be open, vulnerable, connectivity.
What is the best
community.
way to detox from stimuli, in your opinion, besides downers? Seriously.
I had to make a choice. So, what fulfills my soul? And once I can answer that, what fills me up inside? So, I'm actually a loner. I don't do well in groups, and I struggle with stimuli. So, when I'm overstimulated, I actually shut down or overreact or underreact. I mean, it's a whole ass mess.
I don't do good in groups.
Yeah.
I'm always by myself. Like if there's a party, I always go off to the side. People are like, "What are you doing?" I can't do it. I'm always with my dog off in some
Yeah.
corner.
So, but there's so much that we have in common. And just these moments right here, so we're actually replacing our need for the stimuli. So notice, and I'm just using this as an example. Your lives, you typically, and I was going to say this earlier, and now is the perfect opportunity. So when you are conducting your lives, you will say, let's say, Traders, did you see Traders live last night? She was doing this, that, and this. And then it's discussion, and then you move on. And then you intermingle it with real life events, local events, headline stories. So you're actually detoxifying your group for the constant need for stimulus. So I feel like you and your methods are closer than anyone else can achieve that I've seen. Because it's either no drama or all drama, and you have found a way to intermingle it, balance, and when things are being derailed, again, because you're intermingling it, the tone is already set for your live. This is not going to be a hate fest, drama fest, so on and so forth. The chat doesn't go extremely negative. The comments are you know, maybe not PG, but they're definitely not TVMA. And you, as the creator, set the tone for that. So I feel like you're already on the way to detoxifying from stimuli. And as you know, with bipolar disorder, we have to find creative ways to detoxify ourselves because you get paranoid, tripping, see stuff, I hear stuff. Like, it's insane if I get too manic and if I get too much into my conspiracy theories or if I overreact. You know what I mean? So using those same methods as I use to calm myself down and withdraw and then be able to refocus, just sometimes just put lavender on. That's the way.
I keep where's it at? I keep pumpkin because lavender makes me sneeze.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I do keep, and I even put it in my hair. Pumpkin oil. I'm serious. It's crazy. Aromatherapy really does help. It'll change my mood and music. A song changed my mood big time. Put on
Music.
Mariah Carey. I'm dancing.
Yeah. Yep.
If I could just interrupt for a second and attack what's happening here in chat. I think that Linda is feeling slighted by Rabbit, and if y'all want to come up and squash it, that would be awesome, so that we can all enjoy this great interaction that we're having in our community. If y'all want to come up and squash it real quick, or I think that there's, as we started off, there's been some miscommunication and a breakdown here. I think it looks like Rabbit is trying to say she hasn't personally done anything to you, Linda. I think that Linda is feeling as though she's not being validated. So those are the things happening here. It looks like it was actually easy that hurt her. Drop a link. Okay. Yes, so y'all can squash this and move on because we enjoy both of you guys. We don't want either of you to leave.
I hate to drop all that and run, but I'm having my mom's birthday party.
Oh,
happy all right.
I understand. Yeah, happy
I love
birthday.
you guys.
Woo.
Have fun.
That was Traders, guys. If you're not sub, drop a link and let sub up to her. She's awesome.
Thanks.
She's got some major psych information, and she's sharing with us. And let's soak it up with our sponge.
I still don't understand some of it.
Okay. Yeah, it's a little over my head sometimes, but I kind of grasp what she's trying to say.
Some of it,
like what you put out in the universe comes back to you. Let's see, is she added? Okay, here she comes. My internet's sorry, either it's StreamYard, but I think Rabbit's made it up here finally. Hey, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. Good.
Is Linda coming up or no?
It doesn't look like it was you that actually hurt this person, but for some reason she's feeling validated.
It's another day at the freaking office. Look, she came in my chat trying to tell me speak easy done said something mean to her. I said, well, hold on, let me write it down. I'll get a little piece of paper, put it on complaint department. Like, what do you want me to do about that?
Right. Linda, could you let me know here in chat? What is it you're really wanting here? I know she's trying to validate your emotions by answering you, but I don't think we understand what it is
It's
you're
silly.
hoping to.
It's silly. And then, and then she came in saying, I'm so disappointed in you. I'm so tired. I hope everybody's disappointed. I'm so tired of that. I swear I'm about 2 seconds away from just losing it, but I'm not going to. Linda, I don't know you well, right? If you went to speakeasies and somebody said something that you didn't like or whatever, I don't know what happened there. How do I know you didn't say something? I don't pay attention to all that. You know what, Zepparella? Just like my feelings ain't silly to me, Chief. Right? Silly feelings are silly, ain't they? Everybody's so damn selfish on here, man. Y'all got shit so
Would you
twisted.
like to
Good
come
luck,
up, Linda?
mofos. If you go to
I can.
Easy's and you run your mouth, he's gonna hand it back to you. That's how it happens. So y'all have a good.
Is that it? I was trying to listen.
I was hoping they could work it out so they could stay and enjoy our visit.
Sometimes you don't say anything and he does it actually, but I guess it depends on who you are and what
that's good.
you are. I know I haven't done nothing and I've been called names.
I believe that Gamer Girl was rude to Linda.
I see that, Lee Marie.
And
you're right, Lee Marie.
She didn't feel validated. Huh? Let's see. Where did it go? Where is it at? Okay, here it is.
I believe Queen Bee played that too, because I was listening to some of the replay this morning. What happened?
We don't like when people hold us accountable for other people's actions, so we shouldn't do it to anyone else. Well, I'm sorry, Linda. I tried. I was hoping y'all could get some resolution. I apologize that wherever it was that happened to you, nobody likes to go through that. I'm just glad you're here and that we can go back to what we were talking about. Or it looks like Rappers made everybody pizza. Did you make everybody some Rapper?
Rapper's being pretty good today.
So my husband brought me this plate of. Can you see it? It's beef stew with sweet potatoes and black-eyed peas.
That looks delicious.
It does. He's awesome.
That looks so good. I hated leaving when Traders came up, but my Nana just drove in, or she's on her way in from Tennessee, and I needed to go open the garage door. She's about a half hour out.
Hey, I hate to see somebody's feelings get hurt, you know? I hate it.
Yeah.
What happened?
It looked as though, from my understanding, Linda was in a chat and Easy was rude to her, and she was feeling unvalidated and was disappointed that Rabbit didn't defend her, is what I'm gathering. Is that what y'all got from it?
Or the way she said it, maybe the response.
And Rabbit's argument was she is the one who did anything to her. It was Easy. Is that right?
Yeah, like what can I do for you? I'm not the one who did it, kind of thing. Yeah. Kind of went a little back and forth.
He's passing out pizza.
I think she might have left now.
Let's see, Gypsy, please highlight this. That could have been handled way better, and people's feelings shouldn't be invalidated. Everyone heard White Rabbit. I'm sorry, I did the best I could. I'm sorry. I invited them both up.
I don't know. I don't think she meant you. I don't think she meant you. Just my interpretation of that statement. I think she meant someone else. I mean, that's just how I'm interpreting it. I could be wrong too.
I tried.
Yeah, no, you were talking and everything. We were talking.
I've watched that. I've watched a little bit of that channel that you just mentioned, not White Rabbit, but the other one, and where I don't know who he is or much about him. I'll tell you what, this is me personally. I think that he came in wanting to defend himself or defend a bunch of people, or I don't know, whatever you want to call it, like the savior type thing. The like, I don't want, or I want a safe place for people that have been emotionally affected or something like that. I guess I don't really know how to word it, but today I see what happens a lot of times, right? When people want to create a safe space for people to talk about what they've gone through, kind of thing. But there's always like, you either have to keep it a conversation that's therapeutic or that's positive or that's moving in a positive direction. There always seems to be a shift that happens the majority of the time that channels like that come up, and it's where the person who is like the channel holder starts to pick up the same behaviors that they're fighting against, or that they say that they're fighting against. And that's where I get lost. That's where I kind of back away, like, wait, hold on a minute. So a lot of people have asked me, how can you support this group, but then talk about that group? I'm like, first off, I don't talk about that group. I just don't engage with that group. I don't go to that space, and I don't give it my energy, and I'm not going to sit in the chat and whatever. There's been a couple times I've clicked in when someone said, hey, they're talking about this, they're talking about that. I don't chat or anything like that. But when I see the person who is supposed to be setting the example, or the person who wants to set the example, when I see that person start to exhibit the same behaviors, to me, it becomes a negative space. And so
yes,
for me, I don't want to, like, can I give you an example of what I'm talking about? Because sometimes I feel like it don't come out right.
Absolutely.
We know what you're
So
talking
right
about.
now,
Go ahead.
there's like a couple of channels that are coming at me twisted sideways about my son. Like, oh, you lied about how he died, or you lied about this. I didn't lie about any damn thing ever when it comes to my son. Never have, never will.
No one's fucking business, really.
Right. It's absolutely not. And if those idiots can't tell the difference between motorcycle and dirt bike, that's not my problem. That's a them problem. So I had the urge, just because I'm human, like, I had the urge to fire up a live stream and drag that bitch for all the filth I could find. But I don't react in emotion. So I sat back on it. I journaled it. I do a ton of journaling.
I love you
journal
too, Linda. I love you too.
Like, I journal every day about the most insignificant things that are extremely important. And here's what I came to. I say the same thing to people that are grieving when they get dragged or called out or whatever. Like, I say the same thing. I want to be the example for people that are hurt to not react in that pain, because it brings on a tit for tat, right? And so I made the decision that by giving that any power in my head, and what I mean by that is, when you have that initial reaction to, like, fire up a live stream or hop on a panel and go at it in defense of what they said against you, I stand back. Sometimes I call Lee Marie, sometimes I call Lise, sometimes I call my sister-in-law. But I talk to somebody and I'm just like, this is how I'm feeling. This is why I'm feeling that. And here's the conclusion I've come to. I never, ever, ever am going to react in anger like that, even when I want to, even when I want to get in my car and drive cross country and be like, bitch, we going to handle shit. I'm not going to do it, because if
I feel like in that situation, the person who stays calm and in self-control is the winner. The one who loses self-control loses.
Yes. And I'm going to meet that hate with peace. I'm not going to give them there's a lot of people that do this type of thing, and that's kind of what I'm picking up from that channel. I think he may have came in with really good intention, but the shift happened, and it's starting to be like a derailed train, in my opinion. And so I learned from those. Yeah. And like, I learned from those situations where I'm not going to meet that hate with hate or fight with fight. At the end of the day, someone else's opinion of me is none of my business. I'm not going to seek it out. What they say about me has no bearing on my life. I'm still going to get up, and I'm going to do for others and do for myself and live in my life. And no one's going to stop me from doing that. They can say whatever they want all day long. It comes from a place of hatred, envy, whatever, wherever, however, and it's theirs to carry. If I take it on and I become an equal to them, then I end up fighting tit for tat back and forth and give all kinds of other people content and opinions. But if I
Yes.
stand up and say, I don't really give a shit what you think. You know what?
Right.
If you want to tell me that I lied about how my son passed away, that's on you. I've dropped the newspaper articles. I have videos made about it, like whatever. It's nothing more than someone else's opinion of me. And it's not my business. I don't care. On one hand, the people who believe in that shit are all in the same space. And so that's safe for me. They're in the same place. I don't have to go seek them out to find out where the hate's at. It's all in one place. And they can sit and talk all day long. I will give them no reaction because then it becomes tit for tat, back and forth.
I try not to do it for
and
content because then it's going to give them
Exactly.
content. So I try not to for that reason. Sometimes I do, but that's the reason I don't, because they just want to make content out of it. And I just
That's all
don't
it
go
is.
where I'm not welcome. If I don't
Right.
feel like they're going to welcome me, if they're, I already know the places that have, hate or just don't want me around. So I'm not going to go where I'm not wanted, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I just stay in the places that are, make me happy.
Exactly what you just said. And then when people would send me a link, so
Can I
say to
interrupt
them,
for just one
yeah,
second?
yeah,
It looks like Rabbit also feels like her feelings are not validated. And I hate feeling like that. Like people are not hearing what I'm saying about my feelings. And so I really wish the both of them would squash this here because they're both feeling hurt, And that's just
I'm
going to
happy to
spill over
mediate.
into other panels, other chats, and create a bigger animal than it really is. If they could squash it, that would be awesome.
I recently did a
Because
mediator
no
role.
one wants to feel unvalidated,
Yeah. I actually, I was asked to do a
We have a
mediation,
mediator here if y'all
and I
want to
did it.
squash it.
And I was damn good at it too. Okay. I'm just going to say that. I was good at it. I'm happy to help.
I
want
hate
people
people
to
to be hurt
feel
or walk away
heard.
feeling, White
So is it
Rabbit
a need
says,
to?
don't come to me with crap like I'm supposed to do something. I don't white knight for my own friends, so I sure ain't for some random person over dumb stuff. Okay, can maybe you help us understand that, Vilomah?
So there's, in my opinion, when it comes to social media, and so there's the need to feel heard with somebody actually hearing what you have to say and giving feedback that indicates that they heard you. But then we have people that for them to feel heard, so for them, in order for them to say that they feel heard, you have to agree with them. You have to say, I agree with you and I stand for you. For me personally, being heard means someone is listening and applying it to their life, or they're giving feedback. It's a conversation, right? But for me personally, I can feel heard even if someone doesn't necessarily agree with what I'm saying. Like, I don't expect my friends to agree with everything I say. I don't even expect them to hear
Right.
me. It's a gesture. So, are we talking about someone needs to be heard, or are we talking about somebody that needs to be heard and agreed with? Because those are two different things.
That's interesting. That's interesting. I get what you're saying. A lot of people do want to be heard, so they hear validation, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you can be like, I'm just going to use Traders because she understands I love her. So there may be a time that Traders and I don't agree on something, and I will hear her and be like, this is what I heard you say. Is that what you're trying to convey? And she can say yes. And there might be a time that I say, is this what you're saying? Did I get it right? And she say yes, and I say, I understand you. I don't agree with that. And I don't think she would take it personal. She wouldn't be like, I have to pound this into your head so that you agree with me. We would still have the same respect and love for one another without, with having differences of opinions. Those are the people I like. I love them them's my people.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Lee.
I think Kintsugi is saying, where is empathy and grace in this today?
It's hard to
Y'all
find
can
it,
see.
Kintsugi.
Where is
Am I
the
in trouble, Lee?
caring and the empathy?
No, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, am I in
I don't know
trouble?
if I'm lagging.
Okay,
Did I
and
do something wrong?
Rabbit views it. Rabbit's viewing this as mind game. So help us, Vilomah. We're losing here.
Well, get up here. Let's talk about
Um,
it, y'all.
Hold on.
Peacefully.
I wanted to
some
Did I do
people
something
don't
wrong?
listen.
Is there a live scheduled? Am I going to miss it? What's happening? Lee's my manager.
I think. What time is Gyno, y'all?
I don't know. Who's Gyno? Oh, Ghost. Oh, it's Sunday.
It's at
Ghost.
4. So 15 minutes. We got to head over to Ghost.
Yeah, I don't miss that.
Yeah.
Is my schedule
So
messed up, Lee?
Linda said, I've been a sub to her since she started, and now just listen to her.
Well, hold on. Don't give up on each other yet. We can really talk about this and figure it out. I know Peachy because Lee manages me on here.
I think
and so
Peachy's having an issue with her too. So, you know, we're all wanting each other's channel to thrive. So if we can.
I don't know what's going on, but I'm always open to conversation, 100%. Just not with people like Constance who won't listen because she just wants to be heard. I wish I could fix that with her because I used to love having conversations with her.
I know. The same here. I mean,
I did. Lee, did she put in the back chat? See, Lee manages my time here. So if I'm about to get in trouble or miss something, she lets me know. Nope, nothing back there.
I think we're getting ready to go to
there she is.
Ghost.
Okay. I just wanted to say one thing. Can you hear me now?
Linda, you know I love you, and Rabbit the same. I hope that everything works out okay, and if not, just block each other. That's what I do. And you know, like Maggie, she just wants to hate me. I mean, no matter how many times I sing Maggie to her, she just won't love me. So block her. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Who is saying
I can
leave
hear
a
you, Lee.
community? Absolutely not. No one should leave a community. I mean, we've got to be able to be flexible and work with each other. Isn't that important in society to be flexible?
Okay.
And
That's
sometimes
unfair.
agreeing to disagree.
Wait. That's unfair. This is all I want to say, okay?
Okay.
White Rabbit, we supported you for months. We weren't in your lives just for drama. We were there when you were envelope stuffing, when you were talking about Timu, when you would be talking about Carrie, the movie Carrie. We were there for everything, okay? And we thought that, fine, you don't think of people as friends or you don't want to make friends, but we thought that you actually cared about us as subscribers, and we cared about you as a creator, and we gave our time and our support to you. And then you throw it back in our face by saying that it was pretend, and it was not, because what did we gain from it? The only thing we gained is you having a live. Instead of coming and talking to us, you did a live where you were around, you hid around the bushes because you didn't want to say our names outright, but everybody knew that you were talking about us because the other side came in and started writing all kinds of nasty comments. Okay? So do not act like you are innocent. Do not act like you did not do what you did. Don't act like we are the bad guys when we did nothing but support you.
Lee, hold on. Take a deep breath. Mute and take a deep breath, please.
No, I know. That comment just aggravated the fuck out of me. Do not
Okay, I
say that our
understand.
support was pretend. I do
I
not
understand.
like that.
I
Do
just
not tell
hold on.
me my feelings.
Will you
You
take a deep
have the
breath
right
for
to
me,
have
please?
your feelings, but we don't have the right to have ours. And when we tell you our feelings, all of a sudden you say, you invalidate them, and then you say, oh, you don't care about my feelings. That's not true at all. We tried talking to you. We tried talking to you in chat. You didn't want to hear it. And now the only thing you do is if your chat is not unbiased. When you had your chat before, when we were in there, if any of them came over into your chat, we were respectful. We never said a word to them. We never were mean. We completely ignored them. If we go into your chat now, we are attacked every single time. Okay? So you are not some channel that is safe to go into. You made it unsafe. You decided to pretty much tell everyone to fuck the mean girls. Okay? And that's exactly what happened, whether you want to admit it or not. And now I'm done. I'm sorry,
Okay.
Gypsy. I'm sorry, Vilomah.
That's okay.
I'm
I
sorry,
understand.
Dazed.
I understand. Maybe y'all can pick this back up over on
But
Rabbit's
we are
channel
not
and
the
work it all
bad guys
out.
in this one. Okay, I
Right.
just want to
I
say we are
understand.
not the bad guys in this one, and I will not take that. I will not own that. We did nothing wrong, and I will not allow the mean girls to be fucking shredded for this. We did nothing wrong. You go hard for your
Are
friends,
you okay?
I go hard for mine.
Take a deep breath, Lee.
Okay, I'm
Those
I
gonna
don't want
get
your
ready
blood.
for
leaving, I
gyno.
I don't.
apologize. I just wanted to give everyone a voice and try
No,
to squash it
Gypsy,
out.
thank you.
I'm sorry
Thank you.
I wasn't able to
No.
succeed in that.
Before this happened, the stream was wonderful. And I am so grateful to Vilomah for coming over when I asked her to. You are you're a genuine and amazing person. And you help so many people. And you have the ability to help so many people and be here and do big things. And the fact that you came over here to help Gypsy in a time where she needed it, thank you. And the chat too, everyone got something out of it, and I just really appreciate you. And thank you, Gypsy, for allowing her on panel and to have all of us be able to say how we were feeling in chat with Vilomah here, with our grief and Dazed. I just want to say to you that I hold you in high regard, and I love that you love your son unconditionally. And I give you my word that I would never, ever hold that against you or use it against you. Okay?
Well, and I respect that. Thank you. I just, Lee Marie, I know that you're feeling hurt. Okay, I recognize that. I don't ever. I'm a mod in Rabbit's channel, and I never let anybody speak out of turn to anybody. If that happens, I do get it. I promise you, I do.
I know. It's just the fact that it does happen. I know you get them. I know you get the comments, Dazed. This is nothing against you at all. I adore you. I think that you are a wonderful person. I do not hold anything against you, but the people that are in there hate us, and they don't give us the same courtesy that we would give them if they were in her chat and we were there.
Oh,
Okay?
God.
No,
Lee Marie, baby,
Rabbit,
you were in
no,
Queen
Rabbit,
Bee's
that is
throwing up that.
cool.
Hold up. Gypsy, let me know when I can speak. I ain't going to talk over, so let me know. Go ahead, Lee Marie.
No, I'm done.
Did you not go in Queen Bee's chat out of the clear blue sky, like you pulled it up out of your ass somewhere and said, you need to clear that email up and you need to make sure people know it was not Nicolina. You come up with about what was all that about? You're talking
to you for
crazy.
that. No.
Yeah, but
I
right.
apologize to you for that. And I said I worded that wrongly. I'm very sorry. And I apologized and I meant that. If I didn't mean it, I would have told you to go fuck yourself. But I meant it.
Yeah, that's good. But my point being is y'all got all that in the back of your mind all the time. One of y'all moves, it's a school of
Because
fish.
you said it in your live. You slipped up, and I have it screen recorded where you said Nick sent the email.
Let me explain something to you.
Email.
You want to know something about the email? The email was to warn me about Nicolina. Why would she send an email to warn me about herself? You don't even know what you're talking about, Lee Marie.
Okay.
You do not even know what you're talking about.
You didn't say that the mean girl sent it to you.
What if I did say it? What if I said it was Nicolina? Me and Anissa has set for freaking ever trying to figure out who sent it. I still can't tell you she didn't. How about that? Now
You're
take that to
trying
bed
to
with you
say
tonight.
that
I don't know who
you're
sent it. I don't
trying
give a
to
damn who
say,
sent it.
hold on,
How
you're
about
trying
that?
to say that we pretended to like
Who's
you.
we? You
When
got
the
a mouse in your
truth
pocket?
is,
I don't
stop
even
it.
talk to you.
You got to
Yell a
talk
little
all this
louder.
time. Give me 1
Scream,
second.
scream, scream,
You
scream.
Hold on.
It seems more
Hold on.
serious.
Hold on. 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 Hold on.
Yell.
Hold
I
on.
love it.
One at
Yell.
a time, and we're heard. Okay.
You like to say that we were the ones who were fake and that we pretended to like you, but that's not true. The whole time that we were there supporting you through everything, okay? You were the one who had it in the back of your mind, and you were the one who turned on us. Do not turn it
Turned
back on
on.
us. That's it.
Turned on. I was
I'm
never
done.
y'all's buddy. Good. I'm glad you
Okay,
are.
goodbye.
First of all, I was never none of people's buddy. Them people never liked me. You see how quick they turn? They're trying to tell me they turn because of Ken Maple syrup. Man, y'all can stop the mind games. I'm done being Mr. Nice Guy. I don't do real life shit, but I will tell you internet shit, and this is the facts. Anybody in that Mean Girls chat that's high enough rank tells you all, hey, girls, we're going right. By God, all y'all are going right. Tell me I'm lying. You can't, because all y'all left my chat because I said I liked the Mean Girls, took up for them many times, but I could no longer stand watching all the real life shit go on, and I did not approve of that, and I was stepping away. What happened? Y'all twisted that shit so fucking quick, my head was spinning. So come on, quit playing the mind games. Y'all better wake the fuck up. I know y'all ain't that damn weak. Y'all act like you're so strong. Well, act strong. Say what you think. And half y'all's emailed me, not half, maybe about 5 y'all's emailed me talking shit. I ain't going to bust you out, but I'm real damn close because I'm tired of looking like the crazy person. Period. Why? What am I lying about, Peach? Speak it. You lied about everything I said in that live. Twisted it and turned it. Come on now. Shit. I'm done with the mind games. Okay, done with it. Done with
Is
it.
it
Amber,
possible?
talk about who the fuck are you even? Who are you,
Is it
Amber? Are
White
you the
Rabbit?
garbage man in the Mean
Can I?
Girls camp? Go ahead, Vilomah.
Would it be
Sorry.
possible if
I'm
somebody
confused.
scheduled like a private stream
No,
and
fuck no.
everybody
No, all that
talk about all that?
gaslighting, grooming, and all that stuff. I'm done with that. Done with it. Done. No, I'm not busting them out, Peach. I don't operate like that. I'm not going to put people in a position. See, y'all don't care to do that. I won't do that. But I'm just trying to tell you all, y'all think everything's all good and all great, right? My feelings don't matter. But you got Linda Fontaine cutting a rusty ass fit over something that has nothing to do with me, first of all. Nothing. Okay, nothing. Had no idea. But she has brought it up 15 times. Deal with it. Deal with it. As long as somebody ain't going real life on you or doing something absolutely vile to you, I don't want to hear that petty stuff. There's too much real stuff that needs to stop to worry about who hurt your little feelings because they said you were stupid or whatever. I don't even know what was said. Now,
So is
okay,
this
well you okay.
is this
That's good. I
bigger
ain't got nothing
than
to say to her anyway.
is
I ain't
this
got nothing to
bigger
say to her.
than the ability to talk about it or fix it?
What do you mean
Is
bigger
this
than? Are you kidding, Vilomah? Have you watched even a second of what
no?
I've tried to do for the past year and a half or two? I have begged people to
I
get
I
along.
I
Begged.
pop in and out of your streams quite a bit, more so the last couple of weeks. But there's gaps of time that I'm completely unplugged, so I can't. I
You
really
have
have
no
no idea
idea.
what's going on.
Any of these
I
ladies,
really
if they're
don't.
honest with you, first of all, I've never went real life on nobody, never would. A whole lot of shit unfolded for no reason. No reason. You know what Peach said her reasoning for hating my guts was? Here's one. Because McKenna
Well,
told her that Mod Wars was to make people eat nasty stuff to belittle them. Think of the logic there. Fuck.
well,
This place
I
is
just want to
fucked.
know if everybody, like, I understand everybody is like super passionate about something involving the whole situation. I'm just wondering if it's something, if we take a cool off period and then come back and address it, or maybe do it
I've been
privately,
cooled
if
off for
that's
2
an
years,
option.
Vilomah. Vilomah,
Okay.
I've been cooled off for 2 years. I have held my tongue when I shouldn't have. I let people talk shit to me and about me, twist my fucking words. I'm done. These people can play
Okay.
all these mental mind games just because they have been cut to the fucking bone in real life by people. You ain't gonna take it out on me, sis. I ain't your
Okay.
problem. Go deal with your real life problems, folks. I'm done. Gypsy, I came here because you mentioned Southern Girl and you mentioned me, so I came here. Then I stood here for Dazed because I love her dearly. Dazed, of course, my ace on here. I don't even white knight for her. We made a deal. We're grown women. We ain't got to do all that. Oh, you got to go, Gypsy. Ghost is going live. You got to go, girl. Go, girl. Y'all have a good day.
Well, I just had a question.
Go ahead. I'm
I
here
just came up
listening.
to ask her a question, actually.
Oh,
I
Sarah
don't
okay.
even know
had a
what happened. I'm not
question.
part of anything. Well, all right. I don't even know what happened or why you know what I mean? I know there's something going on. I didn't feel like I was a part of it. I stayed out of it, because I didn't take the time to watch.
I was really hoping that would get worked out, and it looks bad.
Yeah.
What were you wanting
I
to
mean,
ask, Sarah? This comment up here? You said rabbit. Are you saying my stories that were from my heart were a nothing burger?
well, I think everybody's like super heated right now. And hopefully, there's a period of time of cooling off and then maybe having
Right.
conversation. I
I don't
think right now
tend to
it's a
I don't go on panels and yell at everybody and stuff like that, but one of her comments said that she came up for that, the SG thing and Dazed and everything else is a nothing burger. So basically, like we were talking about, like I was talking about my sick child, my sister I lost. I was wondering, is she saying like all of our losses
No,
nothing
and
burger? Because I didn't do anything to her.
She wasn't. She was just.
That's all I wanted to thought everybody was cool. Like I don't like getting in fights and stuff. I ain't even part of it. I don't even know what the fuck happened. So I'm not even like yelling or anything. I just truly didn't know if she meant like she's done with it. Are we all a group? Are we considered a group? Because I'm more into we're all individuals, and I don't like pushing that group shit because it turns into cult like stuff. You know what I mean? When people say
yeah.
that shit, like
Yeah.
because I already see it. I already left. Showing cult like tendencies. So I'm not saying they're a cult. I said tendencies, like tendencies. So
Yeah. And if both sides
I
are saying that their
I try to
breaking
see.
point has hit,
I try to.
no point in
Yeah, I
talking about
just
it.
try to see everyone as individuals, and
Yes.
I don't know. I wish more
I feel you.
would. I don't like everyone. I don't like the lump thing and everyone getting called they. I know another channel says
Mhm.
they. All day. I'm Sarah. I'm an individual. Everybody else is an individual. I just wish people would see people more
Yeah.
like individuals. That's all.
I couldn't agree with you more. I hate that.
And
Them
if
people.
I was
Mhm.
like, she's mad at a couple people here or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, are we now all condemned because of that problem? That's kind of what I meant, Days. You know what I mean?
I know.
Yeah.
Because that would hurt me to shit, and I don't even know what the hell happened. Really, I don't still. I didn't get to catch up and watch because there's too much things happening all the time that you could never catch up.
Yeah. I
But
don't really know anything about it or the people. So I'm going to go ahead and drop down.
well, thank
Gypsy,
you,
thank
Yeah,
you.
we're
because
gonna head
that just
on
hurt my
over to
feelings, man.
Gyno, and I'm
Wait,
sorry
Everyone
that
meant
what
hurt your
did?
we'll
feelings, Sarah.
we'll go to Gano. Yeah, it
I
did only meant
care.
to, but it
Care
did.
about your feelings. I care about your
Wait,
story. You
Sarah,
do
did I hurt
matter.
your feelings by saying that?
No,
And
you
what you
fucking helped
shared with
me.
us was
Okay.
not a
I'm
nothing
glad to meet
burger.
you.
This whole
Me
life
too.
was not a nothing burger. So
No,
that's
not
just
Your
at all.
shit was
projecting
deep to
hurt
me.
feelings. Well, that's just
All right,
projecting
I'll
hurt
take it.
feelings,
I'll try to take it as that, because all your stuff mattered to
Yeah,
me and today, and it was like the deepest shit we ever got into, I think, and I loved it,
right.
and I loved all,
Me too. I love you too.
it was all important
Gypsy,
shit
if
to
you want a
me.
round 2, I'm there for it, girl. Let me know. It's
Okay,
up to you.
all right. Okay, we'll see y'all tomorrow, and let's head on over and they worked really hard on this live coming up, so let's go give them
Can I
Wow.
tell
respect first.
can I tell
Thanks,
Sarah and
Paul, in the
Dazed?
chat for the love.
Can I tell you all one more thing before you go?
Yeah.
Yes.
Don't forget to don't never ever forget to be kind to yourself, and always remember that it takes as long as it takes. There's no limits.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
I wish I was told that.
Right.
I subbed to your
Yeah.
channel the other day, by the way, too, and maybe I'll see you in mine one day. Who knows?
I'm glad that we're
Yes,
talking about it,
I'll
definitely.
and
ask
I
you.
don't feel isolated like I'm the only one. I'm glad that we're all
Yeah.
opening up and talking about it, and I'm not going through it alone.
Not at all. I'll meet you where
Alone
you
sucks.
are anytime. Yeah. Just remind yourself
Thank
kindness.
you again. I
Be kind to
appreciate all of
yourself.
you, Dazed, Sarah, Vilomah. You're awesome ladies, and I feel very privileged and blessed to know you ladies. And thank you for coming and opening up and sharing with me and helping me get through this, muddle through this process with me.
Always. It means the world to me too. I enjoy talking about hard things like this too. I very much enjoy it.
Yeah.
What you say helps me, and I very much enjoy these. So thank you. Thanks to Lee for
Thank
sending me
you.
I'm very glad
the
to have
message.
chatted with you. I feel privileged.
Awesome.
I
All
will.
right,
Oh,
we'll
don't
see
do
y'all
that.
over at
I
go.
love y'all.
Okay,
Thanks.
y'all have a great night. Okay, thank you for
Bye.
coming.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Love you. See you.
I love you too. Bye. Sorry about that, Sarah.
It's all good. That was just weird, man.
You okay? Yeah.
Yeah, I can. I
I'm
just don't
sorry.
know. I never did nothing. I never knew why
Honey,
everyone
you
was fighting.
matter. You matter.
I tried to
You
stay
matter.
out
If
of
I
it.
saw
That
your
was.
little baby feet, I would have adopted you. I would have adopted you. And I would have baked you
That's all I
cookies and I would
wanted.
have put you up. I would have
Nobody
put you up
takes.
on my couch and put a blanket around you and let you watch your favorite cartoon.
Thank
That's the
you.
kind of
Nobody
mommy
wants the
I
older
am.
kids. Nobody
And I
wanted the
would have
older kids in foster care.
I would have. Just put this
You know, a
bonnet
couple of
on your head. I'm just kidding.
you know, a
Wear this
couple of my
bonnet.
a couple of my siblings got adopted, and I couldn't find them, and I finally found everybody. It took me years to
Did you
find everybody,
really?
but some of them got. Yeah, I spent years. I walked around with photographs in towns trying to find one of my brothers. I'm like, have you seen this kid where I thought he lived? I would go door to door. And then when social media hit, I found one of them in MySpace. And then once Facebook hit, I was able to slowly track, and I brought the whole family together. I found everybody. You know, not that we're together, but I found where
Right.
everybody was. You know what I mean? I found
That
my
is
sister, one of the
fantastic.
twins.
How did you do
My
that?
sister,
What
this might be
resource
a
did
cool
you
story
use?
actually.
Okay.
It started with MySpace, and then I was able to, and then when Facebook hit, I found some more,
MySpace.
most of them, and then but before that, I found the sister that passed away. I was in a parade one day, a friggin' Christmas parade, and my sister walked by on a horse. The sister that passed away, and I said we
Mm.
locked eyes, and she stopped, and she had like a ghost face, and so did I, and I'm like, that's my sister. And I pointed to her, like pale as a ghost, because she couldn't believe she found me. And she was up on a horse in a parade, and she had to keep going. So I followed her the whole parade. I walked next to the horse. And
Oh
then at
my
the
God.
end,
How old were you?
isn't that great?
How old were you?
Well, I probably was around 20, I think, around
Okay.
21, 22,
That's
that something like that. But
fantastic.
isn't that weird? I found her in a parade. That's
Yes.
just one of them. That might be interesting kind of story,
Yes.
actually. It just clicked in my mind when you
Yeah,
said
you
that
should
about
have a
adoption,
live
because
about it.
you know, yeah, maybe we should do like an interview each other type live, and then have these
Yeah.
segments where we interview people about their life. That might be
Okay.
interesting.
It would
Yeah,
be.
you think something like that? All right,
Yeah.
cool. Well, there's something about me you didn't know. It kind of just popped into my head when you said that about adopting, because when you're the older kid, no homes, but the younger ones got adopted, you know,
I
naturally.
would have wanted you.
But my foster mom lives in my neighborhood, my last foster
I
mom,
would
and
have
she was the best
smothered
one I
you
had.
like other kids.
I would have took it.
You would have?
Okay, I'll adopt you,
No, you would have
Gypsy.
been
I'll
like, could
adopt you,
you
Gypsy.
leave me the hell alone?
No, I do that to my son with blankets and stuff still. And my husband's like, I can't help it. I want
Oh,
him to be comfortable.
I
I always
know.
fluff his pillows. I still tuck him in. He wants it. I'm never going to stop, man.
That's right.
You
That's
know,
right. Nothing
well,
wrong with
I guess we
that.
better go to Gyno
Okay. All
but
right.
there,
We'll head on
yeah,
over. Okay.
that
Love
was,
you.
that was probably like
Yeah.
love you too. That was the best, that was the best live ever, despite whatever that just was. I don't get that, but
And
yeah.
I appreciate coffee. I'll pay you back.
No, it's all right. It's okay. And same with her. She was just trying to be helpful. You know, we all know how it is. You know,
I know. I know. Yeah.
she likes to gift once in a while, and she can, and she's happy to. So just take
That's
it,
awesome.
and hopefully that'll help y'all with your a little bit something. You know,
I love her so much. I
and
hope she
maybe you'll.
knows that. I think
She's
she's
very
napping
thoughtful.
or at work. Oh no, it's at work.
She's
She's
at
at work today.
Yeah, she's a very
I just
thoughtful
hope she
person.
knows that we do love her and it isn't
That's why
because
I have
of
her back.
anything here, right? You know, it's because we connect on a higher level than here. You know what I mean? So okay, we'll see y'all over at Ghost. Would y'all drop the link, please, again? Because we've had a lot of comments since it was last dropped, just so it's easier for everybody to hop on over. Okay, we'll see you there.
All right.
Love you.
Bye. Love you too.
Okay,
bye.
My husband wants me to sing again. Baby, if you ever wonder whatever became of me, I'm living on the air in Winston-Salem, Winston-Salem, North Kakalaki. Good night, y'all. Thank you for coming.
Life is harder than I like to think, but it's easy when you're by my side. No point in calling, you just have to see the fundamentals of our life tonight. Cause I've been looking at a photograph of you, and I've been thinking about all the ways you move. This isolation got me feeling